Hey, yeah, you're
I think
extraordinarily
my
beautiful
avatar might be
today.
blushing.
And this is you can see us through the smoke.
It's a little bit hard, actually. I can't see Angelina through the smoke. You may want to come in front of the fire.
Okay. Well, all right. So
Now?
we'll be in front of the fire. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can come in front of the fire because there's a bit of a
Yeah.
smoke trail that comes off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks cool. Like, unless we're filming the movie Blade, I'm not sure we want to have a bunch of.
Well, we can.
Okay. Let's come on up front. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
That'll work.
Yeah. We'll be here. We'll be closer. We can look into the eyes of the audience. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We need to get Jennifer back up front here.
She's right there, waiting to teleport on board.
Yeah.
So remember, your teleport button again is the button to the left of your joystick. You press that, you get a blue lasso, and then join us up on the stage.
Can we hear her?
Don't know why it's not working. It's not working.
Okay, let me try.
I'm gonna stand back here and take a picture real quick.
There we go.
All right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right. Jennifer, I'll get you up here with Angelina and Tom.
There we go. We're going to come in front of the fire here.
Okay.
Jennifer, there we go. And Chris is back there in the back taking pictures. Come up a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go.
Good.
There we
So
go,
fun.
guys. It's like herding cats, right? Okay. All right, here we are. Hey, can't believe it. We're all here in one place. Yeah. Good to see everyone. Yeah.
Good morning.
Okay, we guys ready?
We're ready to rock and roll. You guys ready?
Yes.
All right. We're even warming our buns by the fire here, so we're all hot.
How about
Ready
you
to
guys
go.
here in the audience? Are you guys ready this morning? Throw up some heart emojis if you're ready for a great day
Yeah.
2 of the Global HR
Yeah,
Summit. Fantastic. All right. Is my film crew ready to go? Fantastic. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Global HR Summit. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday was an incredible day. We had 20 plus speakers, over 6 hours of virtual reality content with a travel budget of $0. And today is going to be another incredible day of programming. We have a series of panels and podcasts along with workshops that are really going to show the true depth and breadth of immersive technologies. And that's really what this Global HR Summit is about. We are staring at a large burning platform for change. And there are a lot of factors that have influenced it and accelerated it. But the fact remains that for work, many people still aren't engaged and still aren't working, if you will, for everyone else. And the technology available to us with immersive tech has the potential to change everything. Our first panel this morning is a special group. As we consider the transformation of another vertical, in this case, education, the idea of traditional institutional education is becoming less and less relevant for a world where we're dispersed and more interconnected by technology. And as the functionality of tools like virtual reality improve and become more democratized in their pricing, we expect to see more individuals using this technology to create individual learning pathways to learn and grow into the future. Now, in this particular session entitled The Learning Living Room, we have 4 incredible speakers that are going to talk about one such transformation. And to lead us through that discussion, we have Tom Furness. Tom opened up our conference yesterday and shared experiences from his 54 years in immersive technologies. And when we're looking for signals of the past, but also the potential of the future, Tom's voice is one that stands out from the crowd. And he's brought with him 3 incredible speakers that I'll let him introduce. So without further ado, please welcome our first session with Tom Furness and Learning Living Room.
Thank you, Matt. Once again, I really appreciate this opportunity, and especially that we have all of you gathering along with these amazing people by my side. And we're really warmed up here around the fireside, and it's nice to be outdoors, isn't it? So we have, let me introduce our panelists here who are amazing, and just a thrill for me to be here with them. We have to my left Angelina. Angelina is actually a principal in a school, and she's actually in school at this very moment in a classroom with several students. I'm sure you'll be telling them about that. And we also have Jennifer. Jennifer Reel is a general manager at IDEO, represents sort of the corporate side of things, an amazing company. And over here on my far left, we have the famous Chris Lafayette. And Chris is blazing a trail in terms of the international speaker and working on how do we use mentorship to lift people. And he'll be telling us more about that as we go along. And so I'll let them tell a little bit more about themselves because I'm going to ask them questions. And so I get the easy part here. I'm just going to have fun listening to them and maybe react a little bit. But the first question I'm going to ask, we're trying to reimagine education. And I would like for the panelists to say a little bit about themselves, how they got to this stage as they're standing on now, and in their particular trajectories, and also maybe 1 or 2 concerns they have about education as it exists today in their particular demographic. So let's start over here with Angelina.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this conference. Oh, wait. I have to let you know that I'm going to make this brief because I think our school bell is going to ring in like 2.5 minutes. So I'm going to do this as quickly as I possibly can. I'm a virtual reality user experience designer. And what I do is I go into complex organizations such as schools, and I do an anthropological assessment on how best, given the circumstances of that particular organization, how to deploy different types of emerging technologies. Right now, I'm working with Students in VR. If you go to studentsinvr.com, if you want to know a little bit more about that organization, and to identify students of all ages, we say learners of all ages, young and young at heart, and give them a platform to discover ways of engaging with emerging technologies. I have 2 passion projects right now. One of them is Students in VR, and the other one is working temporarily as a principal and a tech support for a rural school in Cherokee Nation, Oklahoma, to help them bridge the digital divide. And the thing about school right now, the question that Tom asked, that I have to answer very quickly before this bell goes off, is that the transformation of education is coming back into the home. It used to be all of our education occurred in the home, and then we were sent off to schools to become good factory workers and to listen to bells and to know when we were supposed to be in our next place. And what you're finding is a return to the home, and so making the home a great place to keep wonder and to continue learning is the focus of the work that I do now and on this particular adventure that I'm on. So that's a little bit about me and my focus, and hand it over to Jennifer.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I got muted. You can hear me okay?
Oh, yes, we
Great.
can hear you.
Excellent. I'm Jennifer Riel. As Tom said, I'm a managing director at IDEO, which is a global design and innovation firm. And before that, I spent about 15 years teaching at a business school in Canada at the University of Toronto, the Rotman School of Management. And so I have a great deal of passion for adult education, for how we learn, and some of my work at the Rotman School actually involved bringing some of what we were doing to the world of K-12 education. And so I'm very excited to hear what my colleagues have to say about that space as well.
Well, could you add to that, Jennifer? What do you see are concerns What are your key concerns about what's going on in your world about education?
I mean, other than the fact that we are embarked on the largest scaled experiment in education in the history of the world right now,
Yes.
which is terrifying for our students and for our
Mhm.
educators. I think from an adult education perspective, the challenge is that it's easy for us to get enthralled with the technology and the tools, but the pedagogy, the way we teach, the content of what we teach is still important, equally important, more important, I might say. And so I think finding the balance of how to make these tools improve what we want to teach rather than distract from it feels like a really important concern for me.
Mhm. Thank you. So, Chris.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm certainly happy to be here amongst you all, and certainly with our colleagues on this stage per adventure. And thank you and express to Tom and to the whole Global HR Summit for putting this together and really being afforded the opportunity to visit with you all, and likewise one to another. We find ourselves in a situation, as I'm reminded when I woke up this morning and even opened my curtains, and I've never seen the sky in such a way as I sit here in Silicon Valley, California, with the whole entire West Coast just about on fire. And we look and find ourselves in a completely different age than what we're accustomed to being in here in 2020. And I certainly don't have to remind everyone that they see it daily in their lives. And we look at the importance of home. And never did we think that we would spend this much time in our homes as we have today, but we are. And we find ourselves in this situation, given a pandemic that's happening, given countrywide equality and even global-wide equality discussion that has come undone on this horizon. And now we find ourselves with climate responsibility and subject to that as well, and things of a different nature. And I said that to say is that even though we see these things happening and we're in the midst of it, it certainly does provide an opportunity to take another look at how and what we do in our homes. And we know that many of us have been afforded opportunities that are in technology that a lot of other people just simply have not. And that we're imbued and governed with a certain responsibility, I think, in my heart, to not just excel in the ladder, or whether it's the corporate vestiges or startup, and to become wildly successful as a speaker, but how successful could I possibly be if I haven't given back that which was freely given to me? And so my name is Christopher Lafayette, and I'm an international and national speaker in technology. I initially come from a place called East Oakland, California, and I came to Silicon Valley in transparency with black-colored skin, and I was taught a lot of things about technology by people that don't look like me. And I wanted to go back to places where I come from to introduce people who helped teach me and people that I've learned from, including one Tom, and to put together and bring people that look like me and communities of color. And I opened up an initiative this year amongst all these things that are happening called the Black Technology Mentorship Program. I admit openly that when I did it, I was pretty vulnerable, and I didn't know how people would embrace it and what they would think of it. And I never knew that we would have over 1,000 mentees that have answered the call, and almost 200 mentors plus technologists from across the country, not just here in Silicon, and both women and men alike, no matter the color, no matter the gender, that have really answered the call and said, hey, there's something that I want to help do about this. And thank you for providing the opportunity for us to meet with people that don't come from communities where we come from. And so I never thought that I would be in 2020 in particular, standing in a virtual construct, in particular this space, where I remember having dinner with the people that built this platform years ago, and even being offered an opportunity to sit with them and to speak with them about technology. And now here we are congregating in spaces like this, where we see reality coming to pass, where it's beyond just a feel-good initiative or gesture, where these are some of the places in which we do business. And so now when we look, finally, I'll say this at the end for the moment, is that when we look at full circle about the learning living room, I'm looking forward to hearing what my co-panelists have to share and to take in consideration as much of an expert as I think that I've become, but to take in a wide berth of consideration to better understand how we can, across the board and horizontally, come with better solutions and better steps so that we may be the very best and provide the very best we can for our youth, who many of them were already dealing with a tough time before COVID-19. But now we find ourselves in an era where things are just much more difficult for them to be able to attend to. So thank you again for putting on this particular venue, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Chris and panelists. So we've talked about some of the concerns we have in these particular institutions and demographics and things like that. But now let's sort of turn our page and say, okay, let's figure out how we can reimagine education in the particular demographics institutions that we serve. We have sort of a spectrum here, don't we? And so let's start off and let's start with you, Jennifer, about how can you reimagine how education can take place in the institutions that you serve, especially the corporate institutions?
Yeah, I think it's a powerful question, reimagining education. And I think for me, it is about stepping back to assess what is the purpose of education. And certainly the education that I experienced growing up in a suburban city in Canada was that education was to teach me skills so that I could go to university. That was the goal. And then presumably in university, it was going to teach me how to get a job. And I think as I look back, what do I truly believe is the purpose of education? I think it should be to teach us how to learn, to make us passionate lifelong learners, to be curious, to have the skills to explore and build and create. And our traditional models of education, whether that is in a K-12 classroom or a convening at work or some executive education forums, tend to look a lot like the university lecture hall. Someone standing at the front imparting knowledge. And we've known for a really long time that's a horrible way to learn, but it is easy to scale, and so we stick with it. And so being able to say, what are the modes of education in which the learner is in the lead and is actually able to take true accountability and power over their own learning journey? What would that look like? How would we imagine classrooms and homes and whatever environment we happen to be in that would be really focused on teaching people how to learn? That's really the question for me that gets to the heart of what needs to change in education.
Okay, so what this is implying, Jennifer, is that really the institutions of education are really there to not teach as much as to inspire the individuals to learn and perhaps learn on their own with the resources that are available. Did I get that right? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think learning is a relationship. I think that there is the student and the teacher, and it's traditionally been a very hierarchical relationship, but I think we need to change that and make it more of a partnership.
So what do you think about that, Angelina?
Yes, I work in the traditional education system because I'm subversive and I like to dismantle things from within. And so, what I like to do is to see the way from an anthropological perspective. I was kind of talking to Jennifer, but she disappeared. I'm sure she'll be back.
She'll be back.
Yeah. So I've told people that emerging technologies have finally caught up with the imagination and genius of youth. And as it's done that, it's really confused and merged the idea of who's student and who's teacher, because the youth genius and creativity is now creating a world instead of just receiving the world. And I think that can best be embodied by this idea that static books, print, static ideas used to be conveyed, but now things are more dynamic. And when you realize that our mediums are dynamic, not static as in books. In fact, reading is something that we do in service of other media consumption. It's not our primary means of learning anymore. Then you have the opportunity now to keep that wonder, as she was talking about, to keep that creativity going, and because the mediums have changed, and it helps to support it. And I also agree with her. You've said before, it's technology agnostic, right? Because really the creativity can occur with a stick and some dirt, with the boxes that the toys came in on Christmas instead of the actual toys that were inside the boxes that you paid a lot of money for. And so, but especially with emerging technologies, we're able to do more, find out more. All of us who grew up with encyclopedias, just every time you Google something, aren't you just amazed that that you can just find it out? Because I remember our encyclopedia said John F. Kennedy hadn't even died yet. I was using it in like 1997, and it was kind of out of date. And so our youth, just like Jennifer said, I'll just make one more comment before I pass it back. Our youth are not interested in going to university and figuring out what they're going to do when they grow up. They're interested in changing and creating the world in which they live in to reflect who they believe that they are. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think that if the brick and mortar school does not accept that, they will no longer be going to that brick and mortar school. They're going to be learning in their homes, learning on their phones, and connecting, like she said. Like, I'm just going to reiterate everything she said. Learning is a relationship, and they're going to use that relationships and a cell phone to start revolutions and make the world what they want it to be. So I want to be on board with them. I know which side is the winning side. Jennifer, all I did while you was gone was said that you were right in everything you said, so you didn't miss anything. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are making me cry here. So, Chris, take it off here. What is your take on this?
Certainly. So now that when we look at, and what do we mean by education reimagined? Well, a lot of it is that now we have an opportunity, and we're afforded a lot of things now. And being that we find ourselves where we're at, we're now propagated into a different situation where we've never been more reliant on technology than we are today. And if you look back over the last 10 years and you look at the biggest growth spurt when it comes to technology itself, amongst the emergent technology eco-habitat, if you will, you'll find out, and we see that communication is the biggest growth sector that we've seen. And it's interesting to take a 30,000 foot look and view and to say, okay, well, looking at where we're at when it comes to communication, it was fascinating in March, in that month of March 2020, when COVID did ensue. And a lot of people in technology, in particular the XR industry, said, well, virtual reality and augmented reality has ushered in, it's here. We're going to need this now more than ever. And I said, well, it's almost here. We just now developed sight when it comes to VR, but there's a lot of other things that we certainly cannot do. And being that emergent technologies such as XR, it's not a single variable equation, it's a multi-variable equation. So we developed sight when it comes to a lot of the HMDs or headsets that many of you have on today, including myself. But there's a lot that leaves to be desired when it comes to full human hyper-real fidelity and simulated environments. In fact, I would even submit that the world, yes, they're embracing 3D to some extent, but there's only 26 to 27 million headsets deployed around the world for connectivity when it comes to HMD, and that the world is still trying to wrap their mind around Zoom. And a lot of people haven't even used Zoom. And so you go from a 10 million active user base to 400 million active user base. And I say that to say is that let's not go too fast to think that we're completely arrived in VR and have an appreciation for 2D virtual environment constructs as well as 3D, and that the world has deemed, and I've never heard the word used virtual more than I have in the last 6 months. In fact, I see more in the inside of people's living rooms in the last 6 months than I have in the last 10 years. And so I said that to say is that we're wrapping our minds around just what is this intangible digital immersive constructs that we find ourselves in and that we're using. Now, said that to say is that Education Reimagined, we are no longer subjected to location bias. In other words, many of you are sitting at home. Some of you may be sitting in schools or offices, some, But I know for the many people that are remote working in distribution teams, if you will, they're not working at commercial real estate property. So now they're working from the indoors of their home, and now we're in a situation where it says, okay, well, this is what it's going to be for the very much foreseeable future, and it's starting to look well into 2021, if you will. So on the education and the academic front, one of the things that I looked at when launching the BTMP platform, the Black Technology Mentorship Program, is I said, hey, here's an opportunity. Now, mind you, years ago, I had thought about and talked about, and I've been building holodecks and immersive holodecks for telecommunication and telepresence for us to be able to holoproject one another from transmetropolitan cities to cities and locations to locations. And I thought about a holo hall and thought about bigger environments VR wise that we would be able to congregate in and be able to teach the masses. Well, I made the own mistake of automatically leaping into 3D, and I bypassed 2D. And I said, well, here on Zoom, I realized I could put 10,000 people, if you will, into one given location, and I could have 5 sessions a day with 10,000 student cohorts per session per day. And if I did that and regimented that from a Monday through Friday, that would be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, academic sessions that's ever happened in the history and the throes of academia and education itself. And as our program continues to grow, we're well heading into the thousands. Now, I imagine by this time in January 2021, when our winter session begins and our autumn session begins in next month, I can't believe we're in September. I don't know if all you can believe that. It's hard to imagine. I cannot believe we're in September. But yet here we are, and autumn's right around the corner. And I say it to say is that, can you imagine having whole school educations where we have 10 to 20,000 students listening to one teacher? Now, Cal Berkeley across the Bay Water, that's 30,000, about 30,000 students in University of Cal Berkeley. You mean to tell me I can get 10 to 20,000, more than half of those numbers, in one class listening to one teacher sitting at any given place at any given time around the world? That's the reality. And so what's happened is now that we're no longer necessarily subject to location bias, it's become a more colloquial thing for us to accept, to meet and congregate in immersive and in virtual spaces. And so now it's no longer a burden to be able to get somebody to come into AltSpace or get someone to come into Zoom. It's the preferred way because people don't necessarily want to be around each other for safety. And so now that that's an opportunity, not a disadvantage, now it's an opportunity we have to begin looking at Education Reimagined, not just for the benefits, but now we have to think about safety and security, anti-harassment, how people are treated and others. And more importantly is this: when I'm invited to come speak in different virtual constructs, and my avatar is only limited to people that don't look like me, and it may be a blonde-haired male or a blonde-haired woman, and that's it, I begin to ask myself, am I really welcome and invited into this platform? And we want to make sure that the things in the places where we're asking people to come and meet and congregate, that people feel comfortable, and more importantly, that people feel safe, and that we all feel welcome and invited. And I certainly feel that now, and I want to feel that with all the other different types of platforms that we're building. So safety first, when it comes to education, is key. Else we'll be more focused on the environment that doesn't feel welcoming rather than the curriculum that's being taught.
Wow. Well, thanks, Chris. Now you, just to sort of dig a little bit deeper there, you are now with your mentorship program actually so opening the pathway not for only communicating with the masses in a single classroom in the sky, but also one-on-one with a mentorship program. Tell us a little bit more about that, how you see that working.
Sure. So the one-on-one mentorship program, we're dealing with classes in mass, but we're also figuring out how do we take our mentors to be able to spend some time with mentor to group or mentor one-on-one sessions that we'll be conducting, which will be recorded sessions for safety, but also for memory recall, so that our mentees don't feel like they have to remember every single thing that's been expressed to them from our mentors. It's a 2-track program. And first of all, it's a mentor-mentee program first. It's a Education Reimagined platform second. And third, it's the last mile fulfillment. Because there's too many programs, in my belief, that there's too many programs, whether it's for K through 12 or the adult track, that doesn't do enough when it comes to fulfillment of what we call the last mile. Some may be familiar with the expression and terminology. The last mile is simply this. Not only do I want to educate our youth and educate our adults, we have a lot of 20 to 30-year-olds that are engineers, and they're still trying to find a way here in the Valley and other places. But not only do we want to educate them, but ultimately we want to create and give them, through guidance, earned opportunities to actually land a job. There's no point in getting an education if you can't do anything with it. And so they're already up against a number of sufficient implicit and explicit biases. And we don't want to go about going to every single corporation and teaching them how and telling corporations you should change your implicit and explicit biases. But we'd rather have our mentees to be able to help teach and train them so that they can identify implicit, explicit biases and identify exactly what that looks like and to mitigate that, whether it's through the interview process or to accelerate that by way of soft skill development and to be able to grow within these platforms. And so we want to create earned opportunities and ultimately land jobs, but at the same time, and in that process, we create a postmodernism apprentice program where we do not leave our mentees and high and dry once they get into these large scale corporations, whether it's Google or Apple or Microsoft and things of that nature. But the other track is creating funded startups and opportunities for our entrepreneurial track, because I'm no longer personally satisfied with people that look like me that work for Google and Apple. I want to see people that look like me build the next Google and Apple. And so helping create funded startups and opportunities for them. We need our mentors and people that have done it with successful startups and had successful seed and Series A to E exit valuations. We want to get them and say, great, congratulations, you have all this financial success. Come over and let's do something with it, because here's the deal, and here's the absolute truth. As far and as great as it comes to technology, and as great as technology is today, technology will never be as great as it can be unless all people are involved to build it. If we're going to extend reality, then we must bring reality with it. And so that everyone, no matter the color, no matter the gender, has an opportunity to build technology, and then technology will be on the path to greatness. Because when we talk about diversity or equity, and inclusion, and belonging, I prefer to look at it as eco-culture. And I'll say this and be done for the moment. When we talk about ecosystems here in Silicon Valley, all over the place, where all different campuses that I advise or I've been to, places around the world I've been asked to speak, we talk about ecosystems being hardware and software and laptops and desktop. Ecosystems are not those things. Ecosystems are people. And when you go and ask different leadership and executive level, hey, what's diversity? Don't you know a lot of them will tell you that, is that affirmative action? And I'm here to say that the more culture that we have into an ecosystem, the stronger that ecosystem actually becomes. And it doesn't take away from jobs to hire someone that may look like me or someone of a different gender. It doesn't take away from jobs when we add more culture to ecosystem. It actually levels up the whole playing field. And so we want to make sure that we're teaching by way of mentorship to our mentees the right way, and at the same time work with our corporations to let them know this is where we're coming from, and get them more than involved in our sponsorships instead of just throwing me a check, which I just don't want. I want you to get involved, and I want you to be able to take on servant leadership as well.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Now, I think you mentioned a lot about certainly a lot of different areas, but one of them, of course, is this whole egalitarian idea that we don't really all have access to technology. And this is particularly true in the situation that Angelina finds herself in. And so how are you dealing with that, Angelina? Tell us a little bit about that. And then let's go on back to Jennifer and talk about the other side of it. And how does this pervade the corporate situation? Okay, let's start with you, Angelina.
Yes, well, I find I say the digital divide isn't just a distance between two spaces, but a time. It's not just spatial, but it's also temporal. And where I'm at, most people have just started getting smartphones within the last 5 years, where I've been on the internet since the early 90s. Their exposure is not just not having the hardware or understanding how to use the software, but just not having had as much time using technology, which puts them a little bit behind. And sometimes, those of us in a certain generation that still have the mechanical mindset of, I can break the vacuum cleaner, and then I'm going to, back when people used to spank their kids, I'm going to get a spanking because I broke the washing machine. There's this mindset in some of the areas that I work that you can break the laptop, so we need to keep it safe, and we only need to use it for special occasions. And I really push the idea, and if you ever looked at any of my headsets, they have miles on them, of accessibility being really breaking down the idea of the older generation that tries to keep it safe. They said, what if the headset breaks? And I say, well, that's great, because then we can look and see what's inside of it. And that will be a learning experience too. And so really what you see is the kind of the paradigm shift in the minds of people to say, use it as much as you possibly can. Every moment you're not using your technology, it is going to waste, because in a year, there's going to be something new, and you will have sat on those Chromebooks trying to keep them safe for too long. And I use the example that many people take their $500 phones into the restroom with them. So how sacred can that technology be, right? So it's not very sacred. And so that's one of the ways that we're trying to break down the barriers of accessibility, because a lot of accessibility issues, not all of them, and I come from what we impose upon ourselves when we bring some of those ways of thinking into the new medium that we're in. We choose to mimic a stage and bleachers when we could be on the top of an iceberg right now. We import sometimes boundaries that we don't need, and just getting from an anthropological perspective, getting people to think outside those boundaries that we set upon ourselves is really a huge accessibility issue. So I think that answered your question, Tom.
Well, it does. Well, there's another. I remember the
sufficiently
story
vague
you
way.
told me, though. Well, no, it's beautiful. But you told me a story which I thought was really poignant about the kids now that do have cell phones. Here they are in the classroom, and they'd rather be playing with their cell phones than necessarily be in the classroom. But tell us how you dealt with that.
So of course there's going to be a phone ringing in the background because I'm out of school, so sorry about that. So one of the issues that we have is that the teachers think that cell phones shouldn't be in the classroom, and so they tell them, you need to read your book. And the kids try to explain to the teacher that what they're reading is on their phone, but phones and reading don't go together, right? And so one of the things that I do is, as I tell my students, and I tell the teachers, actually, you're not teaching the students, you're teaching the teachers a different way of teaching, that that you have to use that technology as much as possible, as often as possible, because it's the hours on the technology that is making them prepared for college, right? Or anything else, or the world that they're going to live in later on when they have to engage in some way to pay their gas bill or their electric bill. And so what I do is I let cell phones be open all the time. And what I do is I teach them how to be responsible with their technology. So I say that people fall into three categories. You're a media consumer, a media contributor, and a media creator. And as a consumer, you should be aware of how that media is affecting you and be responsible and ethical in what you imbibe, if you will. As a contributor, you want to be sure that you're partnering with platforms and with people that edify you, that edify your community, that put out content that's useful, helpful, and makes the world a better place. And then as creators, we're also responsible. But if we keep technology away from children until they're 18 and then say, here's your cell phone, here's your Xbox, they won't know what to do. And I often use the example in class when I argue with teachers that, and whatever, I'm in rural Oklahoma in a very red state. And I try to say, I know you have abstinence only policies when it comes to your students' bodies. And just so you know, that doesn't work. And abstinence only when it comes to technology is the same thing. You're going to have the same results. You need to let them engage with the technology as often as possible, and then teach them responsible ways of engaging with it, because they will. I don't know if that was the story you were talking about, but I hope it was similar.
Well, that was one of them, certainly. Okay, let's move over to Jennifer and hear what you have to say now, looking through the eyes of person that's a major has a major position, responsible position in a international corporation?
Well, I'll first say that Angelina's stories are so inspiring and powerful, and so thank you for sharing them. I think that for me, the core question is companies get shiny object syndrome when it comes to technology for learning, and so how do we ensure that the focus is still on the learner? How do we ensure that the technology is an enabler of learning as opposed to a barrier to it? And I think that the most important issue that we've talked about so far this morning is equity of access. And that is less of an issue in my world than it is in Angelina's. But there's a long history of new technologies being introduced and the promise being that it is going to level the playing field, and the result actually being the opposite, that children who are privileged become more privileged, and children without fair access to those technologies struggle, and it actually increases the inequality that we see. And that, to me, is the design challenge that we face when it comes to all of these new technologies. They're powerful, they're fun, they're exciting. How do we ensure that it doesn't just become a shiny object for corporations to have a new place to meet, but in fact is designed with equity in mind, is designed to enable the children who most need these technologies to embrace them and have access to them in ways that bring us closer together rather than exacerbate the divide between the children with most privilege and those without.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Well, we're about out of time, and one of the things, of course, if there's a theme or a thread that runs through all of this, is really it comes down to the individual and the individual learner, and to me, the greatest thing that human beings have is this spirit that's within them, this imagination. And that in the end, that's really what's going to differentiate humans from machines, is that we have, as I mentioned before, this inductive ability that the machines probably aren't going to have a long, long time. But in stoking that fire and helping kids to be on fire themselves and not to squelch it, not to squelch the creativity that they have from birth, really, in experimenting with the world. I mean, I think all of this resonates with all of us. And so how do we keep that alive? And the theme, of course, of this particular panel was the learning living room. And I think all of you have contributed to that theme of how we make the home really the major classroom of the future, which can be coupled to other homes around the world in real time, as Chris has mentioned. And so this discussion will go on, and especially as we open to the community, the HR community, because we're all in this, and that you can't really separate companies from schools, from homes. It's all one continuum. And how do we use what we know today, even if it's just those cardboard boxes that the toys come in and the sticks in the dirt? How can we keep that imagination alive? And so with that, we maybe have a few questions that may come from the audience. Matt, are you here to help us?
I'm always here in the background, Tom.
You're always here. There's Matt.
Omnipresent. How can I help?
Questions from the audience.
Yeah. Let me get that teed up for you guys. If you have questions, you'll need to hit your raise hand button.
Any questions?
Any questions from the audience?
I don't know
Hit you.
is allow raise hand.
Is there a
raise
They should
hand?
all have it now. Yeah.
They should all have raise hand option now. If you hit your raise hand button, okay, we have one question here. Michael, let me give you 1 second here just to amplify you, and we'll get you queued up for the question. Give me 1 second. right, Michael.
Okay, hi. I'm actually Robin, but that's okay. I'm wearing Michael today. This is a question for Chris. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the mentorship program and if it's already operating or is it just beginning, and if you've already set up programs.
Sure. And thank you for your question. And more importantly, Robin, thank you for your participation, and as all of you that have come to join to meet with us today. And like what's been expressed by my co-panelists here, we were met with a lot of different obstacles when launching this initiative. And it's just endearing, the sentiments that have been shared. And one of those was we had, even though we had the zeal to educate and to have our mentors and our mentees answer the call, we were met with, when we talk about accessibility, we were met with those that didn't even have a hardware or a $500 asset to take with them into a restroom facility. And the actual reality of the truth became more stark when I realized that a lot of our K through 12 mentees in particular, and even some of our adults, didn't even enjoy a device, and let alone didn't even enjoy hot Wi-Fi. I mean, can you imagine not having Wi-Fi in this particular day and age, in this particular time, being asked to stay in shelter in place and not even have Wi-Fi? Can you imagine if someone took our Wi-Fi even for 1 week, let alone a day? And so we found ourselves in that situation. And so what I had to do, along with a really incredible education team, I had to form an education team, but we also had to bring and had an opportunity to bring together what we call our allyship. And our allyship is consistent of our education and curriculum development team, but also we had to create a resource team. And so our resource team has been responsible for getting accessibility to hardware, and so that it's not just Chromebooks, but just a simple phone, and more importantly, a Wi-Fi, so that people can even participate in a Zoom conference. Most of our and a lot of our mentees don't even and haven't even heard of so much as a thing of Zoom. And to be candid, a lot of them and some of them are trying to wrap their mind around how to even do a search inquiry on Google. Some of it can be that a little bit far, and it's a reminder to all of us that we've been so afforded and so privileged and have an opportunity to, if you find yourself in this space today, know that there are millions of people that have no idea what this even is, and they have no accessibility to come and meet us today, even if we invited them. And so empathy was the first thing that we had to look at. And to the question, we have started our educational curriculum session. We have our small batch introductory sessions because we didn't want to just put people on the pipeline of taking our online classes that we've already curated. And we had Miss Diane Tucker is over our educational team along with Shannon. And we created a small batch introductory session because I had to realize that, hey, we have to introduce to folks what is virtual reality. Even in the business sector, when you go to some people and ask them, what's virtual reality? They'll say, isn't that a 90s video game? And so we as technologists and emergent technologists have to do a better job in telling people exactly what is artificial intelligence and machine learning and deep learning and JavaScript and virtual augmented mixed reality and roboticism and IoT and wearables. And so before we start teaching those in technology, we have to educate and showcase to them what it might be. And so from there, we have our small batch introductory sessions, but we also have our long-term curriculum development sessions. And can you imagine that we're talking with roboticists now, and we have roboticists that are part of this program, where we're going to get 3,000 robotic kits, send them out to each and every family household, and go online and teach them how to put a robot together for a living room, Tom. And to be able to put that together. And so our autumn courses begin next month in October. We have our first official Mentee introductory session next week, which I'm nervous. I'm a little bit scared, to be honest. I didn't think that this would happen like this, and we have that. And I got so emotional, as I'm emotional now, to realize that I never thought that I would be in a situation where I'm helping someone to try to get them some Wi-Fi. And I've taken that for granted myself of what I've been given. And so as I told our mentors, and we began even our winter educational series, I'm sorry, I get emotional. But as I told our mentors, this program is not a one-way directional beneficial course. You will learn from our mentees as much as our mentees will learn from you, and you will get as much as they get from us. Please have the open understanding and mindset that you should come with the expectation of learning and gaining from them. And so we're beginning our educational course here next month, and we go really hard in the paint in January. And we couldn't be more excited. And I invite each and every one of you to go to ChristopherLafayette.com. And if you want to answer the call, and all we ask is a commitment from most of our mentors is an hour out of your whole entire year. We have speakers, educators, and advisors. If you can give an hour of your whole year, then you have a place with our Black Technology Mentorship Program. If it's even just to send words of encouragement, we'll take that too.
Well, thanks so much, Chris. And thanks to a panelist. You guys are wonderful. We'll continue this conversation. And let's give a whole bunch of emojis to these wonderful folks. And to you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to this working out this future together.
Thank you,
Thank
Tom,
you.
for bringing us together. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Tom.
and we'll hang around for a
Thank
few
you.
minutes here up front, if that's okay, Matt. We'll hang around
Yeah,
if
let's
anybody
do
wants
that.
to come up.
Thank
and
you
we
so
chat.
much to our panel, Tom, our panelists, Angelina, Christopher, and Jennifer. Please stick around, folks. Our panelists will be here for the next few minutes, as will the space be totally available to you. If you're interested in joining our next session at 10 a.m., we have a great fireside chat with Navjeet China from Genus Ventures and Tom Emmerich from Eighth Wall talking about the future of augmented reality. And you can find those details, 9 a.m., and you can find those details in your program. So 9 a.m., Navjeet China and Tom Emmerich. And again, a big thanks, heart emojis to our panelists this morning. Thank
Thanks,
you guys
guys.
so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
okay?
I sure can. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
We had a great first day yesterday with lots of amazing panels, lots of amazing speakers, and just being able to deliver content in a new format has been so exciting. The feedback that we got yesterday has just made us more and more excited to keep pushing on and making this a reality. And we're so excited for day 2. And so, everyone, I have a very inspirational guest with me today. He is the VP of product for a groundbreaking company called Eighth Wall, which is democratizing access to immersive technologies. He's recognized as a leader and one of the most influential people in AR, VR, and wearables. So, virtual ladies and virtual gentlemen, can you please give an emoji-filled welcome to my guest, Tom Emmerich?
Hi, everybody. It's really great to be here. Thank you to the Global HR Summit team. And I'm excited to be talking about my favorite topic, which is augmented reality. I live and breathe it every day. I swear to God.
Yes, it's true. And so, yeah, everyone, we're super excited to have Tom here. Like I said, he's one of the most influential people in the space. He's been in the space probably longer than most people. And so, what we're going to do today is we're going to be talking about the future of augmented reality, but we're going to start a little bit about where augmented reality came from, where it is today, what the future of augmented reality looks like, and then how do we get there from here. So, Tom, I'll start off with a question, maybe just a little bit about your journey in augmented reality. You've been in the space for a long time, so people see where augmented reality is today. Can you let us know about a bit of the beginnings of the industry and what you first saw?
Right. Well, thank you. I mean, I've been in augmented reality since 2009, and certainly I'm not the first pioneer in augmented reality. There are many, many, many way before my time. But what I would
Tom,
say is,
you got a megaphone. Sorry
oh,
to interrupt. You got a
okay.
megaphone. Yep.
Where's my, oh, I have a megaphone already on.
Yeah, no, host tools on the right, and then megaphone.
Okay.
Host
Oh, there we
tools, and
go.
then press on
Okay,
air and
got
megaphone,
it.
please.
Can everybody hear
Awesome.
me better now? Okay, that's great.
Yeah, show some
Um,
emojis, everyone.
So what I was saying is I started augmented reality in 2009, and certainly I'm not the first pioneer in AR or VR. It started well before that time. But as we're talking about the future of augmented reality, I do think it's important for us to look back at where we've come and where we are before we can understand how we're going to get to our eventual wearable future. And I would consider the time when I first started, which was in 2009. This was around the time when Layer launched. Mataio, if you're familiar with that German company that got bought by Apple, they had launched back in 2003. The iPhone launched in 2007. And so I would call this time the awakening, which means there were many people in technology that understood that having a camera in your pocket that was attached to a computing device, a mobile computing device, really allowed for the ingredients that could make augmented reality a possibility. That being said, I think at that time we were really trying to put the cart before the horse, and I call this the stage 3D before 2D, in that we were trying to really encourage the use of 3D within industry and within especially the consumer sphere before they had even mastered some of the 2D platforms that they need to wrap their head around before they could even understand, what the massive opportunity of augmented reality was really about. If we look at what was happening on the hardware side, as I mentioned, the iPhone had just launched in 2007, but it wasn't until the iPhone 4 that they launched with motion sensors. And as you know, those are important ingredients for augmented reality. Certainly, there was a camera, again, attached to a computing device, but the early devices really were not optimized for gaming, let alone augmented reality. And so although the hardware, again, the seeds of the ingredients that were necessary for augmented reality were starting to appear, they really hadn't converged and certainly weren't substantiated at that time. And in fact, when I began in augmented reality, one of the biggest augmented reality campaigns was actually the Esquire magazine cover with Robert Downey Jr. Any emojis for those that remember that back in 2010? Oh, okay. Well, if you haven't, go back. Oh, great. Hello there, friend. Go back and watch this video. It's actually a webcam enabled experience, and that was a lot of the experiences at the time were webcam enabled because they need the computational power of a PC. And so on the platform and tool side, the App Store was just starting, and so the developer ecosystem really hadn't matured to even utilize just the phone, let alone augmented reality. And from an augmented reality development platform standpoint, there were only third-party options available, if that. Many of the developers chose to create their own computer vision stack, and all of these were out of step with the hardware at the time. But I think like the big thing to take away for this phase that I call the awakening is that the consumer just really wasn't ready. So consumers were just getting the iPhone. And if you recall, the iPhone had full desktop web. Remember, they launched with pinch and zoom. And so to ask a user who had just got a smartphone to start to look through the device into the real world to start to see 3D was probably a little bit too fast, too soon. As well, if you think about social, knowing that today social AR is a really, really big part of the AR ecosystem and the success of AR today, social at that time really began with just text. If you remember, the main feature of Facebook was that status update that started a sentence for you to finish. And even in the enterprise, while there were many experiments, with augmented reality, especially on the art side, in the Army. We really weren't seeing the use of both glasses as well as mobile devices as we are seeing it today. So that was a really critical time. I would say that there was the most amount of friction compared to the time that we are in now. My history within that time frame was working as a product manager in publishing, and so I was charged with trying to identify the emerging technologies that we could incorporate as part of our editorial and advertising mix. And I had identified augmented reality at that time. This was, again, 2009, as an opportunity, again, seeing that the ingredients were there, but the amount of friction that was there for the end user, especially in and including the QR code, which I know seems ironic now, but a lot of pushback from advertisers in putting a massive, ugly code on the ad space that they had created, let alone the fact that nobody knew what a QR code was, just really caused augmented reality, at least in the industries that I was working, to be at a standstill. So that's a little bit of a, I guess, like a high level, that's where we came from summary, if that helps. What do you think, Navjeet?
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. You've been I've only been in the space for just over 3 years now. So it's always interesting to hear firsthand, where this all came from. I've seen it all in theory, but it's great to, you know, get some inside knowledge. So yeah, and that's where it came from. And, you know, we've really seen augmented reality progress in the last few years. And you guys, you know, we always get this question somewhere near the middle of the talk, and I'm sure you do, Tom, as well. What's the difference between augmented and virtual reality? So Tom, I know you probably got the quickest and best way of explaining that.
You know, I hope I do, but at the same time, I keep changing my definitions every time I answer this. So I would say that virtual reality allows you to enter a simulation. So you remove yourself from the real world and you enter a brand new world entirely. And so that is what the definition of virtual reality is. Whereas augmented reality essentially augments our reality, the reality that we're used to seeing on a regular basis with our human eyes, where we still see the real world, but it's augmented with digital objects and digital information. So that is what I would define as the difference between AR and VR. What I like about AR and VR, and you know, I was on vacation recently, just to take some time to reacquaint myself with why I'm so passionate about this technology. And I think that one of the main reasons why I really love augmented reality and virtual reality is that it allows for us to merge technology and humanity at the same time. And when I did a TEDx talk a long time ago, it feels like I talked about how we seem to feel as though technology is at odds with humanity with our current mobile devices. And I think the reason is because we are doing something in the real world, and then our computer or our mobile takes us away from that moment. And so it feels like a distraction. What I think one of the opportunities are with augmented reality in particular is that merging or blurring of the two worlds, essentially the two realities, so that essentially the real world and the technology world moment becomes one. It becomes an augmented moment, an augmented reality moment. And in that way, we're able to give our full attention to just one thing. And I find that quite exciting. So that's just one of the reasons why I think, you know, I get out of bed so enthusiastic about the technology. If you want, I can talk a little bit about, you know, how this technology is today before we start gazing into our crystal ball into the future.
Yes, yes, of course. So yeah, maybe give them a bit of a heads up of what's happened the last few years, you know, starting with Pokemon, and then especially what Eighth Wall is doing to democratize access to this technology. It's been a very eventful last 2 years, as you know.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if I called the first stage the awakening, I would say that the stage that we're in is the transition, and that would be about 3D on 2D devices. But don't think that this word transition means that it's just a stop that we're going to breeze through to our final destination. This is a very important time within augmented reality, not just for the learnings that all of us need as developers, designers, creators, industry, consumers, to be able to really understand the need and the desire for wearable technology on a regular basis. But we are seeing already massive ROI across industries, in the enterprise, and even as consumers seeing the benefit of mobile augmented reality. So while this is a really important stepping stone towards our eventual wearable future, which I think we all know is inevitable, there is a massive amount of benefit and value and upside that can be gained within this time frame. And to be fair, the stage that we're in, it has a lot of years on it. You know, the mobile device isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And so looking at especially mobile augmented reality, whether that be native, whether that be social, whether that be web AR or web augmented reality, is something that you really should, if you haven't already, started to dip your toes in and fully immerse yourself in as a major opportunity for you as a user and you as an industry expert, industry leader, as part of your team within your organization. I think like one of the things that kind of made this entire stage that we're in possible is really the advancement of hardware, platforms, and tools, as well as the readiness of the consumer. So let me break that down to you. On the hardware side, we saw that the camera is becoming a powerful device within our pocket. I don't know how many of you have seen the commercials or even the short films that have been shot on an iPhone. That is really telling. You wouldn't have been able to do that back in 2009 when I first started in augmented reality. So the camera has become powerful. It has become just as good, if not better, as the professional camera that photographers have been using. And in addition, with the rumors of iPhone 12, but certainly already what we're seeing with devices from Samsung, the iPad, we're also seeing depth sensors be added to our devices. So time of flight or LiDAR are some of the terms that you're going to be continuing to hear, which makes our cameras even more powerful and allows for our cameras to be able to see depth. And of course, we're 3D creatures, and depth is part of being 3D. And so being able to place augmented reality in the space requires for the camera to be able to understand the entirety of the space, including 3D. In addition, the graphics, the chips, the processors on the phone have been optimized for gaming, optimized for augmented reality, and that's an important thing to understand. Also, you may think that the foldable phone is a little bit of a gimmick, but it actually will play, I believe, a major role in augmented reality. With augmented reality, you're looking through the screen in order to see the augmented world. You need a great field of view to be able to do that. With our current phones, they are sufficient, but imagine being able to double, triple, quadruple the size of your screen by unfolding it. It will allow for you to be able to see more of that augmented world. So definitely keep an eye on foldable smartphones. On the platform and tool side, we've seen the launch of ARKit and ARCore, which from a native application standpoint puts the development platforms for native apps lock in step with the hardware, making it sing with the hardware, which is really key. And from an 8-ball perspective, we debuted and unlocked the opportunity of web augmented reality or augmented reality in the browser back in 2018 when we launched our own SLAM, hyper optimized for the browser. This means now that the web and the native app ecosystem are in play. This is an important and critical milestone within the mobile augmented reality space. And so whether you're building using Unity or Unreal, or you're building using 8th Wall, we now are providing end users with the chance to discover and engage with augmented reality within the two major places that they are interacting with applications and experiences. And this is really, really important. In addition, the developers and designers and creators are starting to ramp up on their skills. And this is also really key. The ability to design and develop and create in 3D is different than 2D. And we have the necessary tools out there, the development platforms, to equip these amazing folks with the ability to start their journey to really perfect their skills within this 3D space. And guess what? As I mentioned, this whole transition 3D on 2D is really allowing for us to ramp up on the skills, on the technology, on that we need in order to be ready for wearing glasses on a regular basis. And finally, on the consumer side, the consumers are ready. Remember, I talked to you about how when the iPhone launched, we tried to make augmented reality a thing, but they didn't even know how to access the desktop web on their iPhone. Well, now we're seeing users be so bored with their smartphone after having it in their pocket for 10 years that they're willing to put it in a cardboard box and slap it on their face. When I saw that, I said, yes, they are ready for something new with their phone. They have app fatigue. They're looking for new things to do with their phone. There's actually brand new behavior we're seeing with the phone. You're not paying attention to TikTok and Snapchat's body AR filters and watching, especially Gen Z, put their phone down or putting them on tripods and interacting with them as if they were video cameras. This is brand new behavior. I'm like shocked and amazed and so grateful that this has happened. And it's a departure from the selfie culture that we're used to, or even just turning the camera around, which is still brand new for people. So consumers, they are ready for something new. They're already starting to see value with augmented reality and 3D. Eighth Wall, thanks to Rock Paper Reality, using our tools, launched WebAR for Saatchi Art, for example, as an e-commerce example of this type of technology that allows for end users to be able to place 3D art on their wall to help them better their shopping experience. So already immediate value for end users today, seeing what they can do with 3D on 2D devices. Lastly, before we jump into the future is, what about glasses? Well, during this time, we are seeing glasses. And by the way, I'm not talking a lot about the enterprise, and it has its own journey. In the enterprise, glasses have got cheap enough and good enough. This word enough is important. It's cheap enough, good enough to do pilots and to do full rollouts. But on the consumer side, we're going to continue to see smart glasses be tested within the market, mainly tethered to our smartphones. But I suspect it will be a couple years before we really reach that tipping point where people are wearing augmented reality glasses on a regular basis. And maybe that's when we can talk about finally the future, which is on the screen. People are like, where's the future, right, Nepgene?
No. But in this subject, it's very important to understand where we came from and where we are. And I think you'll agree that especially 2020 has really fast-tracked the speed at which people will adopt augmented reality. You're just seeing the metrics on some of the platforms. You're seeing the metrics on the web. This really sped up what the anticipation was going to be for 2020. Whereas I've heard a lot more people talk about AR and everything that's happening in the world in terms of these technologies, so much more. And we've been waiting for it to come, but it seems that is as if it's here. And the latest numbers I've seen is augmented reality is able to be accessed by about 3.1 billion devices today, and which is just going to increase more and more and more in the future. With the advent of more mobile phones and tablets. And then that leads us to our next topic, which is what is the future of augmented reality, and where do you see, in Tom's crystal ball, the world going, and how do we get there from today?
Yeah, well, just on that last point, I think understanding the change agent that has been forced upon us, as you were kind of alluding to, the pandemic in particular, is really a major catalyst for this change that is actually going to very much influence and expedite our journey towards augmented reality and virtual reality. I certainly have heard the word virtual more than I ever expected to. From people that aren't in technology. And just like how the consumer needs to understand 3D on 2D before they can do 3D in a 3D computing format like a wearable, it's important for a consumer to really understand the need for virtual before they can move to virtual reality. And that's exactly what's happening today. So I think like this is a great segue into a wearable future, which is exactly where we're headed towards when smart glasses become wearable. This is like important. So I know that many of you maybe put up your hand or use an emoji if you're in a headset right now. HMD. Yes. So listen, the Oculus Quest is a miracle device, especially if you've been in virtual reality for a long time. It is a magical device, but with battery life as well as with comfort, you often reach your limit where you have to just take a break. And so if we're expected, and by the way, when I'm talking about the future, which I call the shift, finally when we shift into full, augmented reality and virtual year. This expectation is that we have a device that we're wearing on a regular basis, a pair of glasses. You see many design concepts of them. And if we're going to wear a computer on our face, it needs to be wearable. And wearable can be broken down into two main ways. The first is it needs to look good, and looking good is subjective. So what it just means is that you don't feel embarrassed wearing it. And by the way, in the early days, the early adopters, they'll wear anything. And I'm just waving my hand because that's me. Like, I will wear anything. If you want to put it on my face, I will wear it. I wore Google Glass in 2013 out in public for a complete year. Come up and talk to me about that experience. So, but for the everyday, mainstream consumer, they need to be able to feel comfortable wearing this out in public, and they need to feel comfortable wearing it, and it needs to last long enough. That's another part. You don't want to have a dead computer on your face. And that's certainly something that happened to me, unfortunately, with Google Glass, where it only lasted a couple hours. And then because I had actually mounted my prescription glasses as part of the device, it was really just a pair of glasses with a dead computer attached to it. And so we need to get out of that, and we need to solve for those problems. In addition, I think it's really important to think of the augmented reality glasses as just part of a constellation of devices that need to converge in order to create contextual computing. And so thinking about other wearables that we wear and how we be able to tap into those sensors, as well as IoT sensors that may be in and around our environment, and how they all connect and support the HMD or the HUD that we may be wearing, I think is something that we need to keep an eye on. And so if you're in this space, you automatically should be very interested in wearables, whether they be medical wearables or other wearables. You need to be keeping an eye on all sensors, because if we truly want to have an immersive experience, which is the word we keep using, an immersive experience is not just sight. And also, not all of us experience and perceive worlds through just our eyes. There are other ways to perceive the world. And so we need to be tapping into all of those senses, and computer sensors are required. On the platform and tools side, like I said, this time that we're in right now is helping to mature the necessary platforms for 3D, ramping up the developers and creators. And I certainly feel, because we are hoarders of mediums, that when we get to a point where we're wearing glasses on a regular basis, we won't be getting rid of our phones or our computers or books or papers anytime soon. Like, we've seen new technologies come out that we think are going to remove things like paper. For example, back in 2009, my role was to save paper. We thought that perhaps the iPad and the tablet and the ebook was going to wipe away the need for books. But look, 10, 11 years later, we still have both. So, history has shown that we just keep all of our mediums. We have not fully replaced them. Maybe that's possible, with virtual reality and augmented reality, but I don't see that at the gate. And so this means then that these platforms and tools are probably going to need to be responsive. And so responsive meaning that your experience on mobile and desktop and wearable need to be considered. So this is the new responsive paradigm that we may be entering. In addition, just like how we saw with development platforms that were particular to mobile, we're going to need to see wearable first development platforms and wearable first thinking when we get to that point. And developers and creators and the industry are only going to start to really pay attention to the space once they can see a path to critical scale. So that, comes back to when the hardware is ready, and when, speaking about the consumer, when the consumer is almost demanding these glasses. And that's what I see is happening with mobile AR. While mobile AR is realizing real ROI for many industries and for consumers, as I gave some quick examples before, it's also helping to groom the necessary behavior for the end users, so that we hope that they get to a point where they say, my arm hurts. When I start seeing people hold up their phone and start to complain about how heavy the smartphone is to experience augmented reality, I think that we know that we're ready for putting glasses on the shelf and for end users to understand the value of what these glasses are all about. And so that demand in turn will give confidence to the developer, creator, and designer community and to the industry. And I think that once we start to see that come together, our wearable future comes into play. In addition, of course, as I mentioned before, I think like one of the big key factors that's necessary for wearable computing is contextual computing. So thinking about semantic understanding, for example, as part of the kit. A more robust occlusion, the AR cloud coming together for persistence. There are still a lot of like fundamental ingredients that even if glasses were ready today, really haven't been refined and perfected to provide extreme value for smart glasses as we expected. Not to mention, I think this being able to toggle between a world like this and virtual reality and augmented reality for the same pair of glasses. So these are just some of the things that I'm thinking about as I look to the future. And although we're seeing some seeds, of all of what I'm talking about today, it'll take, I think, a couple of years before this really comes together. And we've reached a point when a pair of smart glasses has critical scale as a smartphone, and the smartphone space did.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, it's getting to be quite exciting, and it's like we said, as unfortunate as the pandemic was, it really sped up people getting into this space, getting into this industry. And so I know we've been talking about wearables, we've been talking about the future and augmented reality. So I'd like to ask you a personal question. What's your favorite thing about this space, other than the entire space in general? Because that's like me, but what are you most excited for?
Well, outside of WebAR, of course,
Yeah.
the biggest thing that I'm really excited about is that these technologies have the capability of teaching us that our perception is reality. That's what I'm really excited about. And that it will help us unlock our understanding that we are true creators and storytellers and world builders. And I think that once you get a taste of these technologies, you truly understand that. I think it will help us see our world through a different lens, because that's exactly what this technology is doing. And I think we'll be better people because of it. That's what truly excites me.
Awesome. That's amazing. So everyone, this has been a great chat with Tom Furness. Tom Emmerich. Sorry about that. Tom was right before. I would like
He's
to
a great guy.
open this up. Yeah, very good guy. It seems like all the Toms are great in the XR space. So what I'd like to do is open this up for any questions from the audience, and then after we'll remove the stage blocker and let everyone come down if you want to have some conversations down here. So please raise your hand if you have any questions. All right. Oh, here we go. Kirby. Stage access. There we go. Good. All right,
Yeah,
Kirby, I think you should be good.
okay. Hey, thanks for that. So technology is always a double-edged sword. Um, so when you think about augmented reality coming, in the next few years here, getting better and better, what are some of the negatives that we need to be aware of? And yeah, that's the question.
Yes, I definitely agree. I mean, technology is a tool, and you can choose to do good things with the tool, or you can choose to do bad things with the tool, right? And so I totally hear you. I actually spoke about the death of reality, as well as a Black Mirror kind of white mirror at AWE in 2018 and 2019. So if you want to hear all my thoughts on what I think could happen positively and could happen negatively, definitely check out the Black Mirror white mirror talk that I did on YouTube. But I hear what you're saying, and I think that's an important question that we need to consider. And I think the XRSI group which is the XR Safety Initiative. If you haven't seen their recent news, just launched a brand new paper on privacy. And I think having discussions around privacy and safety and security is really important as we continue to move into a time where we are essentially, augmenting or editing our perception of the world. I've been seeing some tweets right now on Twitter around diminished reality, which, if you haven't heard that term, is in removing things from the world, essentially censoring the world, which is the opposite of what you may think about with augmented reality, which is adding things in. So even if we just take that as an example, that's a very powerful tool to have. But what happens if, we get into a time where you're wearing smart glasses and you choose to edit out certain types of people, people from your past to your world? What does that do with how you as a person are exposed to other stories and experiences? So I definitely feel like these types of conversations on ethics, on human impact, on privacy, on safety, we really need to be continually talking about it, and they need to be top of mind. And essentially, I kind of see the desktop and mobile space as a sandbox, especially our previous PC era, where we were starting to understand and build a digital world, but it was behind the safety. And I'm using air quotes, but you can't see it because it wasn't fully safe, of course. But meaning it really didn't. You could always walk away from your computer, but we were starting to see things like trolls and discrimination and echo chambers all propagate, and these are real issues. We've seen elections be impacted and things like that. And so if we don't take cue and we don't listen to what's been happening in the sandbox in the digital world that's behind a pane of glass, before we smash that pane of glass and allow for computing to live amongst us and with us in the real world, I think we're going to be in trouble. So I definitely love that question, Kirby, and I think these types of conversations need to continue to be had. And companies that are creating tools and that are and developers and creators and designers that are creating worlds and experiences need to have this definitely in mind.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So next we have Karen. So there we go. Karen.
Okay,
Oh.
great. Thanks.
Oh, there. Yeah,
It's
I did.
always interesting to hear your insights on these topics. This has been great. I wonder if you could talk a little bit. You've primarily addressed the consumer market for AR here, and it seemed a few years ago that industry was where we were going to see the really big growth and adoption of AR. And while that's still sort of happening, it's interesting to see that consumer adoption is really ramping up. And I wonder if you could talk about the different ways in which you see those spaces developing or using these technologies, and so ways that they are diverging and ways that they might eventually converge again.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I have to apologize. My mind always goes right to consumer because I've been in the consumer space for so long. But yes, there's so much going on in the enterprise. And I've always said that with brand new devices and form factors, it tends to follow the same path, which is academia to military, military to enterprise or work, and then to the consumer space. And so I think like the too long don't read to your answer, to your question, Karen, is that the way that they differ is, I would say, in the consumer space, it's all about mobile AR. It's all about mobile AR, which includes web AR, social AR, and native applications. But on the enterprise side, although we are seeing the use of mobile and tablets, the big difference is that we're seeing the use of smart glasses. These smart glasses could be heads-up displays like Google Glass or Vuzix, for example, or they could be the use of HoloLens. And from what I'm hearing we may be starting to see pilots be wrapped up, small batch rollouts be wrapped up, and certain industries, including supply chain, manufacturing, automotive, military, aerospace, are starting to from what I understand, consider rollouts of smart glasses based on the measurement of those tools, in that they're seeing real ROI in cost savings, whether that be in reduction of travel, or reduction of errors in emission, increased efficiencies. I've even heard of some organizations be quite taken aback by how efficient their workforce is becoming because of devices like a HoloLens, for example. And so I think with the enterprise, we may not be hearing as much storytelling because enterprise typically doesn't do as much storytelling, right? And so way back in, well, it's not really way back, but in 2017, I believe, when Google Glass came back from the dead, which was like, I'm using air quotes again. I wish I could do air quotes with my hands, but it really never died. It was when it moved from its big debut to the world, where Google kind of threw it against the wall in 2013 to see what use cases would come about. They shifted their focus to the enterprise, and it had been in the enterprise for a while. But I'd always said that, if it comes down to storytelling at the end of the day that builds confidence for everybody. And once the enterprise starts to tell stories around their use of glasses, then we understand that there's activity with that device in that space. And then other enterprise players start to want to adopt the same. And it happened in 2017. A huge blog post came out from Google Glass indicating the partners that they had worked for. And it did start a little bit of a snowballing effect where, we've seen a couple of different articles come out with actual statistics around, again, the ROI, the cost savings, the efficiencies, the errors and emissions within specific industry. And so I fully expect that as consumers continue to figure out how their lives will be enriched with mobile augmented reality, and early adopters jump on the bandwagon with whatever new glasses may come out that may that may be bundled up with their smartphone when they get it from Verizon or AT&T, or they may just be do a couple of use cases, like notifications in your eye, for example. The enterprise will actually be adopting smart glasses as a tool, just like they did, fax machines or computers or smartphones. And then what will happen is, I think, once smart glasses become an everyday use by end users, and this, by the way, may happen because they are demanding it because they've reached their kind of like a point in mobile where they don't want to hold up their phone, like I'd mentioned. But it could also be that, that dad and mom are bringing home these smart glasses from the office, and they're finding some new uses for it at home, kind of like what happened with the BlackBerry, perhaps. We may get to a point where it's BYOW, which is bring your own wearable, where all of a sudden now the mainstream consumer space is using a wearable device. The enterprise has been using that device for a while now, and people don't want to be carrying around two pairs of glasses, which actually might happen. So I mean, like, that would be hilarious, because we did that with the phone, and we have two pockets but we only have one head. So I don't know what's going to happen there, but that's kind of how I see maybe the future kind of come about on the enterprise side.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Tom, you're getting quite popular here. We got a bunch of questions waiting. All right, so
Great.
next, Teal in Pink. I'm gonna get you up for your question right now. There you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I was kind of curious with the change, especially after the pandemic, in the ways that we work, and with much more people choosing to work remotely or from home as opposed to going and commuting. How and I really love VR and the way that it creates the space of teamwork. Like, I can see people, like, there's a sense of shared space and collective space being in a group. And then that's the thing, when working remotely, you don't have that. How would augmented reality be able to create that sense of space that VR has
Mhm.
in the workplace? That was my
Yeah,
question.
Yeah, that's a great question. And definitely, I think like right now we're seeing how, Zoom and video conferencing has become the norm, right? And what I love about what I love about that is that we're starting to see that we can connect and do work virtually. I think like just that fundamental is needed. And the more that we prove that out, the better the chance it is to convince the industry at large that we can do the same within VR and AR and even better. But to your point in particular, I think like a really good example of that is a company called Spatial, which started out in augmented reality using HoloLens, using mobile devices, using the Magic Leap, using Nreal, and now is supported on the Oculus device. And the way I think like the immediate future is going to happen with work is that a solution needs to consider the devices that people have. So your solution that you build needs to work like AltSpace on a PC, on a Mac, on mobile, in VR, and in AR. And that way, then people can experience it in space. Because like you said, that's the key. That is the key. The key is the ability to move about and interact in space. You'll have an optimized experience in virtual reality and augmented reality. I think in VR, you're allowed to focus more. You don't have the distraction right now of your phone. You don't have the distraction of whatever's happening in your home. And that's actually a really great thing. I live in San Francisco downtown in a 1-bedroom apartment. I share it with my fiance. We are always struggling to figure out who's going to work in the bedroom or who's going to work in the living room and kitchen. There's only 2 rooms. But with VR, I can wipe that all away and I have complete focus. With AR, I can still collaborate and work with anybody who's in a virtual space by positioning maybe whiteboards, seeing avatars float in my room. And so if I wanted to stay in my room, and this is especially more, I think, important when you have more than one person in a space. So let's say me and Navjeet, we're 2 real people in an office, and we have you as remote, Karen as remote, and so you come as avatars, whether you're in VR or AR, into our space. So we want to see necessary. You need to still see your office. I think augmented reality is well suited. When you really want to have that focus, virtual reality, I think, is a really good way to go. And that way I kind of see how virtual reality might be a really great developer experience. If you watch developers and their need to focus on coding, for example, and just get into that flow, get into the zone, I could see how, virtual reality, albeit when headsets get lighter and more comfortable so that you can wear them on a regular basis, developers in particular may choose to opt to code in virtual reality because they just have wiped the world away completely and be able to focus. Hopefully that gives you some information related to your question.
Excellent. All right. Now next we have Matthews P. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I will put you on there right now. There you go.
Thank you. So I was just wondering, because since this that VR and AR that I read one piece.
Oh no. I think he's gone.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Well, that. All right. I guess if there's no more questions, I believe. Oh, yeah, he seems to have been silent. So we have one more question waiting. Oh, no more. So what we'll do here, everyone, thank you, everyone, for attending this session. Real quick, I'm going to turn the stage blocker off. If everyone would like to come up to the stage and maybe gather around for a selfie, and then, yeah, we have our next session coming up in about 10 minutes. There we go.
Thank you, everybody. So good to be chatting with you. Thanks, MG.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That was awesome.
Hi.
Great. Yeah. swarming the stage. We learned about the stage blocker this morning, Tom. All right, here we go. Tom, I'm gonna get up here. I'm actually just gonna snap.
Which
a
way are
photo.
we
If you guys
facing?
all, if you guys all want to look at me at the back of the stage, I will just snap a photo. Right, and on 3, throw up your favorite emoji. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do one more. No. Wow, that one was great. All right, thank you everyone for attending this great session. Tom, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, before you
Thanks,
leave the
everybody.
stage, before you
to the left of that,
Mhm.
there's a button. The top button, press that. There should Can our film crew just give me a signal that you guys are ready to go, please? See, the bots. All right,
Well,
camera crew is ready to go. Fantastic. Okay,
Yay.
guys. Welcome everybody to the Global HR Summit. This has been a fantastic first day and first morning, and we're about to continue what has been a fantastic trend. I'm so lucky here to introduce two incredible women, Katrina Collier and Tangi Pettis. These individuals have built career. I know, don't laugh. I'm trying to be honest about you guys, how great you are.
Thanks.
We're excited.
Right?
Very surreal.
And this is a surreal experience for all of us. And this is a great opportunity to do what the two of you do best, which is connect. And when I look back at your careers and your backgrounds and your experiences and our chats together, the importance of relationship really has shone through in everything that you guys do. So I think this medium is absolutely perfect for the conversation that we're going to have today, which is how to build better relationships with hiring managers. And let's be honest, in some organizations now, the issue of hiring is still unfortunately viewed as a transactional exercise. It's let's fill a space with a person. And we all know up here that that is a very short-sighted view to a very significant investment in organizational culture. So the relationship that exists between hiring managers and potential employees is a really, really important conversation, but so is the relationship between hiring managers and their talent professionals that support them. So over the course of the next 40 or so minutes, both Tanji as well as Katrina will take us through their experiences, some stories, and I promise we're going to have a lot of fun along the way. So let's kick things off the ways we should. If you guys can grab your emoji buttons, let's just throw up some smiley faces. Let's throw up some hands. Let's throw up some hearts. Let's get things started. Everyone, welcome to the Global HR Summit. I'll turn things over to Katrina to kick things off.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. This is too exciting. So when I wanted to talk about this topic, there was no other person that I wanted to talk to about this topic with other than Tanji Pettis. I'm going to let us introduce ourselves to explain a bit more, but my goodness, does she know a lot about this topic, and particularly for doing it remotely, which of course is what we're all going through at the moment. So, Tanji, do you want to introduce yourself first, or shall I, or how will we do this bit?
Well, sure. I want to say hello. I am excited to be here in this environment. This is history in the making. I have been working remotely for over 20 plus years. I can say this is my first time in a conference in a virtual setting. So one of the things that's important to note is that, like Katrina mentioned, in my career, I've been working with hiring managers for over 20 years. 15 years of that has been working in a setting that's been remote. And every job that I've had and every career path that I've paved the way for has been because of the great relationships that I've formed over the years working remotely with hiring managers. Some not so good stories and some very, very high level overcoming, barriers type of stories. And I'm excited to share today.
Oh, thank you so much, Tanji, for being here. So I'm Katrina Collier. If you don't know who I am, I'm a recruiter of old. I've been in the industry since 2003 and watched all the changes that have happened because of that, especially the internet. Actually, just earlier, I was realizing that I have known my, now ex-husband for 20 years, and we used to be on dial-up, and here I am today doing this in virtual reality. It's quite surreal, just 20 years later. I'm also author of The Robot Proof Recruiter, which Tanji is a massive contributor to, particularly chapter 5, which is all about managing those hiring managers. And I spent a lot of my time getting them to behave because they're impacting candidate experience. So that's my focus now coming into 2020. And then, of course, we had this minor little pandemic kind of getting in the way. So it's kind of made things very, very different. It'd be really cool if we could have a little show of using your emoji button, maybe the smiley people, for those of you who are in the world of recruitment or talent acquisition. It'd be quite cool for us to know who is. Few of you. Okay, very, very cool.
Awesome.
It's just nice to know. Isn't that cool? I'm loving this. It's too much fun.
So,
and also, actually, the other thing is I've been working remote for 10 and a half years myself. And back when I was recruiting as well, I was also doing it remotely. And obviously the change in 10 and a half years is enormous. So different times, though, different times. So should we start with some horror stories, Tanji? Or should we start with I really love to start with a horror story.
yeah. Start with some horror stories that you've experienced, and I can let you know.
Yeah. Well, this is the sort of stuff I'm hearing of late, which is hiring managers turning up to Zoom chats late. Okay, might forget that, but they're interviewing and they're taking phone calls during the interview, or worse, they're eating, but they're certainly not paying any attention. Have you experienced anything like that? Have you got any top tips on how we stop them doing that?
Yeah, for sure. I can provide tips on how to help prevent that. So one of the things being in the relationship space as a recruiter or in the TA space, you have to remember we are a small blip on the radar of the hiring managers. So to them, an interview might be the first time they get to sit down all day. So that means multitasking. That means getting this interview done, catching a snack, catching up on emails. But it's our job to coach them. And so one of the ways that I was successful when I was more on the front lines doing this directly was being able to have those opportunities to have conversations with the hiring managers about what it is that's expected of them. It sounds so simple, but you would not believe the aha moments that I've had with hiring managers saying, "Oh, okay, I get it now. I get it." You
Yeah.
know, these are that 30 minutes or that 60 minutes out of your day that can change the velocity of your team, your career. You know, this might be your succession planned professional who may be the person that's going to move you up the ranks. That time that you spend in the interview is going to be key. Not only are you interviewing, but they are interviewing you as well. Don't do anything in an interview that you wouldn't want them to do. So if they're going to show up late, would you hire them? If they're going to eat at the interview, would you hire them? And it's really when you reverse those kind of things in a very simple way, it's so enlightening in terms of like what the hiring manager starts to realize and think. And so that's also, Katrina, something I like to share about hiring managers. We're
Yeah.
partners. We're coaches.
Yeah.
We're not
Oh my
their
God.
order takers. And so that's a whole nother topic that we can go into. But
Oh
that's the
yeah.
foundation of what this is all about. It's not about having them go to the interview and say, it didn't work out. You know, I was too busy
Oh
or
my
I
God.
couldn't show up.
So
You've got to show the
that
value, right?
yeah, that partner thing's really interesting. So we had Simon Hawkeyard on the Social Recruiting Show just recently, which is a show I've been running now every Thursday, but every week for years. And he was talking about exactly that. And he's thinking behind why it happens that we see ourselves as a service, not a partner, is because we come in from recruitment agent side or staffing, as you call it here in the US, a lot of the time. So it's that remembering, actually, no, you are a partner. And it's like quite a difference. He was saying, have an attitude that you're a partner as well, which is also what you're referring. And I love what you just said about is the succession. So you kind of got them thinking about, well, actually, I am potentially recruiting the person that will replace me when I move up. Love that thinking. So how do you go about when you've been working remotely, gaining the trust of the hiring manager so you can be that partner, so that you can really feel, I am that partner? How have you done that?
Yeah, it definitely takes a little more work than being on site to build that relationship in person. But it starts out with small things. Set up yourself to make commitments that you can follow through on. That's where you start building the trust from a remote standpoint. And do what you say that you are going to do, and also establish those clear boundaries. So when I talk to hiring managers, I say up front who I am to them, what I will provide to them, and I make sure that I'm going to own it. And then I line up with them what their responsibilities are. And to me, it's very clear. You know operations, right? I know recruiting. And today we are going to be great partners at this. And so that right there clearly defines it in a very smiley way. It
Yeah.
doesn't demean the situation, but I give ode to the fact that they know their business and that's why they're a leader. And I know
Yep.
recruiting because that's why I'm their recruiter.
Oh, I love that. You're really establishing that boundary. And with that, does that mean you also say no? Because I feel like there's a lot of fear amongst recruiters to just say no. If you have got a hiring manager who's really reluctant to give you their time, like,
Yeah.
how did you find the confidence to go, no, look, we're going to partner this. These are our rules. Where did that come from?
Here's a tangy tip. Find out with your
Is that a
hiring
hashtag?
managers. It should be hashtag tangy tips. So find out from your hiring managers how they like to be communicated with. What
Yep.
is the method that they want to understand your deliverables and receive them? And that's where you catch yourself being able to say the no's. So if you're communicating with them, whether it's biweekly or weekly per their agreement, and they're not following through, you've set the stage up for being able to say the no's. You've also set the stage up in the beginning if you set clear expectations. Going back to, I'm the recruiter, you're the operator. So here's an example. I can spend all day making a beautiful spreadsheet of everyone that I called Or I can narrow down everyone that I've called, qualified, and made interested in your amazing opportunity, schedule some time on your calendar, and give you the synopsis for all three. Which would you prefer?
Oh, I love that. And it's almost because then you're also explaining to them what you do, right? Because you're
Right.
saying, I can do this. This is what I do. Because a lot of the time they don't understand what we do, right?
They don't. And that is most important. As long as you know to get into their world and understand what it is that they do, and then give them a glimpse of your world. And most of the time, I can't say I guarantee you, but almost I can guarantee you, you'll get this quote. I don't know how you do that all day. I'm so glad you're my recruiter. And it's that part that's the game changer, when you're able to show them all of the work that hands over to here's a candidate. It's not just get me more candidates. This is a lot of work and effort to find that candidate. And now that they're in front of you, this is what I need for you to do in the interview. Don't show up in the Zoom interview with a snack. Don't show up late. Don't ghost the candidate and not show up. And don't reschedule them.
Yeah.
Those are the
Okay.
deliverables you should ask for.
You've mentioned my favorite word. Now, anyone who's following me on LinkedIn knows I have been ranting about ghosting a lot. And I mean recruiters ghosting candidates, not the other way around. So I also am a huge believer, though, that because we're not getting the commitment from the hiring manager up front, we're not necessarily getting the feedback as recruiters sitting in the middle to go back to candidates. So how do you stop them delivering feedback like, oh, they're not a cultural fit?
Right. That
Any
vague cultural
I don't
fit
need a
thing.
tangy tip on that, right?
Hashtag tangy tip on that one.
Number
This
two.
is actually right, but this is a personal opinion. I can't say that this is, written in stone anywhere. It's just a recommendation over the years that I have conversations with hiring managers to refrain from giving specifics on why a candidate is not selected. There's legal reasons in that.
Okay.
There's opportunities for miswording, and you want to be careful with that. And so I ask that they typically give a generalization about that. I've even had the hiring managers turn back the candidate to me, and I can have that conversation. It's something that I've done over the years, very comfortable with, and I know the right verbiage to say. It's
Right.
just really important not to get that far into the weeds with conversations with each candidate. Now, some people might say, well, don't you provide feedback? I absolutely encourage to provide feedback. But when you get too general or too specific, you really can get too far into the weeds and probably say things that are not necessarily what you're trying to say and can come off inappropriately.
So can you give me an example though? So like I get the too specific and too general. I'm sort of trying to say,
Yeah.
because my issue is, what if it was that thing that really makes it an amazing for like that person takes that bit of feedback and changes how they interview going forward, and that changes everything. So
Yep.
that's like, how do you make it so it's in the middle? But get
So
your hiring
I'll
managers
give you
to do
an
that.
example, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I've had a hiring manager come back to me and say, I didn't like the way they answered my questions. So if you go to the candidate and you tell them, I'm not hiring you because I didn't like the way you answered my questions, right? I
They're gonna
asked
get a bit annoyed.
Yeah, they're going to get annoyed, a little offensive, and then it's going to get very nitpicky. So I went to that hiring manager and I said, what specifically was it that they didn't answer that you didn't like? And it actually boiled down to the candidate was not specific. The hiring manager was probing and probing, and the questions that she was asking, the person kept coming back with generalizations, right?
Yeah.
And she didn't want to feed answers into that candidate. And so she just got frustrated. She ended the interview and it was, I didn't like the way she answered my questions. But do you see how that can come off offensive by just telling the candidate, well, no, you weren't selected because I didn't like the way you answered the questions. So when I talked to the candidate, because she wanted to know, I explained to her, in the future, when you're in interviews, here's some feedback for you. Because this person is someone now that I can quote unquote network with and possibly present later because I'm coaching up their skill. So I explained, when you're being asked questions, be more specific. And then I actually taught that candidate about the STAR method. being able to cite the situation, the task, the action, and the results. And that candidate thanked me at the end of that. It wasn't the answer that she wanted, you didn't get the job, but now she can go into an interview and prepare
Do something.
herself based
So,
off of the STAR method.
so by giving that, you're giving her something that's great. You're making sure your hiring managers understand they need to give something that's a bit more structured in feedback, but not, again, too little, too much. But also,
Right.
you're ensuring candidate experience. So obviously, I see all the time on the internet where the hiring managers are mistreating people, again, not giving feedback, ghosting, being arrogant, all these kinds of things. And those horror stories end up on the internet. But by doing what you're suggesting, of course, you're saving the company from that. But you're also not creating
Right.
risk, which is the nice balance, isn't it?
Exactly. Exactly.
Have you
And that
ever
was
had that?
general.
Sorry. Yeah,
And that was
it was
general,
general,
but I
wasn't it?
didn't go too
Yeah.
specific in terms of she didn't like your answers.
Yeah, but I also think it's giving you the nice balance. You're not putting the company at exposure, but you're making sure you're not ruining the reputation of the company because everyone wants closure. They want that feedback. They want to know where they're going and that kind of
They
a
want
thing.
that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
they want that. So when you were talking about communication, I was thinking like, here we are sitting in virtual reality. There's so many apps that we have going on all the time. And this world of interruption that we live in. So with your hiring managers, do you also talk about like how actually which technology they want to use? Have you had to shift in your like, I want to use email and they want to use something else? Do you set those boundaries
Absolutely.
with them as well?
Those boundaries are always set up front. One epic fail of recruiters is we try to generalize the process that works best for us. I did that when I was new to recruiting. I communicated with all my hiring managers the exact same way. And then I couldn't understand why some of them were not being receptive or the relationship wasn't forming. And it was because I wasn't speaking. Have you all read that book, The Five Love Languages by Gary Chapman?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't speaking their recruiter language. And some didn't want to have me sending them reports every week. Some didn't want me calling them every week. I had a manager that never showed up for phone calls, ever. And I'm like, why is this happening? And I had a conversation with her, and she explained to me, Kenji, I don't need to talk to you each week. Send me an email with your quick hits, and that's it. And it was that pivotal moment where I learned that I needed to ask the hiring managers, how do you want to be communicated with? Typically, you're going to have a mix, and that's what I did. My spreadsheet crew, okay, a couple spreadsheets, because it's being done anyway.
Yeah.
So from there, what I would end up doing is I would actually let them go ahead and listen to me with having the spreadsheet. And then the ones that wanted an email, I would get the email to them when they had the email that they wanted. And then that's when I started seeing more responses from my hiring managers, and the relationship was forming.
Okay. Can I give you have we lost Tangi's audio? Not sure. I can still
so
hear
what
you.
we're going to do here is,
Yep.
Katrina,
Yes.
I have a question for you. While Tangi gets
Sure.
her headset sorted out and re-enters the space for us, you talked a lot about the need to set boundaries with hiring managers and how it's really important to do that up front. And you've relayed some of the examples of what happens when you don't do that. I'm curious. From my perspective, what happens when you set boundaries up front, but they're not respected during the relationship? How do you approach something like that?
I think that's when you have to have had an actual agreement, like be it verbal, written, whatever it is, an actual agreement, and you have to then show them evidence that they've done that and say, look, we had an agreement that you were going to do X, Y, Z, and you haven't done that, and this is the knock-on impact of that. And sometimes you just have to say no and be prepared to step away. I think a lot of the time that doesn't happen because recruiters don't feel like they're in a partnership with the hiring manager. So when that respect is gone, or that their leader doesn't have their back so that they can actually say, look, Mr. Hiring Manager, Ms. Hiring Manager, I needed this from you. By not delivering it, it's caused this issue. I'm going to step away until you can deliver that to me. If that makes sense. It kind of takes a bit of audacity, but you also need to know that you know, your TA leader's got your back. There she is. I can see her in the audience. Tangi's coming back.
Fantastic.
You have to teleport
I'm
in, hun.
here. I am trying to get back to you, my friend.
And it sounds like when you're working with those hiring managers, and as you said, you have to be audacious about it.
Yeah.
What you have to do is also be willing to walk them through the implications of the
Yep.
change in the scrum.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I spend a lot of time with hiring managers actually showing them how the impact of their candidate experience. So if you are really struggling with your hiring managers, go and have a look on the internet at what's being said about your company and the processes, because the evidence that you need to get them to sort it out is written there. It's in Glassdoor interview reviews, it's in Indeed reviews, it's in Kununu in Europe, for example. They're writing, people are writing on the internet. I've seen bad reviews on Google Maps, which is maximum impact when you think about it. So it's really worth showing them that and saying that I'm not doing this for the fun of it. If we're going to recruit the right people to this company, I need this to be a partnership. We need to work together to do this. I can see you next to me.
Awesome. Okay.
Yay!
I'm
Did you have
back. It happened.
You're back. I didn't even know you'd gone off that much. I'm more concerned everyone can hear my Labrador panting. He seems to be sitting at my feet panting. So did you hear all of that while you were wishing in and out? Did you have anything to add in that true partnership, like showing the consequences when they won't deliver what they should deliver?
Absolutely. No, that was spot on. And thanks for the fill in. That was the segue of pretty much where my conversation was going. So, where I left off at about talking about giving back to them how they want to be communicated with and the ways that they want to have that feedback from you. That's where everything starts to click with the relationship, because now you're speaking their language, they're understanding, how you're going to communicate with them, and you start the cadence of a long-standing relationship and understanding for each other.
Yeah. So we were also going to talk about human resources. So where you are now, do you sit within human resources or do you partner with them?
We partner with them at Aspen Dental. The whole TA team is a team comprised of recruiters, and we report into the VP of Talent Acquisition. We do have a chief HR officer, and that alignment and partnership is something that's just, it's unparalleled to any company that I've ever been with, and I think that's essential to the success of any recruiting team. So human resources really aligns with us in the talent acquisition space. They're our voice, they're our partner, and that's the driver when you're building relationships with hiring managers, when you have that credibility with your HR teams.
Yeah. Because also, I think now as well, it really matters with onboarding, doesn't it? And pre-boarding. Because, you're also recruiting people that are in short supply. Like a lot of people will be recruiting technology people. And that's often the drop-off, isn't it? Where recruiters hand over this precious candidate to HR to bring them on board. They've said yes verbally. And then there's this delay with the contract. Nobody talks to them until the start date. Have you ever had to develop that where it's been a problem and then taking it to where it wasn't a problem? Have you got any more tangible tips? I'm really liking that. I'm going to have that going forward.
Hashtag Tangy Tips. So with the onboarding piece, it does start with HR, because they have to have that stuff come from the top down. But it also forms at the ground level with the recruiter and the or hiring managers. And I say that because your hiring manager is on the front line, and that's where that employee is going to go on day one. And something that we have at Aspen Dental is day zero. Before the person even starts, you're embracing them. They're part of a community, part of a team. For example, when I was hired with Aspen Dental, I gave 30 days notice to the company that I had left, right?
Wow.
And when I did that, because that's just the kind of girl that I am. When I did that, every single week, I had text messages from my new manager at Aspen Dental. I had emails from the team at that time there was a bad storm, and I was able to feel comfortable enough to reach out to who my new team members were going to be, because I felt like I knew them. And I was like, are you okay? I heard there was a storm in Florida. I heard there was a storm in Alabama. It all starts at day 0. And there's something that we do. It's called send out the Aspen love. When we get that announcement and the start date, that person's phone and email is blown up. And it's just so welcoming and so rewarding.
I have heard some amazing things like that as well. I had so Ellie, who's in the Robot Proof Recruiter, she's a brilliant friend of mine. She interviewed for a company, and she was kind of like, "Yeah, I think I'm looking for a new job. I'm not 100% sure." But the CEO sent her a book. That was the start of it, and then from the moment she accepted the offer, it was pulled into a WhatsApp group, constantly communicated, shown love, made to feel like she was already part of the company, asked for her opinion on something that they were rolling out. And it happened. It was all exactly what you're saying. It's not that complicated. It's just sometimes I think that people kind of forget, don't they? They get busy and just don't do the handover.
They don't. They don't.
I was wondering if anyone had questions for us as well. We were certainly allowing enough time to answer any questions if anybody had any.
Yeah, I
can't remember how we see them.
Yeah,
you have to remind me, Matt.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll set them up so that we can all ask questions. But if anyone wants to hit the
Hey.
raise hand button in here, and make sure that happens for you.
Maybe they're all shy.
No, it's good to go. So if you want to hit your raise hand button, I'll call upon you, amplify your voice so everyone can hear you. And then Tangi will rejoin us back in a second when she re-enters the space. She's having some technical issues.
Has Tangi lost her audio again?
Yeah, there's been some technical issues, but it's 2020, right?
Good. Yeah, like I was saying, we were just realizing 20 years ago we were on dial-up. It's kind of mad how fast it's gone.
Yeah.
Nobody's
If there are any
got
questions for Tangi, who's now returned, or Katrina, please raise your hand and
Boom.
we'll call upon you.
Hi, Tangi.
Well, hey there.
I love this.
This is becoming a
my Labrador
recurring
stop
event.
panting at my feet. Hi. What's with your audio problems?
I'm wondering why. What's happening
While she
with
sorts
that?
that out, Katrina, I got a question for you if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I only asked
Sure.
tough ones though, so I apologize in advance.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun.
So
I didn't know there was going to be singing, was there?
well, and thankfully not a lot of it because I'm not a great singer.
That's not what he said on our prep calls. Yeah.
No, not at all. I said we're partners, just like I believe that HR and recruiter are partners. And we when we last started talking about this, we started talking about the relationship and how Tangi and her role is embedded within the broader HR team. But let's call a spade a spade. Sometimes there's a healthy tension that exists between the talent function and the broader HR function. As you seek to build better relationships within the organization, what role does the intersection of HR and talent have to play in building those relationships with those hiring managers?
You have to be on the same page, don't you? You really do.
You do.
I think
you do.
You do. It comes down to, have they got my back? Yeah, and so often, I mean, God, it's really hard not to name company names as you go into examples of this. I have to be really careful what I'm saying. But I have exactly this situation coming up where it is this huge problem. There's the HR have got their duties and they think that talent acquisition is stepping on their duties because it's a new function, and it's just becoming this absolute nightmare. So of course, if you want to manage the hiring managers on top of that, it's a problem, because particularly when it comes down to the legal side, you might need HR to back up and say, no, Mr. Hiring Manager, you can't say that to a female applicant, for example. So it has to be sorted out. You have to get on. You have to find a way. Have you had that happen where you are now, clearly?
So where I am now, can you hear me, Katrina?
Yeah, I think I just need you to shuffle forward.
All right, so I will.
I feel like you'd be far. Am I right? I don't think she's lined up.
No?
No? All right, okay. I don't know. I'm going to look up this question while you're...
How's this?
Perfect.
All right. So, I have had that happen, where HR is not aligned, and it's been a nightmare situation. So over the 20 years, it's not been all, roses and peachy, and that's a challenge. But if they're lined up, and that's why I really enjoy the role that I have at Aspen Dental, is because HR is aligned with TA. And so when you have built that credibility between HR and yourself, it just works. So will you have a harder fight when you don't have alignment with HR? Absolutely. But that's where you have to take the ownership. And that's what I did. That was me, boots on the ground, really forming those relationships and establishing those boundaries. And it was a little tougher.
Yeah. And what do you do if they're super, super resistant? How do you bribe them over to your
You-
side? I'm
you
sensing
keep-
muffins, cupcakes.
I wish. How do you do that virtually unless you run up a big shipping bill?
Damn it.
You ask the tough questions. I'm not afraid to ask the tough questions. I've had hiring managers where, it felt personal, but at the end of the day, you've got to think about it this way. It's not personal. These are human beings. What do they have going on outside of work? I had a manager, I swore he was out to get me. Just every day, I felt like he came to work and was ready to get me. And that wasn't the case. I took a time to have a conversation with him, and I just asked the question, how do we work better together? How do I support you better? What we're doing is not working. And, without disclosing names, this person actually was letting me know, look, it's not a good time for me. It's not you. I'm going through a divorce. So when I'm short with you, I've just got off the phone with the lawyer. I don't really want to hear about the candidate. Just send me the email and let me digest it later. And it was when I worked through that, I was able to start understanding this human is going through some things that I need to support. So when you get to know them beyond the role, that's the game changer, especially when you don't have HR support.
Yeah. And it's also just being open to the fact it might not be anything you're doing and it might be personal and they're just having a run. We do have hand raisers now. I'm going to attempt this. Yes,
We
so
do
I've
have
got
we have a few
Mandy.
questions.
I
let's
know.
call on
So
Mandy.
Mandy, so do I just press on the on air and megaphone and see what happens?
No,
Calling
Mandy's already
Mandy.
set up for success. Mandy, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll let you do it, Matt. I'll just sit here.
Mandy, what's your question?
Where's Mandy? Raise your hand, Mandy. Actual. No?
Mandy.
Hi, so sorry about that. This is new.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
First, I want to say thank you. Your energy, you ladies, is just very uplifting. And you guys talk about HR and talent acquisition, and I'm in a role where I do both, and I'm like, I should buy myself muffin and enjoy it.
I'll send the muffin.
Following up on, holding hiring managers responsible. So, telling them how they should do it. What do you do when those people are your executives? So they are far above your position and you have to go, hey, please don't miss this call. Please be on time. Like what tactic do you use to gently tell them?
Yeah. So when I was in that situation at a company I was recruiting for, in fact, the COO was actually a narcissist, so it was extremely hard. I just had to explain how few applicants there were, because at that point we were doing a business intelligence tool that was like brand spanking new and there were hardly any of them. I was pulling them in from all over the world. Really sit down and explain all of that and explain that the projects that were going to fall through if he didn't hire this person. So sometimes it's like reminding them that there's a business objective that goes along with that person, if that makes sense. Have you had that, Tanji, as well with executives?
Yes, absolutely, because their schedules can be highly unpredictable, and we're even, further away from being on their immediate radar. And so it does take those conversations to have with them. But then you can also think of ways, how do you automate the process? And so what I've done in the past is I've used text scheduling tools and I would schedule the text with the candidate's phone number or the reminder of that time. And so while it may look as if I'm there at the beck and call, which I'm not and can't be. That gentle reminder, that gentle text before they're walking down the hall, hey, you have a call with candidate ABC at this time. They loved it. I'd get a thumbs up emoji back, and the number of calls that were being missed started to reduce.
So sometimes you're saying it's not just a resistance, it's just literally they're busy, they forget, actually text them instead of you sending an email. Does that help at all?
Definitely not personal.
Oh, is she muted now?
Can we get an emoji symbol if that helps?
Yeah, if that helps. Emoji. Is there a crying one if it didn't help?
Yay! That helps.
Hang on, can you do that again and we'll get a photo? Yay! Cool. There were more questions.
Awesome.
We
Okay,
have
Matt,
a
I'm gonna let you
question
do the
from
question.
Mike Vaughn. Mike, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud
Hi.
and clear.
Hi there. Here, I'm over here.
Oh, hey!
So without knowing your structure in the organization, do you have any tips for talent acquisition who is in an organization that is used to being in office and then suddenly goes remote? Because I think if you're in a culture that is remote, it's much easier if you're one of the many versus if you're in an organization that's not remote or even flexible. And then talent acquisition has always been a role that could be done remote because we're on the phone a lot and so forth. Do you have any ideas of how do you break that barrier of the manager feeling comfortable that you're still there to support them even though you're not within the same walls?
Oh, Tangi can so answer this.
Yes.
Who was that
So-
manager who didn't even know you were remote for like 16
Yes.
years? Ridiculous.
So you remember that story. So I worked at a company where I piloted their work from home program. And so I was the only recruiter that worked from home, literally the only recruiter. And one of the things that I can tell you, Mike, is as long as your level of service doesn't change, actually, if it increases and you find niche ways to show your value and your commitment to them as a hiring manager while you're working remotely, that's all it takes. This hiring manager, it was about 6 months in. I explained to her, that I had to get back to my home state, that I was going to head out early, catch the last flight because it's going to be a little stormy. And she said, "What? I didn't even know that you didn't live here." And I said, "No, for 6 months. I've been traveling in here, and our meetings that are in person is when I'm in town, and every other conference call, I'm not at the office down the hall with the other recruiters. I am in another state." So it's all about your level of service. If that doesn't change, you should be fine.
Yeah. Sage advice. I think we have time for one more question, right, Matt?
One more
And
question.
we have one more question. Julius, go ahead and ask your question.
I like doing jazz hands. These are too funny. Julius.
Hey, so my question is actually about personality tests.
Where's Julius?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, where are you?
Give us some emojis. There we go.
Oh, yeah. So
Yay.
how do you feel about using like personality tests in, when you're interviewing, and if the hiring manager requests one, like how do you feel about that?
Over to Tangi for that one.
All right. So that's back to that whole, how does HR align with that, right? So if that's coming from HR that's supporting these, and if there's a value add per position that it's working, then go with it, right? But as a recruiter, you have the opportunity to do your own analysis. And if you have a candidate that you feel strong about, those personality tests, they should be a guide. They should not be what eliminates a candidate to go through the process. And I've actually had conversations with hiring managers about that. And some of the best hires have come through people that didn't necessarily do well on that, but I turned it into a coaching moment. And I said, this personality test is telling you what you're getting. Now you know how to coach up for success. That's what you do great. I recruit them, you coach well. So put a different spin on it if you do find yourself in a wheel where you're constantly getting these personality tests and the hiring manager is saying, next.
Yeah.
Right. Thank
Does
you
that
for
help?
Yeah.
That helps.
Yes. Sometimes there's a lot of focus on that being the determining factor if they're going to get along in the culture of the workplace.
Yeah.
So it's really frustrating when you're sourcing candidates from a different personality sector than they want to observe.
Yes,
When they've got
yes,
skills to do the job. Frustrating, hey?
absolutely.
Oh,
And all that
I
work you
think,
put into
oh,
finding that candidate, it's worth fighting for.
yeah, definitely. And I think,
What
again,
an
that also goes a lot into the evidence, doesn't it? Of like how many of this person with these skills there are as well. So the more evidence you've got to go in and say, there are only these people. So if we're going to rule them out just on this one test, maybe we should at least meet with them and see, as Tanji said, how we could coach them up. So
Right. And I wasn't aware if that's even like a legal way to discriminate between candidates, like personality test type
Ooh.
thing.
You should not be doing that. Can we say that it's
Yeah,
happening? It
I
probably
hope
is, and it
that makes,
has.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, it's usually requested. I mean, in just my experience, a
yeah.
lot of times.
It
I'd
should
hate
be a
to hear
guide,
someone being
not the
ruled out like
eliminator.
that. Yeah.
Yes, definitely a guide and not the eliminator.
Because some people don't answer them honestly either because they like get overwhelmed by them, particularly those ones that have got 3,000 questions in them. So they do try and game the system, and actually they probably don't have the personality it comes out with. Plus, again, a human has created it, so it's possibly flawed. So, yeah.
So true.
And on
Another
that
topic.
note,
Another topic.
I mean, you can definitely, I mean, obviously, come find us online as well if we're happy to help. So if we can answer
Absolutely.
later.
Absolutely. Love to take the conversation offline.
Definitely. Well, off
Guys,
the
that was a great
online.
session.
Thanks, Matt.
What an incredible
Thank
session. I
you.
promised you guys information. I promised you fun. We got bushels of each. Show your appreciation for Tanji and Katrina with some emojis, guys.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you both
so
for
much.
an incredible conversation.
That was a cool photo.
And what we'll do here, folks, is I've removed the stage blocker. So if you want to come on down and visit us here on the stage, feel free to come down and join us, continue the conversation. As a reminder, from a program perspective, there are two events happening at 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. The first is a podcast, Business, Life, and Coffee, with one of my favorites, and I know for you guys as well, Joey Price, and with a special guest, William Tincup, at 11 o'clock, which is going to be an awesome conversation. And then simultaneously, we have an 11 a.m. social networking space. I can't confirm the rumors, but I've been told there are balloons in the space. That is where you will find me at 11 o'clock if I'm not enjoying William and Joey and their conversation. So thank you again, folks, for joining this chat, building better hiring manager and HR, building better HR and hiring manager relationships, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
You. Thanks
Thanks,
so much.
Matt. Thanks, everyone. Yay, we can do like pretend clap.
Yay!
Yay!
And
That was amazing.
You take off your mega
And welcome to this session of the Global HR Summit in virtual reality. If you were with us yesterday or this morning, we've had a great series of talks so far, and we're looking to another great day and a half of programming. So on this talk, we have Joey Price hosting his Business Life and Coffee podcast. And I'll let Joey do the introductions, as I understand you guys are friends from before. So have at her, guys.
Thanks so much. And we're definitely friends, not just from the VR space, but in the social world. And I know there's quite a few people tuning in to the stream or in the room that know of me and William. But thanks for tuning into this session. It's the Business Life and Coffee podcast. And typically I have great experts on who are much more eloquent than me, have so much more to say. So I just try to ask really good questions and get out of the way. And this version of the show is no different. We have William Tincup, who is the president of Recruiting Daily. And we're just going to have a fun conversation, kind of covering what's it like attending the conference and some of the top trends that we're seeing in HR, and just have a conversation over the next 30 to 35 minutes. And I hope that you'll join. So if you hear something that's funny, use an emoji. If you want to ask a question, I'll be checking the question box all throughout the conversation. So we'd love to make this as interactive and exciting as possible. So I already see some emojis there. Great. Well, Will, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be here. And I've upgraded all to VR right before this, so it took me a little bit to get in, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad to see everyone else here and the live stream. So happy to be here, brother.
Happy to be here too, man. And I've got to say that you've got the best beard of the conference.
Well, I had long hair and I shaved it all off about 2 weeks ago, but yeah, the beard stays, and my wife not too happy with me, but it is what it is.
So, hey guys, just one sec. Could both of you go on megaphone? I think one person's missing. We just had a quick note from the audience. Sorry to interrupt.
All right. Let's see here. Quick programming. I believe I'm on megaphone. Let me get this hook.
Voice.
It's William.
Can everyone hear me? All right.
I can now.
All right. Looks like we're good to go.
Perfect.
All righty. Guns up.
All right. Thumbs up. So now it no longer feels like you're whispering in my ear. Everyone can hear what you have to say. So William,
that's a bad thing.
please tell everyone here, when you're not in VR, what is it that you do with your day to day? What is Recruiting Daily? What is some of the cool projects you get to work on?
Sure. So half my time I spend talking to HR and recruiting practitioners, and half of the time I talk to vendors, software and services vendors that sell into those practitioners. And I do a number of podcasts, write a lot of articles. I've been studying kind of the intersection of HR, recruiting, and technology for about 20 years now. And so I get to have a lot of wonderful conversations. I get to talk to practitioners about how they use technology. And I get to talk to the technologists about how they're advancing different parts of technology. In fact, I just got off a podcast about an hour ago with the co-founder of XOR, XOR, which is an AI. It's a bot technology for talent acquisition professionals. So that's kind of indicative of kind of day to day for me.
That's awesome. And throughout the course of this conversation, we're going to get into the evolution of really HR, which lines up with your 20-year history, because I'm sure you weren't talking about bots 20 years ago, but now it's a big thing.
100%. 100%.
Well, what's it like for those who are maybe on the live stream here that aren't in VR? What has your conference experience been like?
I love it. I love it just because it's different people, and it's a different medium for us to explore, which you and I are used to being on stage, kind of a traditional stage at a conference. And this is a different type of stage. It's also you and I both see the applicability of VR in talent acquisition and in HR. The conference has been kind of mind opening, if you will, about how we'll use this technology in the future for both how we acquire talent, and then once we acquire the talent, and once they're employees, what we can potentially do with them in AR or VR and AR. So it's
Yeah.
been fantastic.
Yeah, no, and I would
So
say
far.
the same. Yes, so far, it's been really cool, and I think my experience has just been, even with learning and getting to know the alt space program, and working on and learning how to moderate and be a part of the conversation. I love being on the cutting edge of technology, and I've loved just looking around the room and seeing everyone here in their various outfits and expressions of themselves, and being able to talk with one another. And uh, it's a good conference experience because I look around, I don't see masks, right? Like, we don't have that social pressure of wearing
Right.
masks or standing 6 feet apart. Like, I'm looking over, and it feels like you're like right on my on my shoulder. You know,
I'm standing
we
on your
couldn't
shoes,
do that.
actually.
We couldn't do that in real life. But and also it takes away the pressure of feeling like everyone's all on top of you as you go through the lounges and things like that. It's easy to float in and out of rooms, and in and out of conversations, and find people really quickly. You've probably been in a situation where you're at a large conference hall, right? And you're like, oh, where are my friends? What are they doing? But with this platform, it's just so easy
Right.
to connect with the people that you want to be with. So I've been enjoying this. This is my first VR conference. So you had talked earlier about some of the applications that you could see for VR in the HR space. Um, I still believe that this is cutting edge technology, so there isn't a huge adoption. But what trends or what applications could you see in VR?
Oh, 1 second. We may have to wait for.
Uh-oh.
We may have to wait for William to re-enter.
Looks like we lost Will just for a second. We'll try to get him back here. But I have some thoughts on applications for VR in the HR space, and if you have any, feel free to go ahead and type in the box here. But the immediate thing I see is connectivity, and connecting with people that are obviously not in the same room, but could be in the same room, and doing so in a fun and expressive way. I think now, in the midst of COVID, we are all trying to find unique and creative ways to bridge that communication gap of um, wanting to build morale, wanting to boost engagement, wanting to build connectivity. And there are just so many applications that we have here with virtual reality of being able to, build your own virtual office environment and setting it up the way that you want. There's a lot of games that can be played even within the alt space platform. I think uh, you can fire off, toy rockets and shoot hoops and do that in a social setting. And I think when you think about human resources being about human connection at the forefront, before anything else, I think VR is a healthy space for that. I also can see, when you think about the idea of us maybe working remotely. I mentioned earlier about creating an environment. And so being able to show from a talent acquisitions standpoint of maybe you have a virtual interview in your virtual environment, and you really get an opportunity to showcase to a potential employee, you know, your definition of cool, your definition of inspiring and engaging. And I think there's some applications there, but also with the, I see there's I'll give you a virtual high five right back. Oh, there's a question. That's not a high five, that's a question. Let's see if we can get to the question here. I'm going to try to navigate very quickly to that. Someone raised their hand, and I will unmute your microphone. Yes. Trying to do this really quickly. All right. So, anyway, we're going to work that out. But so within a talent acquisition space, there's an opportunity to have interviews in the virtual setting. You can also do trial projects in a virtual setting as well. So maybe if you wanted to have some candidates go through a process of submitting a trial presentation or having a trial mock interview or having a trial pitch to a customer, you can create environments like this where you could give access to the individual ahead of time and they're able to run and practice their deck and practice their training. And then you can invite as many of the hiring managers or people that influence the hiring decision into the space to review that person's project when it's happening. There's also an opportunity to do training in the virtual setting. I know there are companies, I believe Xerox was an early adopter of actually teaching people to fix copy machines in a virtual setting so that you are able to manage the training environment, set specific goals, and you're even able to have as many people as necessary put on a headset, diagnose issues in real life, but in VR. But then also, you don't have the cost of going out and buying multiple instances of whatever it is you're training on. I could think of a practical example being in an auto mechanic. If you want to train on engines and oil changes and all these sorts of things, being able to create an environment in this space where you're able to identify what's broken, what needs to be fixed, what's operating right. Does this make sense? Do these sound like ideas that you're tracking with? And I'd love to hear some of your ideas as well. But even in in a more corporate setting, what a great place to practice public speaking, right? In stages like this. There's research that shows that individuals who excel in public speaking make 10% more than people who don't. And so being able to be in a room like this and practice in a safe environment, it feels like I'm talking to close friends. It feels like I'm just talking to peers. So there are a lot of applications that can be done in the VR setting. We're gonna try to get Will back. I know he said he upgraded, so maybe his machine isn't going too well. But let's see here. Other applications in VR, specifically in HR. I think coaching would be one. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to explore the environment, but if you had to have some one-on-one conversations that may be tense conversations, why not do it out at the campfire, or why not do it in a nice public setting, or not a public setting, but a public feeling setting where it can ease the pressure of those sorts of conversations. Let's see here. All right. Okay, great. So, and I think that this conference is going to be one of those things. There's Will. Just, just zapped his way back on stage. But I think that this conference is going to go a long way in allowing us to just really test drive all there is to see and learn and do in VR with the current set of capabilities and current set of realities, knowing that in the future there will be more opportunities and more things that we can do to to grow in VR. Hey, William, welcome back.
Glad to be back. Glad to be back.
Can we get some emojis here if everyone can hear William in the room and we can pick up the conversation? All right, we've got a couple. All right, we're good to go. So Will, I was just talking and riffing on some of the values of VR specifically in the HR space. You work with a lot of vendors. You see the landscape. What are some current trends that you're seeing with the VR applications in HR?
Well, great question, Joey, and sorry for popping in and popping out. I think on the talent acquisition side, one of the things you can see is a virtual tryout. You can see this being used for folks that want to try out a job before they take a job. So you can see them in a virtual environment, like say it's for a consulting firm, and you can see people from all over the world being in a virtual environment just like this, maybe potentially solving a case study and talking with each other, kind of getting to know the team. And again, kind of again before you join the firm or before you take the job, you can kind of see VR being used as a great way of potentially seeing if it's the right team or the right fit for the right job, and vice versa for the employer. And the second thing that comes to mind is obviously training. You can see VR, you can see just what we're doing right now, just being a great way, a potential way for us to train folks. So I think just two applications just to come just just top of mind is one is in the front end of talent acquisition, the ability for one to establish whether or not they like the job or whether or not the employer likes the candidate. And then later on down the road, once that candidate starts onboarding and in training that candidate into kind of what is the business and what is, the culture and things like that. It's just all kinds of training applicability for VR.
Yeah. Well, and so those are some of the current things, but dream with me for a moment. And what are some like wish list items that you could see HR utilizing VR for?
I'd love to see VR. Think about succession planning, right? How we do succession planning currently is essentially we think of our most critical employees and then we kind of put them on a list. And if one employee leaves, then the next employee's up. But we don't really put them in any scenarios. And I think VR is a wonderful way to put people into scenarios and let people work through problems. So let's say you're the CEO of our company, and I'm maybe pegged to be your replacement when you retire. Well, that sounds great. And in succession software, it looks great. But we've never really done any scenario planning. We've never done anything, in real life together to know whether or not I can handle the job like you handle the job, or whether or not I'm up for the task. So I think one of the things I'd love to see in succession training and succession planning is the ability to think of something like VR as a way for us to then think of scenarios and put people through scenarios just to see if they should be in line for succession.
Yeah. Yeah, so a overarching theme here. It looks like there's some reaction around the room of that's a really great idea. The overarching theme is with training, and I could see VR uh, in the classroom, even for high school students, college students, grad school students. If they're looking to, let's say they went to career day, someone inspired them, they think, I want to be an engineer, or I want to be a firefighter, or I want to be an HR professional. Being able to hop into a simulation could help them affirm, that career pathway because they'll be able to see a sort of job expectation, a realistic job expectation.
That's right. That's
Granted,
right.
to their degree of expertise, right? You wouldn't have a high school student in a separation conversation or a really tough investigation, but maybe seeing a day in the life and being in the midst of a tour of sorts
100%.
where someone has a 360 camera walking around and saying, here's what I do, from 9 to 10, here's what I do from 10 to 12, so on and so forth. I think you can have further clarity in your career if you're able to preview some scenarios through VR.
100%, 100%, Joey. I think you're onto something, and I think that again, I was talking to my sons about this last weekend about careers and about that you might not know exactly where you fit. Like some kids know at age 6 that they want to be a doctor, and they just know, right? But by and large, most of us don't know. And then we go through high school, get into college, we go through college, and even into our early parts of our career, we still don't know. And I was
Quick
trying to
show of hands. Quick show of hands or emojis if you were a career changer somewhere between college and now. If your role pivoted between college and now. That's most of the room. So to your point, it's most of the room. Yeah.
I think that so if you can show people, and even though you said, hey, maybe we skip some of the harder stuff like a sexual harassment investigation, well, maybe we don't. Maybe we actually show them some of this stuff, or pay inequity. Like this is a tough topic for folks to actually to talk about. But you know what? Why not talk about it in high school? Why not talk about it in college and say, okay, here are some of the real world problems that you face in business and in HR, and your job's to solve some of these things. And I don't want to scare anybody away. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I don't want to just show them the positive parts of the job. I want to show them the whole job. And you've done, I know I've done a fair amount of sexual harassment investigations, and none of them are fun, just FYI. But
No.
they're also telling. They're telling of the organization, they're telling of culture, they're telling of values, they're telling of some other things that are going on. And so to your point about high school students and potentially college students, hey, this would be a great place for you to kind of learn. This is HR. This is actually some of the things that we do. It isn't all we do, but some of the things that we do and we deal with on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. So I think that there's a huge opportunity in the class to bring VR to the classroom, and not just for HR, but even for other industries to help get a realistic job expectation about what it may mean and what that pathway looks like of either a college or a trade school or a certification or a graduate degree. The opportunities are it's a blue ocean, I think, for VR.
100%. I think Karen right here, I think she had a question. Do you know how to activate a question?
I am trying to do that. Let me see this host panel real quick.
Karen's in she's in Israel.
Hi, Karen. Let's see if we can unmute you. All right, Karen, I put you on air, and if that's not right, someone please let me know. I'm just pressing buttons to see what works. But it looks like you're on mute, actually. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself, we'd love to hear what you have to say. And what I will do is try to, there we go. All right, let's see if we can, okay.
Confirm.
Consent to unmute.
There you are.
There we go.
Yay.
All right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm loving this conversation. I really wanted to add something else to what you said. And that was, since this is text, a speech, then this could be also immediately translated. So just think of the option where we're in a meeting, collaborating with the team in Japan, and where they are talking Japanese and we're talking either Hebrew, Italian, English, or whatever, and it's translated simultaneously, okay, through, of course, through, automatically. So there's so much more to be had to this experience than just, training or candidate experience, etc. This could be a great candidate experience as well, whereas he can be interviewed in Chinese and not in English.
Yeah,
I love that.
so you're right, and I think that's why it's great to have such a collaborative session here is because we're really just scratching the surface of what VR can offer. I mean, imagine a boardroom setting, or even if the UN was in VR and then everyone is talking and it's being translated in real time. You bring up a really
Right.
great point about its functionality
Mhm.
beyond the training space.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
My pleasure. Let's see. We have
Thanks,
some.
Karen.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
We have some more. Mike, if we can get you on air. Mike, if you're in the room, say
Can you hear
hello.
me?
You've got a question?
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
I'm waving. Can you see me now?
Hey, there you
Hey, Mike.
go. Hey, Mike.
No. Hey, how are you guys?
Good,
Good.
good.
I was just gonna add to it. I think that we heard a little bit from Najit earlier on the augmented reality and virtual reality. And I think, you could really, to your point, I think we're just scratching the surface. If you look at AR, you could bring candidates into your environment. If you're in a manufacturing plant or you're in an office, you can do office tours. You can kind of give them a picture into what it would be like to work there when you build it out. I think secondarily, the other area that would be good going back to the training side is I just think about things like performance management, emotional intelligence, um, putting those scenarios in this real life setting and allowing managers to interact, and also getting real time feedback and how they're moving through those various situations could be invaluable for them. I just think there's a huge opportunity, and I know we ourselves in the nuclear industry, we actually use VR now because we use it for our technicians and our folks that are going out to site. And so we put them in that environment prior to going to the site to allow them to test out the qualifications, the tooling, the maneuvers that they have to do. And then on top of that, we actually brought it into our university recruiting. So when we went out to campuses, we brought our VR equipment and headsets and allowed the candidates to actually step into our world and to see what it would be like inside of a nuclear power plant, because most of the time you can't just walk in. So I think you're right. There's just an unlimited.
I'm hoping you can't just walk in.
Yeah, I think there's just an unlimited opportunity for this to be utilized. It's just a matter of making it affordable, and the hardware, and making it available to more people.
Yeah.
Mike, Joey, Mike brought up a really cool point about manager training very early on in his bit. And you know what? Like, I don't know about you, but manager training, especially hiring managers in particular, but just manager training in general, is vacuous. Like we are not great at manager training.
Yeah.
So just the fact that we could throw ourselves into a virtual situation and get managers to then walk themselves through and train in an environment where it's safe. You're not going to hurt anybody. I mean, you're standing on a fire, for God's sake. So you're not going to hurt anybody. You're not going to hurt anybody. But Mike, you brought up a really great point that I love to highlight about manager training, because I think we do a horrible job of that in general. But hiring managers is something I deal with on a daily basis. And if we could do something to make them better, an environment like this, like virtual interviewing, where we just take people through interview training, be wonderful.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I
And
interrupted you.
oh, no. A great segue, because also what he mentioned was about the affordability. Well, I think about how much this headset cost, but it was cheaper than a round trip ticket to California, where I
That's a good
live,
point.
and an overnight hotel stay, and car transport, and meals, and even if you're dispersing a VR headset to people across the country, and even in another town, there is a cost benefit analysis that can be waged if you have a software that you're already using, and then the cost that you're spending out each time is just the headset.
Huge, great pickup on the travel. Like we can actually do this And from all around the world, as Karen was bringing up, language can be translated in much easier fashion, and people can, again, not just time zones and things like that, but we don't have to get on planes, which is, I
Yeah.
think, great for everyone. I believe, and Teal and Pink right here in the front
Yes.
row, I think she had a question.
I'm going to go ahead and get you on air, Teal and Pink. Awaiting your consent to speak. All right.
Hello,
Can
can
you
you
go
hear me?
say something? Hello.
Yes, we
Can you
Can you
can.
hear
wave?
me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I can't wave because I'm on a PC, but
Okay.
I'm glad that you can hear me. So I'm just happy to be here. I was just last week. I don't know if you heard. There's a festival. It's an art and music festival called Burning Man. It's usually out in the desert with 70,000 people, and there's a lot of major artwork that is incredible works of art. They actually had it here in Altspace this year because you can't gather, 80,000 people in the desert. And what I was surprised by it was the incredible amount of creativity and art. You mean artists working with 3D modelers to create the art that they were going to have on the desert in the playa in here in virtual reality. And I thought about, like, from a workplace perspective, collaboration, co-location. So my background is in agile and tech, working with technology teams, first as a project manager and now a scrum master and now an agile coach. And so the importance in the agile is co-location and creating that sense of community and team. And co-location is really important. So with VR, the sense of space, shared space, co-location, being in a team, creativity. Another thing that I experienced here that was incredible is that as part of the festival was that they brought in a DJ, Diplo, and they brought him into the virtual space as a hologram playing music live, which was incredible. And people were dancing and all that, and there was like 800 people here for that concert. So the fact that there is the technology that you can have a speaker or have someone, and you can see him completely like they are themselves, like a human being in the VR space, was an incredible technology that I saw. And that, again, the creating that sense of team, of shared space, of community, especially now that we're working remotely. I see a possibility, and the amount of creativity, like some of the artwork that I saw was absolutely phenomenal, and the fact that could be experienced in VR. Then creating spaces and to see how we experience those collectively. So anyways, so I just wanted to share that because I was really excited, and I'm excited for this conference, but I was excited that I was just, in the past 10 days, at this festival here in Altspace VR. And I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Teal, yeah, one of the things you bring up for me that I hadn't quite thought of so far is the experimentation that we can use VR for, and especially like in groups in different jobs where we can actually say, you know what, let's get together and experiment. Like what we old fashioned, what we would say is brainstorming, right? Let's get together and brainstorm. Well, we can do more than just brainstorm. We can actually test things and try things and build things together in a virtual environment and then see if it works. See if both the team and the collaboration works, but also see if what we're going to the outcomes would work. So I love that story, and thank you. I'm sure they've had some of it recorded, so I'll go back and look at it because I love Burning Man. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think when we were going through our training, speaker training, it was one of the environments that we could explore
That's right.
and, just elevate and get a bird's eye view of the whole space. And it was pretty well done. I wonder if it's still an environment that we can take a look at. I know that we're kind of transitioning towards the latter half of this, and Will, I wanted to ask you, beyond VR, because we know VR doesn't exist within a vacuum, within a silo, but it's one piece of the future of HR. what are some of the other trends that you're seeing from an HR tech space, from a leadership space? What are some of the things that are fascinating you at this moment?
Well, I think COVID has done a lot of damage throughout the world, right? So we don't have to go through all the negative stuff, but some of the
Yeah.
positive things that COVID has done is it's fast forwarded probably two conversations that we were going to have, and one was remote work or work from home. So though in 2017, Indeed published it, every year they publish a list of the terms that are the most searched. And in 2017, it was remote work. And now you talk to candidates, and that's the first thing they put in the search: remote work, comma, backend developer, comma, and then they look for jobs that are remote work. So we've proven over the last 8 months or so, you in knowledge worker jobs, you can work from anywhere in the world. We've proven to ourselves, and I think that we needed to do that because I think there were some naysayers previous to this that would have said, no, you got to come to the office, we got to be together, we got to see each other, we got to collaborate. And I think over the last 8 months, we've proven, yeah, no, you don't have to do that. So I think the
Yeah.
remote work or work from home has sped up because of COVID. The second conversation, and not second in number, but the conversation, if you combine Me Too, Love is Love, and Black Lives Matter, the conversation of equality, what most people in the industry go, diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, and equality, DB, if you want to think of it like that. Those are all kind of separate things. They all mean different things. Their intentionality is different, but those conversations have been sped up in a good
Right.
way, and actually in a great way, because now we're having some of those fierce discussions that we probably ought to have had 2 or 3 years ago, when Me Too first kind of came about. We probably should have had really, really fierce discussions at work about Me Too. And so I think all of this is sped up. So I think the things that you see on your nightly news around social injustice, those, first of all, those are terrible on one level, right? Which I think we all recognize. But the positive side, if you want to put a positive spin to it, the positive side is we get to talk about that now at work. It's okay to talk about those things at work. It's okay to talk about inclusion, belonging. It's okay to talk about equity, equality. It's okay to talk about those things. And I think COVID is the second term. I think COVID has sped that up. I think all of the things that we've dealt with in 2020 has kind of sped these conversations up, and hopefully we'll see better results because of these hopefully better conversations.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a day of reckoning for not just HR, but for the employee. And so
100%.
HR has to be a part of the conversation and how to steward that conversation well, because it could backfire in your organization. Because we know, if we can be honest, not everyone in a room is going to agree on a particular topic, on a particular
100%.
subject. So it's HR's role to figure out how to navigate those conversations in the most healthy way so that everyone is heard and is respected, and an organization can grow and move forward.
Well, I think, Joey, I think it's not just words. What I'm saying and hearing from most people is we're past the point, and most people, most employees, most leaders kind of get this bit. We're past the point of words. It now gets down to actions and intentionality of like, okay, what are you going to do? If we're going to talk about pay equity, okay, the talking part's almost over. Let's stop talking about pay equity and
Show
let's
me
just
the
get
money.
well, let's get to the point where, like, why is pay equity? I mean, I come from foreign place. Like, why is pay equity still a thing? Like, why is this a
Yeah.
problem? But
Yeah.
it is a problem. We have to recognize it as a problem. And I think, again, talk is cheap. And right now, I think for a lot of folks, and again, this is dealing with the LGBTQ community, this is dealing with women in the workforce and dealing with fair pay. This is dealing with all forms of diversity and inclusion. talking, great, fantastic conversations. However, it gets down to people are watching. Now they're taking, as they should, they're taking notice of who's talking and who's doing. And we need more people highlighting the doing part.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. This moment in time is definitely an anchor in the standpoint of workplace accountability and figuring out who's going to be making positive steps in the direction, or just talking about it and trying to diffuse action through belabored just conversations that go nowhere.
Yeah, you got to. You can't just talk about it at this point. You've got to. And I think that's HR. To your point, Joey. HR. You consult with a lot of HR leaders. They're getting a lot of pressure both from the top and from the bottom, and they're getting a lot of pressure to then do something with all these discussions.
Yeah, so many phone calls that I'll have with clients are, "Hey, I don't know what to do," and it's better, I respect it. I respect that honesty, because there are leaders who generally do not know what to do, but
Right.
it's better to admit that to someone who can help than to lead blindly and have further harm in your organization. Because if you try to approach a conversation from the way that you've always approached it, you're going to get the same result. So some kind of intervention needs to happen if we're going to have some positive
100%.
change. Yeah.
100%.
So if you've enjoyed Will, he's going to be talking tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about your panel and what you're going to cover.
Oh, I appreciate it, Joey. The panel tomorrow is fantastic. All of the panelists, I'm the moderator, so I don't really have much to do other than to ask questions. But it's what have we learned? Basically, 2020 murder hornets, presidential election, COVID, all of the things from an HR perspective. What have we learned? And it's actually created a really wonderful conversation between the panelists on things that they've learned in their organization.
Yeah.
The CHRO from Atlassian, she's got some really interesting perspectives as well. And so it's going to be a fun panel just because we are learning. Whether or not we like it or not, we are learning and we are evolving as a discipline. And COVID has pushed us into some uncomfortable positions, but probably some positions we should have been in the first place. So tomorrow's panel, hope you can join if you can. Please do and ask questions. But it's going to be all about what have we learned so far.
Excellent. Well, we're going to bring this conversation to a close. We can have some time maybe to hop into the social lounge and prepare for the next session. If you've enjoyed William and I, show some emojis, some screenshots, post them online later. Make sure you tag the conference. Make sure you tag us so we can show love right back. You can catch other episodes of the Business Life and Coffee podcast on every single podcast outlet, pretty much. But Will, how can people get in touch with you and follow you and more about Recruiting Daily?
Thanks, Joey. I'm really easy to find on the internet. Just type in William Tincup, and I've found I'm pretty easy to find. So yeah. And if you want to email me, it's just tincup at recruitingdaily.com.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for a great and engaging conversation, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference experience.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joey.
Thanks, William.
not only diverse speakers, but diverse topics. We wanted to tackle difficult subjects from a number of perspectives, topics that are, frankly, better discussed in a more immersive, more intimate environment such as this. And I would count this topic among one of the more challenging topics of the 3 days of the conference. This particular session speaks to an issue about privacy, which becomes a consideration for speakers, for organizations, for their leaders, and for their employees around the world. The ethical implications of talent analytics. That means the data that organizations keep for you as applicants or as employees is your private information. And how they handle that information has direct implications to you as individuals and also has macro implications in the context of an organization and then in broader society. And discussing this today, we have a really awesome set of speakers that are going to walk us through the next 45 minutes of topics. I'll introduce them both, all three, very briefly, then I'll turn things over to our panel chair, Matt Charney, to kick things off. So first, as I mentioned, we do have Matt Charney here. Matt is a influencer in the HR technology space. You will find him on every social media platform. And one thing I appreciate about Matt, in addition to his professional responsibilities and his content creation, is Matt is the kind of guy that if you want to ask a direct question, you're going to get a direct answer. So when he said, hey, I'd love to do a session on the ethical implications of talent analytics, I went, for you, I want to hear what you have to say about that. We're not going to get some boilerplate, overly corporate type speak here. Matt's going to tell it like it is, so he's the perfect person to moderate this session. To his left, we have Nicole Greenberg. Nicole, among many things she's responsible for, has experience as a and speaks to the implications of this in the context of organizations. And to Nicole's left, we have Prem Kumar, who, again, among a number of things that he's been responsible for, is the founder of an organization called Humanly, which is a technology that in large part brings organizations together. And the combination of these three folks is really going to give us a great session. So if you guys can get things kicked off by getting your emoji buttons out and giving us some emoji love or hand claps, we'll get things started. I'll introduce things over to Mr. Matt Charney for his panel on the ethical implications of talent analytics. Matt, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And, I was getting that very nice introduction. I'm thinking of when I saw Edward Snowden keynote South by Southwest, and he was talking about individual privacy and data implications. Yeah. And then he kind of like just laughingly said, it strikes me as quite ironic that I am giving this talk on a Google Hangout. Similarly, I'm sitting here on a Facebook-owned piece of hardware looking at a Microsoft logo thinking, oh, great. If the medium is the message, we're probably not going to get across. But that said, we have a very diverse set of avatars here, including a Smurf and various shades of orange, I guess. So that is awesome. And again, everyone here is an expert on technology, but there's a reason. I think we all just found out why they have the AV guy in the back of every single conference room. Because, when you talk about tech, everything that can goes wrong will go wrong. And this is way harder than PowerPoint. So appreciate you guys coming, and hopefully we'll make this really entertaining and interactive. But I have two really unique perspectives joining me today for what is certainly one of the more interesting topics that, I think is out there when it comes to this like new world of work. And so, I want to flip it over and let each of my fellow panelists introduce themselves. But first, I will quickly say my name is Matt Charney. That is at Matt Charney on Twitter. I am not on every social network as I dislike many of them. I'm not going to say which ones, but this is pretty kick butt Snapchat. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole. Nicole, why don't you say hello?
Hi, I'm Nicole Greenberg. I'm a licensed attorney in Illinois. I've been working in the area of all things related to HR technology, in particular in staffing and in privacy issues related to cross-border transactions for the past 7 to 8 years. I've been in the staffing world for almost 2 decades. I came out of law school in 2008, probably pretty similar to what's going on this year, and landed back at the staffing company I had started at until a year later, I was suddenly running the organization. And in doing that, found myself drawn to this particular area. So here I am. I'm actually a practitioner recruiting with my team on a regular basis. And at the same time, I regularly act as general counsel across 3 different contingent workforce companies. So hopefully we can kind of combine all that, and I won't be the person telling you that you're not allowed to do things in the room.
Except for you were an early adopter with the Google Glass, so hopefully
I was a glass hole.
VR succeeds where AR did not. And with that, let's take it to somebody in the complete other end of the compliance spectrum. I'd like to introduce Prem. Prem, welcome.
Awesome. Great to be here, especially with Nicole and Matt. My name is Prem Kumar. I'm a CEO and founder of a company called Humanly. So we automate candidate screening and scheduling. My background is mainly in product management, people data. So spent far too long at Microsoft before finally escaping to the startup world. And it's been one of my passions is how we can involve ethics in AI and how we can be responsible with these new products that we're building here.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining me and obviously putting up with the chicanery of my putting together this presentation. So without further ado, I did actually prepare a couple questions, but I'd like this to be free form. And, obviously if the audience has any questions, feel free to chime in. But the first one is obviously now you can't get really anywhere around here without talking about the explosion of virtual work. And there are obviously quite a lot of data implications for that. But I just want to kind of ask, in the beginning of March, Gallup ran a poll, and it said that at the time, only 31% of salaried employees in the US had the option to ever work from home or virtually. And now that number of salaried employees is sitting somewhere around 8 and 10. That's obviously left companies scrambling to get things ready and kind of, roll with the flow and adapt to all of this. So my question, I'll start with you, Prem. Why weren't organizations prepared given the fact that on a dime, they were able to turn around and facilitate a distributed workforce?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great question. I think we've all been thrust into new situations. When I was talking to you on the phone yesterday, Matt, I was huddled up in my car because my daughter was taking a nap inside, and we're all adjusting to kind of a new set of doing things. I talked to a company, a large company in Seattle where I'm at, a lady there that was in talent acquisition. And one of the things she kind of talked to me a little bit about that she was a little surprised about is the number one reason why candidates did not accept job offers that she offered up was because of her company's, and this was pre-COVID, but because of her company's kind of conservative approach to remote work. And I think a lot of it depends on the role. I mean, some roles are more conducive towards having those things happening. But I think from her perspective, the reason for that gap, leadership, I did not quite, I guess, understand at that point just how important this was to their future candidates, to their employees. They ended up implementing a bunch of listening tools, tools like Tiny Pulse, to really understand that, if you're an employee and you have needs, if I think about Maslow's hierarchy, for instance, in the workplace, if security is a need of yours and that isn't known by leadership and it's not established in the workplace, you might find that security at home, and you might be more likely to want to work from home. So I think it starts with just understanding what employees' wants, desires are, and I think we've been forced into that now. I feel like I know a lot more about my coworkers now that work and life has been combined. I think the other piece is a trust thing. I think when you're it comes down to basic change management. If you're putting in tools in place to kind of keep track of how work is happening, at this particular company, those tools came down as very top down and not from a place of empowerment. So I think people have been slow to listen in the past and understand. And then when tools were implemented to help facilitate things like remote work, they were done from a top down perspective. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that.
Awesome. And you set up something really well there. I appreciate it. You said that it's, beginning to have a borderline between where work ends and life begins. Nicole, from just data and monitoring perspective, we've had obviously a huge explosion of bring your own device policies. Obviously, people logging in from one tab through VPN on their personal computer to check their email, and the other tab there, chatting on their personal Facebook instance. So where is that line? Just either from a legal or ethical perspective between this is work and this is play?
Oh, I wish I could give you that. There isn't a line. It's extremely fuzzy. In particular, because there really is no U.S. law that encompasses these sorts of issues. And I mean, I think later we'll probably address some of the stuff that kind of does, but I think that that's one of the reasons why we're having this discussion more so from an ethical standpoint, is, when it comes down to it, we really have to look at both from a global standpoint, cultural considerations, as well as all of the conflict laws associated with various different countries that we may have people working in, especially now that they can work from anywhere, at least once people can travel again. And, at the same time, consider all of the various different things out there, and in particular, the security piece, because you're talking about when people are utilizing a VPN to log in. I mean, we don't just need to talk about this from a standpoint of enterprise level organizations. Think about it from a standpoint of small businesses that their entire IT department, it might be run by the boss's brother-in-law, and he may have absolutely no clue about information security. And yet all of a sudden this small business that's really not that small, that may have 400 people working for them, has all of these issues that they have to tackle working from home. And, the issue stops being where is the line between personal and business, but just how do we even make that occur in the first place? And how do we make sure our employees are working?
Sure. No, absolutely. And so, another survey that I read said even prior to this, 52% of employees do not trust employers with their data. So from
but they trust Facebook.
they do trust Facebook, Oculus, WhatsApp, and myriad other things, unless they're on Amazon, in which case they would probably not be joining a lot of private groups. So, that said, you talked about, Nicole said there's no law or hard line. Let's talk about individual preference here. In your mind, what kind of personal data or information are workers kind of cool with you monitoring? And where do employers generally kind of cross that line, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally, so if I kind of think to my Microsoft days, we were launching an internal product. It was kind of like an internal social network where employees could put in data about what they're working on. go out and find other people like them, collaborate on projects. And I find, generally, you can't just implement systems for the purpose of, from, again, top down with one side to it. So I'm not going to enter my data unless I'm getting something in return. So Facebook gives me something in return in some ways. So do a lot of other social networks. So my desire to engage is a little bit different than an employee positioning something top down. So I think you really have to lead from a place of empowerment and give something back to the, give them a reason to use the tool. And I also think, in a lot of ways, so Nicole was mentioning small businesses, and I agree with her in the startup world. In a lot of ways, innovation is outpacing, ethics in some ways, where if I'm building a large scale platform, I have tools I can use to test if it's going to break privacy concerns or if it is accessible for all. I don't have tools that can help me at scale determine kind of the ethical implications of this getting to 1 million users or 2 million users. So I think, because the barrier to entry to innovate, and I know I'm kind of going on a little tangent here, Matt, but because the innovation barrier to entry is so small, I think we need better ways of really understanding the impacts of what we're doing. Otherwise, we run into issues like Facebook did.
Sure. So Nicole, let's take a step back. If I am an HR professional having to rely on my ethics, what are some of the considerations like that I should be thinking about if I'm trying to kind of look at things like engaging my employees, onboarding, ensuring productivity, kind of all of the use cases that we normally look to HR technology to do? Do you think that their value proposition or usage has changed at all? And if so, how?
I think more and more people are interested in the concept of employment monitoring. I think that we're now using recorded platforms for interviews and things of that nature for much more than we ever would have, because we're interviewing people that we would never have thought to interview virtually, because there is no other way to do so. We're taking jobs that we've never expected to be remote and moving to remote. And I have to say all of this with a caveat. I've been running a remote team as a small business for the past 12 years. I've always worked from home. And it was a change for us just to have all of a sudden all of these clients that we have, where we have people working that for years and years and years told us that these people have to be on site. Now all of a sudden they're asking us to help provide and facilitate interviews, what have you, on a remote basis, and they're figuring out how to make these project teams remote. This is all in the IT and ERP space. But that said, I mean, you do have certain considerations that are there. You have the Wiretap Act. So, for example, whether you need consent and recording people in certain states, like Illinois, where I'm from, you need two-party consent in order for the interview to be allowed or for it to be recorded. And then, consent and whether you can then take that and transfer it to a third party that wasn't there. One of the biggest complications that you have to worry about is making sure that you're taking a look at all of the local jurisdictional laws that could be associated with any of these topics, and really do your research or have somebody that really knows the area well before you start trying to move things that you did in person virtual, and consider the way that data moves and how that could be regulated. Both from a very local standpoint and overall internationally, even just across even into Canada versus the U.S. I mean, there's an overreaching personal information protection and Electronic Documents Act that was just put in place over there. It's very similar in the United States to what's happened with the coronavirus, right? Everybody's saying that there's no federal, rule associated with that. From a legal standpoint, I see that every day. I mean, it's a patchwork of state laws that you always have to navigate. In HR, you should be seeing that regularly, no matter what you're looking at. And the same would apply for everything we're doing now, different from a virtual standpoint, because people are stuck working remote.
So in the absence of an existing law, Nicole, would you say that, you know, general good sense applies, or are there any like gotchas
Oh,
that
you
people need to
want
be aware of?
you want the list, right?
Yeah, I want some specific examples of like, this could be a potential landmine that's going to get me sued. Yes.
All right. So can I tell you to look at GDPR? If you look at what these things, and we talked about this back before GDPR was in existence, when you and I were in Europe together and talking about those cultural norms. I mean, the things you want to look for is to make sure that you have a valid reason for protecting or for collecting whatever data, or for whatever you're doing, or for whatever might be considered an invasion of privacy. Although it's not always legally required, it's best practice to always provide notice. You know, there's some instances in back-end type things that you might be using for monitoring when it comes to like data security issues, what have you, where you would not necessarily want to notify all your employees, and that's legitimate. But it's always a balancing test, and it's always a balancing test between the, you know, are you overstepping what you need to do from a privacy standpoint versus, you know, the business need to do so. The United States has a very, very broad exemption for business use, as does GDPR to some extent. But you still have to be able to justify what you're doing. So it's always balancing and reasonableness. GDPR in particular has anonymization rules. You don't need to be looking at anything in particular on any given person unless there's a business use case. So when we start getting into employee monitoring, that obviously there, you have to look at the things for individuals. And you know, most importantly, data security for anything that you might be collecting and any information about people, that is held securely within your organization and is only looked at by those people that need to look at it.
Okay, so I'm going to just counter this and a real quick answer, Nicole. If you're an at-will employee, you can't sue me. Why do I care?
Well, that's not necessarily true.
No? Awesome. So your employees do not have binding arbitration when it comes to data privacy?
What do you mean? They do not have binding arbitration? Well, no, I mean, the binding arbitration wouldn't apply when it comes to anything outside the employment agreement. So if you're, for example, you know, if it's somebody that's in California, that's why I was saying looking at the local laws is so important. But just the general concept of a breach of privacy, yes, does that exist? Not necessarily on a federal level, but as you go to each individual state level, and I mean, you know how it is, you can sue somebody because you don't like them. It doesn't mean that it's going to survive, you know, a motion to dismiss, but you can still get sued.
And thank goodness that they will get dismissed with prejudice, or I'd be in court a whole lot. So, you know, I want to kind of just turn this to you now. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. You said you spent too long at Microsoft. I have a rudimentary knowledge of what technology can do and who's watching me where. In my mind, I have the camera on my Xbox tracking everything that I do, linking that into my OneDrive ID, and basically telling my employer when I'm playing video games and when I'm using, you know, my Microsoft instances. Is that just like far-fetched? Like, how advanced are these companies when it comes to amalgamating data collection, and where are they trying to get, if anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, I generally say with that sort of, like, it's not as bad as you think in that kind of mindset. I mean, and first off, I wish I could take notes while I have this headset on, because Nicole, that was very insightful. I think so. Generally, I would say, if we go beyond kind of the legal piece and go into the ethical piece, the teams that are built, I would say, if I'm looking at like smaller companies and companies that are in the startup phase. We're in the startup phase right now. I do see like the pendulum is not in the right place in the sense that people are trying to innovate at all costs, and the barrier to entry. It's easy to build new things without kind of considering all the implications. I think when you get to companies like Microsoft, it's a little bit different. You have a lot of rules in place, and obviously, even just from like a PR standpoint, there's reasons that even, I mean, obviously the right thing to do, but also just from a PR standpoint, there's a lot of things, to avoid. So there's a lot of checks and balances, but you still see people failing. And one way I see people failing quite a bit in this, particularly big companies, as we're talking about ethics, is around bias. And, it's pretty obvious that teams that are not diverse and representative of their users are not going to create products that are. So I do see a lot of ethical failures happening where maybe not exactly the dystopian scenario we were describing, but there might be some areas where if we're not enforcing diversity by design, we're going to end up with products that not all people can use in the same ways, and not all people are treated the same. So I think that's at the large company level, that's a thing to be thinking about. Smaller company level, yeah, there are probably a lot of companies that are doing things that are kind of what you're describing and that are not ethical in any way, and in some cases maybe even frankly illegal.
I have a question, guys. It's Matt up here in the audience. How you guys doing? Just while Matt gets his headset reoriented, we're talking a lot about law and we're talking about ethics, and these are heavy, heavy topics in the context of data. I'm curious, as a leader, what's my obligation with my team? So, I have things that I can influence. I'm obviously part of an organization that sets policies and procedures and standards around privacy with their employees. As a leader, what safeguards can I put in place within my own team to ensure that I'm respecting the privacy of my employees?
I'll give a super quick answer, then maybe turn it over to Nicole. I think the first thing is you're absolutely responsible for all your employees understanding what data they're creating, how it's used, how it's cataloged. So I think ensuring that everyone within your company is taking, or within your team is taking it upon themselves to understand kind of how that data is being created and used is where I'd start.
I totally agree with that. And I think I can answer this probably better as a team leader and business owner, at least in perpetuity, than I can as a attorney. And that's that. I mean, that's pretty much the whole point that Prem was making from a standpoint of top down. I have a meeting with my team every morning where everybody can bring up what their issues might be, where if there are any big changes, I can announce that out to my team. And, as things get bigger, you can't necessarily do that. However, that's where you have, Bezos still has his annual meeting with the entire company. But really making sure not just as a leader you understand, but any leaders underneath you also understand, and that anything that you're doing really falls in line with what your company's overall culture and purpose is. At one point I was thinking about, being new to managing teams in general, let alone a remote team. I started looking at a lot of these tools that were out there to monitor employee productivity years and years ago. And it's probably at least 10 years ago that I was looking into some of these things. And the concept was, first off, my employee, the one recruiting director that I spoke to about it was like, are you kidding me? You're going to start monitoring what we're doing? I work. I have submissions. And I'm like, yes, I understand that. And I came to realize that in so many cases, we need to focus so much more on what, I'm used to calling deliverables in our industry for so long. But even more so when it comes to some of these monitoring tools that are out there, it sounds great to like, okay, we'll do screenshots and we'll have a keylogger and we'll do all of these things, and they're not illegal, anywhere. You know, but can we do that stuff? How would our employees react? Should we do it in the background and not let them know about it? When it comes down to it, if your employees are producing, and you use that, and really from that standpoint, before you need to sit down with your team or anybody else, you really need to sit down with yourself and figure out what you want to see and what results you want to see, because that's the whole concept of productivity, right? As well as, what your risk is losing and how that all trades off with your employees. One of the things that I was going to bring up is Matt back? Matt, are you back?
Yeah, I am. Sorry. I said something against Microsoft and all of a sudden this crashed.
Yeah, it was about right on target.
I texted my old coworkers there. Just
you sent them an in-mail when it got opened, right?
I did want to bring up that one of, because this is kind of, I mentioned it when we had our prep call, but I don't know if we're going to go there. And it's something really important about it when it comes to like monitoring your remote employees and figuring out what they're doing and everything else. And everybody's so hyper focused on the concept of how do we make sure that our employees at home are working when they're supposed to be or getting things done, what have you. One of the other things that you should consider as a leader is how much do you really want to know about how much your employees are working? Because in many cases, employees that are working from home are working more rather than less. And I'm sure, Matt, you have a statistic related to that as well.
Yeah, I'm working about 24 hours a day now. I used to get away with 3. There's my statistic.
Yeah, I didn't mean an anecdote, a statistic. Do you have it?
No, there are no statistics just because the sample size has increased so dramatically.
Because I read an article about it. Something to the nature of only 17% of employers have reported less productivity since they've moved their teams remote due to COVID. And
from that framework, that sounds about right. Yeah, about 20%.
Yeah. So with that being the case, do you necessarily want to be monitoring your employees too much? Because then you also run into things like wage and hour laws. So if all of a sudden you have constructive notice that people are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week when they're expected to only be working 40, and they're not allowed to work more, but they do anyway, and you're required to pay them when they work more, even though you told them they can't. At what point does that also become an issue? And it's not even a matter, it's another somewhat ethical question of, do I want to ask these questions in the first place?
Yeah, and one thing just to add on the topic of monitoring tools, I think, and in the fear of sounding too idealistic, I do feel that a lot of that power in some ways of collecting that data can be given back to employees to help with their development. And one example is one problem we had in a previous company is retention of millennials. And we knew that they were getting hit with job offers or recruiters messaging them on LinkedIn. So we were trying to come up with an internal movement strategy. So one way of doing that was to find out millennials that we thought were high risk of moving, to switching jobs, leaving the company based on tenure, based on level, but instead not even looking at the data, not monitoring it, not giving it to HR, but popping reminders to those employees saying, hey, you've been in level for this amount of time. Have you considered, these other jobs within the company? So I think with some of these monitoring tools, the collecting of the data and what you do with it are almost two things. And some of this data can be useful if it's used, in my opinion, to empower employees versus to, necessarily make other decisions. But I totally agree with what Nicole said too. Is sometimes ignorance is bliss, and you might not want to know all that information for other reasons.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to weigh in with my expert analysis here. So when we look at the concept of employer brand, one of the things that always really bothered me was the emphasis on physical space and the seemingly inordinate amounts of money companies would spend on things like a kegerator or a slide in the cafeteria. And, you know, I've been on so many like tours of offices off of Market Street, and they're all like the same wood tones. And then the conference rooms of, you know, different naming conventions. But otherwise, you couldn't tell the difference. And that's really what they lead with. So I think, you know, as work is shifting from a place you go to a thing that you do, that messaging, particularly to those millennials who statistically may or may not be getting recruited on LinkedIn, spoiler alert, they're not. You know, so kind of looking at that, I think that talking about this sort of thing, privacy first, what's called a results only work environment, this was actually, you know, something that predates all of this conversation, which is you can go in the office, you know, when you need to and work when you need to, just as long as your output gets done. I think leading with that message and focusing on autonomy and focusing on the emphasis that your company can place between personal and professional is going to be a much bigger differentiator for people in a virtual work environment. And certainly is a retention tactic even than the thought of, you know, leaving my job and going to a company that makes me put Intune on my iPhone in order to check my work email. So for what?
Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
I was just gonna say for what that's worth before I transition to the next question. That was called a vamp. So thank you for saving me.
Yeah, no,
what were you
so
saying?
sorry, I had a little delay. No, the only thing I was going to add is that, so I totally agree with that. I mean, I think there's particularly in how people have done that in kind of superficial ways of showing the foosball table or the kegerator. But I think there are other aspects of a physical office that could fulfill certain employees' needs that they might not actually get at home. So I think if you focus on some of those other aspects instead of the superficial stuff, that actually, in some ways, having a great, safe, quiet place to work and things that kind of play upon the psychological needs of an employee could actually be something that people could work into their employer brand as a place that could offer some things that the house setting doesn't offer.
And I want to follow up on that because you're in an interesting role as a CEO and founder. You're obviously in a high growth company, building cutting edge tools, have an expanding workforce. How do you build a culture when you don't have a centralized location? Like, what are you doing personally?
I build it like I build a product. So I kind of, if I look at you know, old school ways of building software, you would take a disk, you'd install it once, and then, you know, it would be like that forever. Similarly to kind of how leaders have done that, they'll come in, change everything. But I think it's more iterative, it's more ongoing. It's like, I guess, fast software. So I look at it as kind of a product roadmap. And the ways I can do that remotely is I don't necessarily think my inputs change that much in terms of, you know, what features I may add to my culture or what we're changing here. It's just the harder part is, so what I mean by that is, you know, we can still do regular syncs. I can still use tools like Culture Amp, Tiny Pulse, employee survey tools to get the same data I would have got if I'm in the physical place. There are some challenges that make it obviously harder being in, you know, the non-physical space, but I do think the data I have, if I use the right tools, can be similar. And at the end of the day, it's also, in some ways, it's almost better for our culture. We had a lot of people that were, you know, one of our engineers, for instance, he learns better with written communication versus verbal. So in a physical setting where he's in person with everyone, and this was not something we wanted, but I would notice that the loudest voice would often win, and that's something we worked against. Now, you know, the pendulum's shifted a little bit in this virtual world where he can, so I think it's not like a worse situation, but it's just different. And I think it just starts with using listening tools to kind of understand what makes your employees tick.
Awesome. Nicole, I guess, you know, final question. We have some audience questions, which I would definitely encourage everyone to ask because it's not often you get somebody who's an expert in algorithmic bias, startups, an employment attorney, and snarky live tweeting together on one stage like this, right? So I want to just kind of leave it with you. TLDR, if I had to make a bumper sticker that said what I needed to know is one rule to guide this conversation about data privacy and talent data, what would it be? Give me your best 140 characters or less.
I'm an attorney. I can't give you 140 characters. I can give you a.
That was pretty good.
How about a few tips that we can leave off with in general that kind of summarizes what you should be doing when you're looking at, because this was primarily supposed to be focused on privacy issues related to remote employees, correct?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, so let's
this went by
do
fast.
some of that. I cannot give you a bumper sticker, except do not make any assumptions. You will almost always be wrong. So to go backwards to kind of the points that I was making, for anything that you're dealing with when it comes to monitoring employees, whether it be digital or video or phone calls or emails, what have you, you should have a policy in place and you should notify all of your employees of what you plan on doing. In Europe, you may be under an obligation to allow them to opt out, depending on what the purpose is. As far, you want to state why you're monitoring it, so just be very, very transparent about everything that you're doing. You want to make sure that whatever you're doing is proportional to the business need. You want to make sure you're complying with local laws, like I stated, as well as, laws that may be outside where you currently reside, and where your business does business. Just because you don't necessarily have a location in Europe doesn't mean that you are necessarily exempt from GDPR, for example. You want to make sure there's a legal basis for monitoring. That's important more so in certain countries than others. And then on top of that, and it goes back to what we're talking about when it comes to creating the culture, you want to train your team so that anybody that's involved in this also understands all of these concepts and the reasoning behind doing it and what they should and should not do. And then at the higher level, you want to conduct regular audits. And you want to make sure that this whole plan that you put together actually is in place and that the people that are running it are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And everybody's on the same page. And you can also then make modifications as necessary, for example, when the sickness is over, as my daughter likes to say.
Gotcha. How about you, Prem Mayo? Any words of wisdom before we get to the audience Q&A?
Yeah, first off, Nicole, thank you for flipping around that bumper sticker question because I couldn't think of anything either. So I'll just
I'm good at that with Matt. I've known him for a long time.
And my son actually woke up today and said, I hate coronavirus, but separate topic. So yeah, I think really a lot of these issues have to do with trust, trust between the employer and the employee. I think one, like Nicole was kind of mentioning, one way to build trust is transparency. And to me, transparency in this case is paying people the respect of bringing them along on your journey. And I think part of that is explaining to employees, like Nicole mentioned, I think not just explaining to them why you're doing it, but why it's good for them. It's not just, we're not just asking for these protocols because it's beneficial to leadership. It's something that will help each employee, and even in their personal lives. So I think that's kind of where I'd leave it.
So if I can bumper sticker it, it sounds like terms of service or the new employee handbook. Is that accurate?
No.
No? Shit. Well, there you go.
No. But it's definitely a Charneyism.
Okay. Well, there you go. So with that, Matt, you said you'd be managing the questions. I know we have about 10 minutes left, so I'll flip that. If not, I can.
Yeah, folks, you should all have access to a raise hand button in front of you there. If you want to ask a question of Matt, Nicole, or Prem, feel free to hit your raise hand button, and I'll amplify your voice so that the rest of the audience can hear you.
Wow, that's awkward.
Well, I have a question. No, it's not awkward at all. What's awkward, might be my choice of outfit today. That might be awkward. But everything else here is completely natural. But what I will ask for this group, as Nicole put it, it's very complex. It's a very nuanced issue. It's hard to put things into 140 characters and less. And totally get that because we're dealing with different jurisdictions and different circumstances. And this idea of reasonableness is a deliberately opaque term that we put in place because reasonable is, by its definition, subjective. As an employee, what are my expectations of my employer? What things should I be asking for from my employer as it pertains to managing my privacy? And I'll open it up to each of the three of you, for whoever wants to tackle that issue.
So I think
I only ask easy questions.
Yeah, right. No, I'll be the one to start on that. So my bumper sticker quote that Nicole said was incorrect. To me, transparency has been kind of the key thing. So I think, just as when you join a website, you're going to have a user agreement and privacy conditions, and anytime those are updated, you're notified of that. I think that taking a similar approach is a really good policy. I also think rather than having something that's, hundreds and hundreds of pages of legalese so that you get to that Apple, end user agreement that gets you on the human centipede when you sign it. Just try to make those as simple and straightforward as possible. I think the employee expectation is that my employer will safeguard my data against breach and against misuse or retribution.
Great answer. We do have an audience question. Christopher Lind up front there with the gray ball cap with the orange brim on it. Chris, go ahead and ask.
Thanks, Matt. So it's actually kind of a twofold question, and I'm just curious your take on this because one of the things that I see continuing to make this topic even more important than ever, but also one of the challenging ones, is a lot of leaders are not super savvy in the digital space, and yet at the same time are being continued to ask to bring in new technology, which is capturing massive amounts of data, a lot of times that they may not even be aware of the implications of what that is. So two questions. First of all, one, from just a practical standpoint, I'm curious if you're seeing any organizations, how are they tackling that with their leaders to have a better understanding of that, and what success are they having? And then from a legal standpoint, what kind of liability is there on some of these things where you may be capturing data that you didn't realize that you had? Are you legally accountable for that, or how does that work? You take the business and the legal side. I don't care which one.
Yeah.
Happy to do the quick answer.
Matt, you
not
don't
the
ask
legal
bad
part.
questions or hard questions. That was a hard question.
I'll save the harder part of that question for Nicole. How about that? Well, just one quick thing I have seen is I think, and then this is maybe more of a, it won't work for all size companies, but one thing I've seen happen in the past is, as you're building a leadership team, as you're building your board, is you want them to be representative of all the different things that could happen in the industry. And if you're in the tech space, one thing we did at our last company, or actually a couple companies ago, we were in a very similar situation, but we started to sense that we were in above our heads. So we made it a huge priority to add a board member that was an expert in that space. So I guess that's not a great answer, but growing the team so that you can fill those gaps is one tactic.
We're just going to dodge part two of that question.
No,
because it's a real
I mean,
risk.
the
run into
bottom
it quite a
line
bit,
is,
right, where you uncover things and you realize, oh my word, I didn't realize that this was coming through.
So in most cases, when you're dealing with privacy issues in particular, you can kind of realize that you had a problem. You can notify everybody that there was a problem and fix it. And that's what happens in data breach issues as well. And as long as you let everybody that's been affected by something know, or make them aware of it, or, in cases where it was something where the data was being collected and nothing was being done with it, it was just sort of sitting there, which is the case for a number of small organizations that are using like Office 365 tools, for example. That all of a sudden our organization, which uses those, we started having these Cortana daily briefings with all sorts of information that I did not realize was being collected and compiled to tell me what I should be doing for the day, which is a great feature, but I definitely wasn't expecting it to happen. And thank you again, Microsoft. Am I going to get kicked out now? Great tool, awesome productivity, especially right after, the move to remote. But small business owners don't necessarily realize that that's what that notification was among the 10 other ones you sent me regarding our service. And at that point, do I need to go in and turn it off? Do I need to let my employees know that we're doing this and create a tutorial about what's actually happening here because they're concerned that they saw a personal email that landed in their work email that Cortana provided back to them and told them they might have something to do today, like rebook that doctor's appointment? All of these things are things you really have to make sure you. I'm getting another notification here. Sorry, Ellen. You really have to make sure you understand what your tech is doing as much as you're capable of doing. But it's not like it is in a lot of criminal cases where where it's a matter of intent. You absolutely could have no idea what was going on and have some liability as a business.
Yeah, it just seems like
Folks,
an ever expanding complex situation.
It is ever expanding. And Chris, thank you so much for your question. Folks, when we started the session, first, before I get there, I just want to thank Matt Charney, Nicole Greenberg, Prem Kumar. What a great job, guys. Throw up some emojis for these folks. Did an incredible job tackling a very challenging topic. We, of course, were kidding near the end there. These topics are challenging at the best of times, and that's the reason why we employ professionals such as these inside of organizations and to consult and advise organizations, because there's such a nuanced space. And if it wasn't challenging enough, this is a moving target. So really, really great job, guys. This is one of those sessions that I'm going to go back to later and listen to it end to end again, because I'm going to take something away from it every time I listen to it. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for fielding all those questions. Any final comments for each of the three of you that you want to share with the audience?
Killer job, guys. That's all I can say.
Job.
Thank you so
Matt,
much.
I want to let you know that I like this so much better than webinars.
Right?
Me too. Thank you all. That was awesome.
Yeah, this
Thanks,
is
guys.
better than Zoom for sure. So thank you guys.
This is better than Zoom. And with all respect to my friends at Zoom. Guys, I've removed
VR explained. So one of the reasons we wanted to put this workshop on is we get a lot of questions all the time, and especially more and more in the last few months, is what is this term XR? And what's the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality? You know, for a lot of people, these terms are very new, especially, and it's hard to differentiate. So the purpose of this workshop is one is to answer a lot of questions that everyone at the summit may have about the differences between virtual reality and augmented reality, and then two, to answer some of the questions that typically come up in in our dealings at Genius Ventures. And as well, we wanted to leave this up for the audience to basically ask any of the questions they had throughout this experience as well about these technologies. So we'll get started here. So virtual reality. First of all, I'll explain who I am and what we're doing. So I'm Navjeet Sheena. I'm the CEO of Genius Ventures. We're some of the co-founders of this Global HR Summit. You'll see my business partner, that handsome gentleman in the audience, Alfred. He helped start and found Genius Ventures, and we did it together. And so now we are in end-to-end immersive technology agencies. So we provide solutions in augmented reality, virtual reality, and 5G applications for various Fortune 500 clients around the world. And so we've had a very deep look into what the capabilities of these technologies are, and what the opportunities are in the space. And we've been very fortunate to have some of these great clients and see where the future is going in terms of the XR immersive technology space. And for us, we made it a goal in 2020 to really educate and inform everyone as much as possible about about the industry. It's so new, and we feel that at Genius Ventures and with some of the companies in this space, that it's our responsibility to really educate the public and inform them about what's going on with these technologies, what these technologies are, and what are the specific use cases, and what's the utility in the world of these technologies. We're at such a pivotal point in time where the world is being introduced to augmented reality, where the world is being introduced to virtual reality and mixed reality, that in order for us to reach mass adoption, in order for a good portion of the world and in enterprise and in all facets of society, in order for them to adopt these technologies, they must be well versed in what opportunities these technologies can present. So I'll start off with virtual reality. As you'll see, we are in virtual reality. For those who are attending the summit in a headset or via 2D, we are in virtual reality. And for everyone that is watching this on YouTube, virtual reality is when you immerse yourself in a completely virtual environment. To me, for those who aren't in a VR headset, what I'm seeing is audience members. I'm seeing avatars of all of the audience members in a completely virtual environment. We were so fortunate to have Microsoft give us this room, and we are in one of the great auditoriums that Microsoft has built. So this is a completely virtual, fabricated environment. As you take a look around, everything has been built in the digital world. So basically, virtual reality is when you are transporting, you are teleporting yourself into a different world, you are in a different environment, and that presents a lot of opportunities. In the virtual environment, and this is how I kind of like to reference that scene from the movie Inception. Anything is possible. You can create worlds beyond imagination. You can create the greatest auditoriums, halls, and rooms. Anything you can imagine with the help of some great content creators can be made and fabricated in virtual reality. This leads to a lot of opportunities for what people can do in the space. And this was one of the big reasons we started this Global HR Summit as well. One of the most obvious benefits of virtual reality, especially online, is collaboration and doing remote work. And one of the things that coronavirus has presented to us is the opportunity to explore virtual reality. this conference itself is a case study in the benefits of virtual reality. We had 58 speakers from all around the world sitting at their homes or in their office environments speaking, but in the same auditorium. They're in the same green room as all of the other speakers. And in virtual reality, they didn't have to travel thousands of miles. They didn't have to board an airplane or wait in the long lines at the airport, get an Uber and go to the hotel, and then Uber from the hotel or taxi from the hotel to the conference center. And don't get me wrong, I love traveling, but I don't like the annoying parts of the travel, the airport lines, the wait, the security, getting your baggage, and these are some of the things that virtual reality can eliminate, especially for remote conferences, for remote collaboration. We may have not been able to get all 58 of these speakers at this specific time in September to come to a physical conference to speak. Physical September, it's almost the last quarter. People are just getting off their Labor Day holidays. But in virtual reality, we're presented with an opportunity to have finished your holiday on the Monday and come speak in VR on Tuesday without taking a flight anywhere, without having to leave your living room. And so what we're seeing is great applications in this technology for remote collaboration and remote teams. So, now in the context of the HR space, employers are now going to be able to hire, be able to have an interview in virtual reality. And as you'll see, I'll get up a bit closer to the audience, you can see in these headsets now, there's eye tracking and there's hand tracking. So whereas in a Google call or in a Hangouts call or a Zoom call, whereas some people may be able to check their email or be able to look at their phone. When you're in virtual reality, you are completely immersed. And for some applications where you want to have complete focus, I think virtual reality is very beneficial. And there's a lot of times where we do use the 2D applications, which are all beneficial as well. But in terms of virtual reality, it creates that next level of engagement. You can see what I'm doing with my hands. You can see what I'm doing with my head. Am I looking over here? Am I looking over there? And when you walk up to someone and you're talking to them, it's like you're talking to them right in front of them, right? And you can tell when I'm looking over here. You can tell when I'm over here and looking this way. And so for us, it creates that next level of intimacy. It creates empathy in these virtual environments. And that's what we think some of the biggest benefits of virtual reality is just that empathy and that emotional connection that you can develop with other people. And this is where we're going to start seeing, the most important things in organizations, such as culture, such as, hiring the correct team, come to light. These are important human connection elements. And now with virtual reality expanding further and further, we can get deeper on each of these elements and create that deep, true human connection that everybody's looking for. And especially in a post-COVID world, where you're not going to be able to be with some of your coworkers for the next little while, and with a lot of organizations not fully going back to work or not going back to work for another year and a half, we really need to start looking at some of the other ways to collaborate and do it in a way where we still keep that human connection element. And so that's virtual reality. I'm going to go a little bit into augmented reality. So augmented reality is when you bring a digital object into the physical world, or when you have a digital overlay of the physical world. So there's a few great examples of augmented reality that many people know and have heard of and have seen and use in their everyday lives. So the first example that the world saw widespread of augmented reality was Pokemon Go. And for those of you who are not aware of the app, it's that app where people were able to bring Pokemon characters into their physical environments. I didn't get too much deeper, but I think you were able to chase them around. So augmented reality is bringing a Pokemon character that doesn't exist into in a virtual world but in augmented reality, you're still in the physical world, just overlaying digital objects on top. Another example is the IKEA app that you may have seen. And so with the IKEA app, you're able to place furniture in your home. You're able to see how it looks in your living room, and then you're able to buy it right away from the app. And we've done some great activations for companies such as Adidas and Louis Vuitton, where you're able to bring shoes or purses into your living room and see them at their highest quality, and then be able to make a purchase decision based on that. And with augmented reality, another use is the face effects that you'll see. So on Instagram, you're able to, have a Barbie face, or you're able to wear a witch hat. You're able to do all of these things in augmented reality with the face filters. So now it's taking your physical face and it's putting a digital overlay. And so whereas Instagram and Facebook and Snapchat and on WebAR, they have different names. They call them effects, or they call them lenses. These are all examples of augmented reality. And you may not hear the word augmented reality all the time, but you do hear the words effects and lenses. And there's statistics that upwards of 60% of people on Snapchat are using these lenses every day, right? And so it's becoming more and more mainstream in our world, where we're taking the physical world and we're putting digital overlays. And what augmented reality does, allows us to transform the world in a new way. Whereas a billboard or a poster outside can now come to life. Whereas you can go to a restaurant and hover your phone over a menu and you can see what the food looks like that they're about to cook. Or you can go to a city and point your phone at a skyscraper and it'll tell you what the history of that skyscraper was. And you'll see they've done this in New York as well. You can go to specific points in Times Square and see what the history of that region was by just pointing your phone. So augmented reality presents a lot of opportunities to transform physical things into digital. And so we're going to see this more and more happening, especially with the advent of things like WebAR. So now anybody basically with a mobile device that's been made in the last few years and an internet connection can experience this next level of technology. As of today, there's about 3 billion mobile devices that are able to access, augmented reality experiences. And with, every day more and more devices are being built that can handle these types of experiences and in a much deeper way. And so, we're sitting at a very crucial point in history right now where augmented reality, where virtual reality are all coming to light. Due to, coronavirus and some of the events of 2020, this has greatly sped up the pace in which these technologies are going to be adapted. And so, just like we said at Genius Ventures, is one of the biggest things we need to do now is really be able to educate the public on what the differences are between these technologies and how they're being used and how they're being deployed and what are the opportunities and the limitations of each of these technologies, so we can understand where we can use them in enterprise or where we can use them in our everyday lives or for relationships or for work or for studying or focus. There's, the opportunities are endless. Almost at the convergence of every traditional industry and immersive technologies, there's new benefits, there's new opportunities, there's complete blue oceans that exist at the intersections of all these industries, at the intersections of these technologies and these industries. And just like we've seen with the Global HR Summit, which sits at the intersection of virtual reality and human resources, as of just the feedback we've received in the last 2 days has been enormous, with people wanting to put on their own conferences, their own trade shows, do their own trainings, build their own sales rooms to be able to collaborate virtually. And this is just after 2 days. And so now as more and more people in the world start hopping into these new virtual reality headsets, and as they start seeing the opportunities as Instagram and Snapchat and Facebook and companies like Eighth Wall that we saw this morning are expanding their ecosystem, this is going to become more widely available. And, it's the way I look at it is, as of right now, we're in a world at a place in time where we've never seen, where we have a world full of creators, where it's so easy to create for these technologies, for virtual reality and augmented reality, You'll see programs like the Spark AR Creators Community, which has thousands, tens of thousands of members. You know, you see the communities that are building on Web AR. You see the communities of thousands or hundreds of thousands of creators on Snapchat and TikTok. This is a way in which technology has never, it's transformative. And the users themselves are helping expand the technologies. So I think what's going to happen with virtual reality and with augmented reality, it's going to become a great subset of everything that everybody has had the ability to create. And whereas in a world that's traditionally dominated by a few key decision makers creating what happens for the next steps in an industry, now we have a few thousand or a few hundred thousand or a few million stakeholders really defining what's happening next in the industry by crowdsourcing the future of our industry. And so I'm very excited to be in this space. We're so fortunate to be in this space. And I thank everyone here and everybody that's watching. You know, especially with this event, you've allowed us to prove what can be done when everybody just takes a chance on technology. You know, being able to bring 58 different speakers from all around the world into the same room from all different points of the world. And that's what happens by everybody taking a chance on technology. And so what I want to do is, you know, I want to open up the room because we've had a lot of comments on YouTube and people emailing us and people sending us personal messages on LinkedIn and Instagram asking various questions about augmented reality and virtual reality and what's the difference. So I wanted to open it up for everyone here and let them ask some questions about you know, some of the topics that are important to you between XR and VR and AR. Oh, sorry. You'll be able to ask now. Yes, Polar Bear. Oh, Jim O'Connor. Sorry, I just saw your username there. Oh, hey Jim, you're silent there.
Can you hear me all right?
Oh, I can hear you now.
No, thank you. One of the things I've just been curious about as a new user is what are companies doing to address the nausea phenomena that a lot of people experience from VR. And after doing a little bit of reading, I found that it affects females 4 times more than males, which would be very problematic in terms of applying VR to educational situations. Thank you.
Awesome. That's a great question. So in VR, there's a very specific term that they address. It's called the MTP, motion to photon ratio, which determines the amount of time it takes for content to be on the internet to be reach your space when you're in virtual reality. And so that as more creators hop in and as more people you'll see hop into the space from the fields of neurology and from some of the traditional sciences at the intersection of virtual reality, we're going to be able to see some more great solutions. As you know, there's people that are now being able to take EEG devices and ECG devices and measure brain waves and heart rate and all this. We're going to be able to take all this data, and this is what happens with the users, and we're going to be able to translate that data into experiences in the future that are going to be much better for us to stay in virtual environments for a longer period of time. Like myself, even personally, I spend a lot of time in VR, but the most I can do in about one session is 45 minutes to an hour, and that's about 2 to 3 times a day, max. Yesterday, I was in virtual reality for almost 6 hours, and you know, it was a bit much, to tell you the truth. But as we said, like as the more traditional sciences pop into the intersection as well with immersive technologies such as VR and AR, and they're measuring our brain waves and our heart rate and, you know, the minute facial expressions that we have when we're in these experiences, they're going to be able to correctly determine, you know, the types of content and the types of colors and the types of scenarios that work well for people to be able to stay in these environments for longer. Awesome. So I'll move this over to Sanette.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi there.
Hi. So I have two questions, and maybe I missed it, but the first one was, what is XR?
Oh, sorry. So XR is it's a term that's used widely in the industry to encompass all of the mixed reality or all of the realities. Sorry, it's augmented reality, there's virtual reality, there's mixed reality. So X is, just as used in math equations as well, it can be the variable for any letter in front of it. So it's a term that encompasses all of the AR, VR, MR, and as we move forward into the future, I'm sure we'll be developing a few more R's as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to echo, I'm actually sitting here, my headset is really uncomfortable, so it's good to hear that there's more technology and advancements in that direction coming. And I was interested to hear, you said you guys develop, it sounds like end-to-end and fully comprehensive solutions. Do you mind expanding a little bit on what that means?
Yeah, so when we build end-to-end solutions, so we do it at the intersection of augmented reality and virtual reality and things like machine learning and artificial intelligence. And, where I'll give you a perfect example is we've done some projects in the real estate space, whereas you're able to walk into your apartment years before it's built, either in augmented reality or virtual reality, and we're able to collect data on where you're able to move around and where you're looking at that apartment the most. Or we've also embedded features into it. You're able to switch up the sofas and the floors and the color on the wall. So years before it's built, you're able to customize this apartment to your own preference. And then as well, we're able to collect data and see what's happening amongst, if there's thousands of users, we're able to start seeing the patterns that are developing. Ooh, I need to re-enter 1 sec, guys. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I had to re-enter the environment there. It has been so yeah, to answer your question, I'm not sure where I left off, but what I mean by us developing end-to-end solutions is we're developing solutions that are at the intersections of various technologies, such as AR and VR and machine learning, and as well end-to-end where we are involved in the theorization of the technologies to use. We're involved in creating the content that's used and also involved in helping decide which platform or platforms that these experiences can be used on. So, for us, we thought it was extremely important to have a company that could do a lot of the different facets from data collection to content creation to hardware modification in the space. And so when I say end-to-end, that's basically what I mean.
And just one last question. So in that example that you mentioned about being able to go look at your apartment years before it's built, is there the integration point where I've now chosen my architecture and that can manifest in a blueprint and can be used by an architect, etc.?
So in that, this is where we'll see as more and more content is developed. We've actually, something that I can't go too much deeper into is the artificial intelligence component that we've put behind our real estate application is really taking, as we're creating, dozens or hundreds of these experiences and we're converting them from architecture to virtual reality, we're mapping the process from how our designers and how our engineers and our artists are taking a CAD file or a 2D file, and we're mapping out the process on how they're bringing it into virtual reality and augmented reality. And as we develop based on that, we're going to be able to start developing pathways where it's more and more computer generated. And so the artists and the content creators are going to be able to work on making it look as nice as possible because most of the common elements will be automated. And I believe in the future, as we get more data and as more companies hop into this space, we will be able to do the reverse as well. Whereas we're changing things in the virtual environment that can translate back into the CAD files and into the 2D floor plans. But that's going to take data. That's going to take an amount of machine learning. And in the future, I believe that all this stuff will be possible. And with the advent of of technologies such as 5G and machine learning or 5G and quantum computing, there's some technologies that are really speeding up the processing power and what's able to be done in real time. And so as we see this, we will be in the future be able to, take that apartment, modify it, and then convert that in real time back to a blueprint.
Okay, I've got many questions. I'll let someone else go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Alfred, you had a question. Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Megaphone? All right, great. Now, good job, by the way, explaining the whole XR industry. Great questions from the crowd. So I wanted to ask a question. You touched on this word, mixed reality, and for the folks that have seen this term and the folks that are going to be seeing this term a lot, can you touch on mixed reality and tell us what that is?
Yes. So the way we like to look at it is in these extended realities, there's a spectrum, right? So on this end of the spectrum, you have your physical world. And on this end of the spectrum, you have your virtual world. This is where we are right now. We're in the virtual world at the very far right of the spectrum. And then in the middle, we have mixed reality. So augmented reality, mixed reality is a form of augmented reality, whereas mixed reality will always be augmented reality, but not the other way around. So augmented reality falls here, whereas you can bring your Pokemon character into the world and it'll walk around and it'll do its gestures and all that in front of you. But in mixed reality is where the digital objects or the digital characters can actually interact with the physical world. If you've brought, say, a digital dog into your living room, and in augmented reality, it can run around your living room, but it might run through a table or run through a sofa or run through a wall because we still can't sense whether the wall is there. But in mixed reality, the digital objects or the digital creations can then interact with the physical world. And so we're seeing a lot of great applications of mixed reality, especially with some things that Microsoft has done with HoloLens. And as of right now, there's a lot of great applications in the military and in healthcare where you can enhance your physical surroundings to do, more deep, more in-depth surgery, or you can, replicate some of the things that are going to happen on a physical battlefield. But as we get deeper and deeper into mixed reality, and as people start understanding, like we said, more about augmented reality and virtual reality from both ends of the spectrum, as they converge, ultimately we're going to start seeing a lot more mixed reality as well. And that's going to, that's going to happen a lot more as we switch to the wearables, right? Whereas as we're wearing these smart glasses, that the things that we're displaying in our digital world, our physical world, can be interacting with the digital ones.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
No problem. One sec. And who else had a question? All right. Let's see. Is there any more questions from the group? Here we go. We got some. There we go. Polar bear. Yes. Oh, Sinek.
Should I go first?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Polar bear dropped off there.
Oh, okay, no problem. So mixed reality is actually not a topic that we'll be discussing at this summit.
Oh, one second there. I'm trying to. Oh, here we go. I got to give you a megaphone. Try again. Sorry.
So my question was two questions. The first one is mixed reality. So that's not actually something that we'll be discussing at the summit, because I've read about HoloLens and they're not one of the speakers, or are they?
No. HoloLens isn't one of the speakers. We had 3 speakers from Microsoft, and they're from the different Zoom product division and LinkedIn, but not from HoloLens. So this summit wasn't one of the specific focuses, but as a lot more people start hopping into the mixed reality space, especially for the next summit in 2020, we'll have a heavier emphasis on it.
Okay. Thank you. And then last question is, so I'm also very interested in this. I'm actually a coach, so I'm very interested to see how to use this kind of collaborative space to address co-location and all those kind of issues. What are your favorite technologies that you're starting to use within the space? Like you've got Maya and Lightwave, just, your stack that you're looking at, if I'm allowed to ask that question.
My favorite technologies is some of the stuff that we're going to be doing with 5G in the States. So we work with some very innovative, forward-thinking companies, and we're going to be doing some activations in the near future here that are going to be built on 5G and interacting with different parts of your world in a new way. And so for me, I think the most exciting parts of these technologies for me is what we'll be able to do with 5G, and what we're going to be able to do with 5G in the intersection of virtual reality and augmented reality. And if you want me to get, I'll get a bit deeper into that because a lot of people also wonder when we talk about 5G is what is the benefits of 5G and what are some of the advantages and how is it going to affect the industry. So actually great topic to talk on because we have a few more minutes and we've been asked this a few times. So with 5G, one of the cool things that happens is low latency, which means it takes less and less time for the signal to travel from your device and to where it's pulling the information. And one of the other advantages of 5G is something called the MEC, which is edge computing. So with these technologies, you are now able to pull information faster and faster to your device, and you're able to do things like, whereas in 4G augmented reality, you're able to bring up, say, a Pokemon in your physical world, but as that's pulling up data, it's limited to the quality and the types of interactions we can have with it because of the bandwidth that we can have. But with 5G, what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to bring in full 3D experiences and very high quality and very deep textures. And we'll be able to, in real time, pull that information so that all of a sudden we can create in real time, just like in the previous years or now, how you can stream a video very fast to your phone on YouTube. And with the advent of 5G, you're going to be able to stream 3D experiences in front of you in real time. And so what 5G does is allows us higher bandwidth. It's higher bandwidth and lower latency in terms of the types of experiences that can happen and will happen, and many of them in real time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Fancheno.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, how do you see XR and IoT kind of intermingling in the future?
Great question. Yeah, so with XR and IoT, that's a question I don't get much, so that's going to be a little bit of a thinker. So with the Internet of Things, everything is basically going to be connected to the internet. And just like we said with 5G and the advent of 5G, it's going to give greater capacity for the Internet of Things because your device, like your fridge or your your microwave or your phone or your vehicle, anything that's basically electronic is now going to be able to be connected to the internet and in a much faster way. So with the advent of virtual reality and augmented reality, I imagine them interacting with the Internet of Things, such as, say a fridge that's displaying information, you'll be able to, in real time, develop contextual type augmented or virtual reality experiences based on what's currently in your fridge. If you had a question about bananas during a season, and in the future, you'll be able to figure out what type of bananas is best for the season that goes in your fridge. Sorry, I know nothing about bananas. I'm just I'm just trying to make a quick comparison to how with the Internet of Things and the advent of the faster internet and 5G and all that, that you'll be able to pull information a lot faster. And since more devices are connected to the internet, the types of content that can be displayed much faster as a result of those devices will be much more deeper and enriching.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Any more questions? Oh, yep. Oh, here we go. Alfred. Oh, no. There we go. Hey, Polar Bear, if you could, I think there's a button where you can raise your hand, or Jim.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry, it's not showing, but yeah, we can hear you.
The other night, I was watching a television program about college football at Washington State University, and they had a 360 camera behind the huddle. And then in the evening, the quarterback would put on his VR device, and he would be looking at what took place in practice in order to review his decision making. What was he seeing when he was looking through his VR? He obviously wasn't seeing emojis. What was he seeing, and where can I see something like he might have been seeing?
So for more context, he was doing this sitting in a room, or he was doing this while he was on the field currently?
Well, he was practicing, and
Oh,
they had a
okay.
360 camera. And then in the evening afterwards, he would look at a recording from that camera in order to review his decision making.
Oh, okay. So what he was seeing was, if they had a 360 camera, is that they were capturing all elements of the field, so that in the afternoon when he went in and reviewed his decision making, if they did it with a 360 camera, if he was looking straight in the evening, and he would see what would have been in front of him, say the field goal posts. But if he looked to the left, he would have been able to see exactly what he was seeing on the left that day. Or if he looked to the right, he would have been able to see exactly what he was seeing on the right. So either the bleachers or the players. So I imagine in the context of football, that if they were doing this 360 camera during a practice, he was trying to recreate some of the scenes. And I'm from Canada, so I'm more of a hockey guy, but take my best explanation here. So I imagine as he had the football, he was able to review to his left or his right in real time. Should I have thrown the ball to that guy instead of that guy? Or should I have thrown the ball to this side instead of this side based on what's happening? And also what's based on what's happening, maybe it would have been more advantageous for him to kick the ball. Not sure if that's a football term. But then again, yeah, just so, he would have been able to see what's really happening, and he would have been able to run through the experience himself later and review if he had made the correct decisions by putting himself in the environment that he was actually in.
So he was able to see his teammates, and then not their emojis, obviously. And
No,
where
no,
could I,
no. If it
where
was
could I
done with the
experience something like that?
So as of right now, if it was done with a 360 cam, it was probably done from multiple angles and multiple cameras. There are VR rooms now. There's in most of the major cities. Whereabouts are you located, by the way?
Just north of San Francisco.
Okay, so you'll definitely, especially in San Francisco, there'll be things called like VR rooms or VR lounges or VR bars where you can go in and they'll be able to replicate very specific experiences for you, like being on Everest or, going wave surfing and all that sort of stuff. So you'll definitely be able to go check out one of those VR environments. I'm not sure during coronavirus though, because if those places will be open, just because the amount of cleaning and all that would be required. But definitely after COVID, you'll be able to check out some more of those experiences, because a lot more and more of those are popping up.
Thank you so much.
No problem. All right. Oh, Kareem had a question. Your hand is, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
okay?
Kareem, how are you?
I'm Dynamite. How are you? Can you hear me now?
Yep, you can. Doing fantastic.
Okay. Actually, two comments I was going to make. The first comment that I was going to make is, if you're interested, you can just go to insta360.com. The Insta360 camera is a great one, and you can see what video shot in 360 looks like, and you'll see what he. And I don't work for them. I don't have any stock in it, but just in terms of experiencing a 360 camera is, and especially in context of this, like this form here, it's kind of mind bending, because anything that occurs in front of a 360 camera, it's all captured, right? So you can go through, and after the fact, you can shoot an entire movie in post production, because it captures every angle from a given perspective at once. So I encourage you, if you have any interest in VR, to spend some time thinking about what a 360 camera can do. And you'll have a good understanding of how it would benefit like an athlete who is trying to read different defenses and understand their decision making based on what they saw in hindsight, right? There was another comment that I was going to make. Nav, you were asking, or there was a question about what you all do sort of when you say end to end, and I was just going to talk about it. I'm from Bento HR. I'm Matt Burns's partner, and the comment that I was going to make was that really, and this is not pumping your tires so much as it's being very explicit about what you all can do. There is the opportunity to both architect and execute on an or a virtual reality, an XR solution that Genius Ventures has been able to really bring to life with this conference, right? It's having an idea of how we're going to deliver better, superior content to HR professionals or people that are interested in XR. And we, for us at Bento HR, we're coming at this from a very a different place where we believe that HR professionals should be at the center of digital transformation within organizations. And Nav and his team, and Mara, you've been able to really allow us to use, in fact, Nav, you said it earlier today, or earlier in this session, that it's about a lot of the benefit of being in virtual reality is being able to lead with empathy, right? It's a very experiential, and it's being able to develop empathy, or really share and express and develop empathy. And so for us in embracing HR professionals, it gives us the opportunity to have HR professionals leading with empathy within their organizations, solving human problems to get to some of the technology solutions that might be necessary for their business. So that sort of abstract concept, Nav and his team have been able to help us deliver through, starting with this conference. So I wanted to say thank you and give an example of what I believe that you and your organization can accomplish.
Thank you. Kareem, do you mind if I use that as a commercial after?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the kind words. And awesome. And also for explaining the 360 concept a bit deeper. All right, guys. And so next we have Mike Vogue. Mike Vogue.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah,
I can hear you now. Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you? It's Vaughn, pronounced Vaughn. German is Vaughan.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. I must be missing a letter on my screen. My apologies.
No worries at all. Just wanted to, from a pure HR perspective, I see a lot of potential in this. Like, you mentioned the empathetic side of it and using it to put together scenarios or environments where managers can do emotional intelligence training, situational awareness training, where you can actually, build things in. Can you talk a little bit about the potential in that space, or even, thinking about, we mentioned it earlier in one of our earlier sessions, where you think of like an assessment center. Today we might put a potential manager through an assessment center and run them through real job situations to see how they do. Have you seen any applications for that yet?
Yes. So there's a lot of great applications that are being developed, and this is why we thought HR was such an interesting space and such a blue ocean. Because as more and more money is being invested into HR technology, we're starting to see these things a bit more. So in virtual reality, you're seeing a few technologies, where you can put yourself in the position of someone that's, someone that's from a diverse background, or from someone that's in a different gender than you. You can put yourself in their shoes and see what it feels like looking in a mirror and reacting in their environments. And also, like we said, for collaboration and for team building. So how are you going to build a team when everybody you just hired in the last quarter is in different environments and in different cities around the world? Well, the way you do that is you bring them into an environment like this, and just like we're all talking here, you can see my hands, you can see my eyes, you put them next to each other. And, if you guys have a chance to explore AltSpace a bit further, leading up to this summit for the past 3 months, some of the stuff that myself and Alfred, myself and Matt have been doing is whenever we meet for a meeting, we go throw a virtual basketball around. It's it's just a very natural meeting where we're standing there, we're throwing a basketball, we're interacting in the environment, and it's leading to that natural conversation. And one of the biggest things that I think that virtual reality is going to be able to do is, I know a lot of people miss this, is the water cooler conversations. I'm trying to do the air quotes right now, but the water cooler conversations, like when you're passing by your colleagues in the hallway, those little things that you talk about. So now in virtual reality, in environments that aren't very stressful, where you're throwing a basketball around, or you're in the same type of living room, or you're watching a movie together, you can have those natural type conversations, right? And as these worlds develop, and as more and more content creators hop into the AR and VR space, we're going to start seeing more opportunity for collaboration and for much more unique environments. Like right now, we're in the Microsoft Dev Days auditorium. Like we said, so gracious that they gave this to us for the conference. But in the future, as we get people used to being in a traditional conference setting in virtual reality, we may be able to start guiding them into doing a conference that's in a somewhat different environment. Not throwing them into the middle of a forest right away, but instead of a conference environment next time, now that everybody's been in a conference environment, maybe the side of a mountain that's got the same type of bleachers built in, with a side of with me speaking on a rock stage or something like that. And these types of new engaging environments are going to be interesting. And so as we develop, like we said, one of the real opportunities in the virtual world is creating whatever type environments that you want, and being able to experiment and see what people are most comfortable with. Is it best for you to do a team building exercise in an office type environment in virtual reality, or is it best for you to do it on a basketball court? These types of things you can now practice, and you can now start gathering data in virtual reality, where you just hop from one room to the next. Whereas if you're in the middle of a big city, to get to a basketball court or a forest or an office environment within the same 30 minutes, that's a difficult thing to do, right? And so virtual reality also gives us the opportunity to start scaling experiences and scaling learning, because we can do it much faster. Awesome. Is that and Mike, anything further you'd like to add to that? That is an interesting question for sure.
No, that's great. I just think as you said, I think the possibilities are really just now starting to scratch the surface. So
awesome. Yes, and we'll see a lot more and more of these developing. This is why we're so excited, right? Especially in HR and XR is one of the reasons we did this summit. Is the human element of virtual reality and the human element of augmented reality is very important. As a lot of the world leads towards transformation and automation, one of the things that isn't being considered highly is the human element, and how do humans aid in the transition to these technologies, right? Whereas a lot of people are scared that it's going to phase them out. We see a lot more opportunities for humans to be involved in that conversation and be involved in the transition to more automation and more human / digital collaborations, right? All right, we have time for one more question. So teal and pink. Oh, 1 second. I'm trying to give you megaphone access. 1 second, guys. Teal and pink, can you try talking real quick? Can't seem to hear. Laurel or Donna, if you're around, is there a way we can try to get teal and pink able to be on the megaphone? I'm trying to click the button, but it's not working.
Yes, indeed. Hang on just 1 second. Teal in pink has left the building.
Oh, okay. It was still showing up on my host panel. All right. Well, everyone, that was the last question. So thank you, everyone, so much for coming. We appreciate all the great questions. We appreciate all of the great dialogue. If you ever have any questions, like we said, it was Genius Ventures' goal in 2020 to spread as much information and awareness about these technologies as possible. Feel free to reach out to us on LinkedIn or Instagram or visit our website at geniusventuresinc.com at any point. And we'd love to start, any dialogue about what we can do with AR and VR at the intersection of any of the businesses that you're in as well. Thank you everyone for attending, and we hope you had a valuable session. I'll remove the stage blocker if you guys want to come up and chat or do any of that as well.
Prince, you'll be next to BJ. So BJ, I'll have you stand right in front morning, so it would only stand to reason that would be the one I have technical challenges on. This conversation is a topic that I'm particularly passionate about. It's about communication. And we've talked a lot about the implications of this technology for business use. We've talked about recruitment. We've talked about training. We've talked about the ethical implications of talent analytics. The one area that unifies all of those is their communication. Each of them require a degree of exchanging information back and forth. And what excites me about this particular technology, immersive technologies, including VR, is that this is a completely different modality for communication. And other than being in the same room with one another, which unfortunately, because of a number of circumstances, we can't, whether that be a global pandemic, or geographic distance, or cost, or limitations around a number of issues, we can't be in the same room right now. But we can in virtual reality. It's the only immersive way that we can be together. And for our folks watching us on live stream, you're getting a chance to see how we're interacting in this immersive space. So if you're curious, I would encourage you to consider looking around for those VR headsets, because in the case of future events, you can be right here with us as part of the action. In addition to the fact that this is immersive, I want to point out the fact that all the other communication mediums out there on the market, whether it's email, instant messaging, social media, phone, video conferencing, they're all two-dimensional. I don't know about you, but I've been on more than enough Zoom calls where somebody has another window open and they're surfing the net, or they're on their phone, or a number of other things, because we're all busy. And it's so easy to get distracted in a space where we're all so busy. But with this immersive technologies, we have full immersion. We're fully in this space together. And that to me is really, really exciting. And because communication is such a broad topic, I think it necessitates a broad panel of expertise. So I'm joined today by a couple of great panelists. To my left here, we have BJ Gray. BJ is a past corporate executive with a number of organizations, and I'll let her tell you her story shortly, but a number of organizations, and clearly understands the inner workings of communication in large multinational corporations where a consistent approach or policy or strategic direction, the ability to communicate that through the entire organization is essential to business success. In a space now where most of us are operating in virtual workplaces, it's even more challenging to communicate where we don't have access to those virtual water coolers that we did in the office. And we can't stand in line for those virtual coffees like we used to do back in the office. So looking forward to getting that chat with BJ. And to her left, we have Prince Guman. Prince, among many accomplishments, is a neuromarketer. I'm not even going to try and explain what that is, because I'm going to embarrass myself in front of the live stream. But needless to say, Prince is going to allow us to bring the scientific, the academic aspects of communication to this conversation. So I'm looking forward to digging into that. So before we get into the actual topics, you two, I'd love for you just to do a quick introduction of yourselves. So we'll start with you, BJ. 30 seconds. First off, who you are, what your background is, and then why you thought it was a good idea to spend an hour with Prince Guman and Matt Burns in virtual reality.
All right, sounds good. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, great. Hi, I'm BJ, and I'm basically a corporate refugee now. I spent most of my career working in Fortune 500 companies, and 3 years ago decided to leave corporate America to kind of go back and support it in a different way as a leadership coach. And I believe that coaching leaders right now in this new era of working remote and corporations becoming more conscious, that communication is the cornerstone to success and productivity in the workplace. It's not necessarily skills or performance as much. Lately, it seems like communication and behaviors is what's really driving a company to be successful. And I spend 80% of my time working with leaders on how to engage their employees and how to communicate with them better. And so to me, this was a particularly interesting event to come to and hear more how other people thought it would be useful to use, because I think virtual reality is possibly the mechanism for us to create psychological safety when communicating with each other in the workplace. And you can do that in two ways. You can do that in the development of the leader, like training the leader on how to have crucial conversations, or you can do it where we just meet in this space and have our touch base and get to talk. And it's very like focused, you know, like you said, we're all here together in a 3D, we're not in a 2D landscape where you can get distracted. So that's why I thought it would be great to be here and start exploring this.
Yeah, we're so glad that you are.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Guman, the same question.
All right.
Yourself, your background, your experiences, and what brought you here today?
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Prince Kuman. I am currently a professor at Holt Business School. The one thing I'm super passionate about is neuromarketing. And for a living, I apply neuroscience to business. But I've been personally applying neuroscience to life hack my way throughout my life personally. And most recently, I wrote a book called Blindsight that is on neuromarketing. And what drew me to this conference was flat out unparalleled curiosity, right? Super curious about VR, always have been. And all of my work, research and tactic heavy work in neuromarketing has taught me a bunch of things. One of them being perception really is reality. And to be able to explore that with peers under the context of communication was too good of an opportunity to pass up. So that's why I'm here.
I couldn't agree with you more. And nice segue as well, Prince, because for those of you in the audience, you would have just seen that I've activated your raise hand button. So we want to make this session interactive. This is a unique opportunity to get some perspectives from people who are looking at the leading edge of science in this space, as well as having years of corporate experience. At any point during the next 40 minutes or so, you want to ask a question, hit your raise hand button. I'll amplify your voice so everyone can hear you, and we'll field your questions. But before we get there, I want to start things off with an easy one, guys, because it's going to get harder as we go through this process. So, as I'm thinking about communication pre-2020, and I'm thinking about communication 2020 going forward, what is one thing that you think we should be mindful of as individuals, whether we're communicating with our families, communicating at work, communicating with our friends? Very broad question. What are something that we need to take into more account in 2020 going forward, just given the landscape that we find ourselves in today? And I'll start with yourself, BJ.
I think we should all be more curious about where everyone's at and really listen, because we're all experiencing different filters right now as things seem so chaotic. And I think you really need to, if you engage someone in conversation, you really need to just be curious, ask them how they're doing, ask them certain questions to draw out where they're at so that you don't potentially like come at them somewhere that they're not and they feel unsafe or something. So I think it's just curiosity.
I love that, because I think one thing we all would agree is prior to this global pandemic, we had this illusion in most organizations that people didn't have personal lives. It's like, leave your personal life at home. When you're at work, this is a safe place. It wasn't a courtesy, by the way, that was extended both ways. There's only a one-way courtesy that's being extended. That's a whole different conversation. But in the context of this, it was what I've been so happy and pleased to see is that when I'm engaging with my colleagues and my friends on Zoom calls, I'm seeing pets and children and the reality that is life kind of, if you will, integrating into this work culture. So I love that you're talking about, seeing where people are at, because I think we've all come to the realization that we're all dealing with more than what we were planning to deal with in 2020. It doesn't matter where you're born. It doesn't matter what job you're in or what life stage you're at. We all are assuming more than we anticipated for 2020. And I don't know about anybody in the audience here. If you feel this way, send me an emoji. But did anyone have any spare time before 2020? Is anyone looking for something to do? Because I was full. I was busy. So I think that's one piece. Prince, from yourself, you said earlier that you've been hacking your life with neuroscience. Now, that's a whole different conversation we need to have offline, because I want to hear some of those hacks. But you've been hacking your life. Have you thought about any new hacks for 2020 going forward?
Oh, I have. Well, before we get into that, I just think the one thing about communication, your previous question that you posed to BJ, I think authenticity. I think there's a more academic way of saying this when it comes to communication down to the brain. But I'll leave you with this: our brains have a built-in bullshit meter, and finding that authentic voice, whether you're speaking to your team, whether you're speaking in front of up to 10K virtual people or one-on-one. A big part of that is being able to communicate that. And of course, there's tactics down there. And this leads me to the next point here is a life hack. Well, one of the things that I've noticed as a professor is emoting slightly a bit more. And I found myself using emojis in business emails, right? And that's not something that I was doing pre-COVID. It's because my colleagues I don't get to see outside of Zoom, and there's something about a sense of connection that comes from emojis, which I realized, there's two types of people in this world: the ones who use emojis, and the ones who don't. And I think a quick and dirty hack now is testing emojis in your emails where you wouldn't have previously tested that.
Yeah, it's fun.
And a quick and dirty hack, again, Prince, it's like we choreographed this, which we both know that we did not. Our audience, you guys each have the ability to use your emoji. So if at any point in this conversation you want to throw up some emojis, you like an answer, throw up some hearts, throw up some smiley faces. If you don't like something, throw us some frowny faces and we'll engage with you. But that's one of the areas where immersive technology still has a ways to go, is in communicating the nuances of communication and of emotion. And that's why we have these emojis here, so that we can really convey that deeper level of nuance that just unfortunately we lose in this modality. We gain so much, but we have so far to go when it comes to really creating that authentic space. BJ, I want to turn things over to your experiences. Like yourself, I spent the majority of my professional career in large multinational corporations. So we have a kindred spirit that way, in that we know that oftentimes with communications, there is formal communications in the corporate world, but then the majority of communications actually falls outside of the communications. It's the meeting before the meeting after the meeting, the text messages on the way home from work, the drinks on Friday afternoon. It's all these informal things that we use to build culture and connection and collaboration and to build influence. For a coach like yourself who works with a large amount of executives and new business owners, what are some of the tips and tricks that you're providing for folks now that may not have those same opportunities to influence, may not have the same opportunities to connect with collaborators and colleagues and other coworkers? How are you advising them to find opportunities to connect in this space where we have to be more intentional about it?
So that's a great question, because I've been playing with this with all my clients right now and using video. So there's Loom video now, and I think there's something called Ask Video. And those are two really quick, down and dirty. You just click them on, you just add the link to your Chrome browser or whatever browser you're using, and you can quickly shoot a video. And I find that if you can just quickly chat with someone, give them some tips about what's going on, kind of develop the hallway conversation via video, it kind of puts a personal touch to communication when you're not in each other's presence every day. So I've been just, even a 1-minute video, a 2-minute video, instead of replying to the email, shoot them a video, talk to them.
Prince, I'm going to ask you to put you on the spot here, and then I'm going to reverse the order, by the way, with the next question. But from your perspective with the science, why is video, these messages, so much more compelling than an email or a text message?
Well, our brains are learning machines. The neuroscientific term for it is statistical learning. As soon as we were kids, we soak up information repeatedly, constantly. We're picking up on patterns. And whenever we do talk about attention, I hope we talk about attention. I think a lot of this it'll come back full circle. Our brains are picking up data points, is the best way to put it. And all of our senses are simply sensors to take in these data points. So when you go from written word to a video, you are 100% activating different sensors and getting in more data points for that person, that moment, emotive, objective, all of those things.
We've already got some questions from the audience, folks, and I'm going to get to them shortly, but I did want to ask Prince a follow-up question, and then I'm going to ask BJ to weigh in on it and just reverse the order. So, Prince, you did mention attention, and I absolutely want to get there, so thank you for precursing that. From an attention perspective, a term that I use a fair amount in my organization is the idea of mind share. We are a digital transformation consultancy that aggregates technology and data and strategy and processes to help organizations work their way through change. The biggest component of any digital transformation isn't the tech, it's not the data, isn't the processes, it's always the people. And the biggest challenge around the people is two things. One, change is hard. Secondly is maintaining people's attention. We're in a world where we're getting more inputs than any one of our brains can actually possibly handle. So when you're trying to keep people's attention and you're trying to keep them engaged in something that affects them personally, because transformation in organizations affects every individual employee. When you're trying to get people's attention, what are some tips and tricks that you'd recommend that leaders or organizations employ to keep attention on the issues that are important to people in organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about foundational attention and how attention works at the level of the brain. And I'm hoping you guys will be able to connect this and come up with hacks that work for you. Attention is driven by a break in the pattern that your brain has picked up, right? So we are pattern seeking through and throughout because our brain, if you ever heard the term law of least mental effort, that is called a law in neuroscience for a reason. It's because it's not so much that our brains are lazy, our brains actively pick up on patterns and internalize them so that we don't have to actively think about that particular pattern in that context going forward. Attention is gained when you break the pattern, right? So advertising industry can easily be argued is an attention breaking industry, right? You're breaking the pattern to capture attention. This is why the ads, as soon as a TV show goes to commercial, are louder audibly. This is why people have to try really hard to stick out and differentiate. So far, this applies to your own productivity internally. How this applies to your productivity internally is this. Now intentionally, previously completely by accident or via A/B testing, our interactions and our relationship with tech has evolved to a point of capturing attention. And this is why you see notifications on the old school, before we even went mobile, on Facebook, were pop-ups. It's because it's breaking the mold. The reason why everything on Facebook is blue except for the notification is red is because it breaks that pattern every time it happens. The reason why Google searches change where the ads go is because they want to break your attention, that way you don't get used to it. Okay, so when you apply that to yourself, think about just how many notifications are pulling and or breaking your pattern, right? So before we could even talk about paying attention to stuff that matters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we have to talk about the foundation of attention, which is frankly being pulled by notifications. I will say this, it is not just notifications. It's also the fact that none of us here like to pay for stuff on the internet most of the time, right? How many of us are WhatsApp users? Raise your hand. Most of us, right? Yeah. How many of us have paid any money to WhatsApp? No one, right? We like free, and it's getting to a point when there is an entire corporate structure and business plan and economy attached around attention. And attention is a nice way of saying it. Engagement is a more metric heavy way of saying it, but really it's how can I suck your attention into my digital product and then sell all of that attention to people who are willing to pay me more than what you would have ever paid for WhatsApp. So lots of different aspects of attention. But as we become more and more sucked into our tech, just keep in mind that when you're using a WhatsApp or even a Reddit that doesn't feel as bad as IG might, Instagram might, those are all designed to be free of charge, but they cost your attention, all of which pulls you away from the current moment, from communications, from productivity.
Prince, I don't want to alarm you, but you hit a nerve. We have 5 questions now waiting in the queue. So careful,
snap.
Careful.
Okay.
Before we get there, I'm gonna give you a chance to get yourself prepared, get yourself ready, stabled.
Hold on.
I want to give BJ an opportunity to answer the question first, and I'm going to open it up to the audience here. BJ,
Right.
you and I both know we're not neuroscientists.
No.
But we know that in large organizations, the difference between having success or not having success in a number of things that you do in your corporate roles is largely based on your ability to influence. Can you rally resources? Can you rally the attention of the organization? Can you make yourself the priority list? So without deploying a neuroscientist toolkit, what are some of the suggestions that you give to your clients, or what have you used in the past yourself? What are some of the more informal, some of the more relational, some of the more experiential things that you've been able to use or convey to get on someone's radar, to build that relationship, to get and then keep that attention?
All right, thanks. So, what I would say, just to kind of echo Prince's talk, though, about technology pulling our attention away, is have meetings, first of all, without the technology. I don't know if you've heard this lately, but a lot of companies are leaving cell phones outside of the meeting rooms. You can put them in a bucket when you walk in. So that's one way to like just stop that kind of attention grabber. But the other way to really, on a more rudimentary level, to really engage and get people's attention is to not just talk at them and tell them what's going on and what changes are going to be made, but also include them in the journey, include them in, and maybe present your ideas and then ask them at the end, what do you think? Tell me more about this idea. Am I missing something? Like, make them part of the change and the solution that's going to be happening. So I really help when I was working in the office space, and what I talk to my leaders about is really making everybody part of the entire vision that you're creating, or the entire change that you want to make, and let them weigh in on it. Let them have some skin in the game, and that keeps people's attention because they have some accountability to what's going to be happening.
I couldn't agree with you more. I had this discussion actually yesterday, BJ, in the context of digital transformation. And while you rejoin us, I'll maybe tell that story, which is when you're leading large transformational projects, I had a mentor once who said very wise words, which is when it comes to people and change, it's pay me now or pay me later. So you can try and force change on people, you can try and force their attention, but I promise you, most people that I know don't like to have anything forced at them. And then you're spending your time rebuilding relationships, re-earning trust, and you're at a deficit for future projects or future asks that you have of those key stakeholders. But when, as BJ mentioned, you spend your time up front building those relationships, using the opportunity to work with your colleagues and your peers to co-design solutions that are ultimately in everyone's best interest, then you're really able to create a dynamic where everybody wins. And there isn't so much pressure on you to have all the right answers. You can use your stakeholders to help inform those answers, and then everybody is happy. Because ultimately, whether you are a professor of neuromarketing or a corporate executive, our job largely is to facilitate solutions for other people. It's not about us, it's about other people. But if we make it about us, it quickly becomes a very controversial and potentially not very helpful in a lot of cases. So thank you for that, BJ. That's a really excellent point. Prince, are you ready? We're going to get to some of these questions right now.
Let's do it.
All right, let's get to it. Aya, I have you here first. Go ahead and ask your question. If you throw up some emojis first, we know where you are in the room. Just throw up some heart emojis, Aya, and then go ahead and ask your question. Right up front. Fantastic. Oh, no, that's teal and pink. We have Aya. Where is Aya?
We lost her.
Oh. Aya, can you hear us now?
Hi. Hi, friends.
Great. Up there in the
Hi,
top left.
friends.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi, friends. Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing well. Thank you so much. This is Adam Crone. I'm here on a Mac beta in alt space and enjoying the conversation. I'm curious when you're talking about Prince in communication and in marketing. How widely spread is the notion and understanding of the dopamine I'm gonna ask this in a very straightforward way in my technology here. How akin is this to a slot machine? How akin is a lot of the marketing you're talking about to a slot machine with this cycle of unpredictable rewards? I know about dopamine, but I'm curious if there are other neurotransmitters that are involved that make things so catchy for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt, stop me if I go too far, because dopamine is a dense piece to talk about. So dopamine. Thank you, Adam. That's a solid question. So
thank you.
Dopamine is the pursuit of happiness molecule. And the emphasis is really on the pursuit, not the achieving of happiness. Dopamine is how our biology is wired to continually want more and not be satisfied. And the biological reason behind it is, well, if you're satisfied, then you're not going to make more babies and chase for more food, right? And fast forward away from the caveman era to today, our biologies are the same, but our environment has changed dramatically. And when companies hire 10 of me and 10 social psychologists and put together a tech product that is able to pull out dopamine, that's when you get a nice way of saying it, engagement. I'm doing air quotes. You can't tell. My fingers aren't very tactile. Air quotes. You get engagement. But what is engagement if not a synonym for addiction, right? Because dopamine is not good or bad. It's just how we're wired. But in 2020, certain companies have figured out a way to use dopamine to keep you hooked on, to keep us hooked on to products without actually having a chemical. At least we know tobacco is addictive. At least we know alcohol can be addicting, right? Our kids are opening up TikTok and IG without knowing that it's addicting. It doesn't come with a label and a warning, but that is 100% what's there. So connecting dopamine connects to a lot of things, Adam. The most relevant right now for this conversation is connecting dopamine to the business model of monetizing attention. And dopamine is how you keep attention. I can go out and
Great
on, but I think that's a
question.
good stopping point for that.
That's a great question. Great answer. Thank you, Adam, for your question. Teal and Pink, you're up next. I've already amplified your voice, so go ahead and ask your question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm really interested. This question is for, I guess, BJ Gray, because she's an executive coach and culture builder. My background, I'm an agile coach. My background is in technology, but I also have a background in authentic relating and doing a lot of the interactive communications and nonviolent communication as well. So I was really curious using this medium because we can hear the tone of our voice and maybe a little bit of body language, but facial expressions, which are so important, that's why video is so important. I'm curious as to what has been done already for connection and coaching in the VR world, and maybe this is more of a technical question. Where is the technology at where they can really read our micro expressions? Because I think what's lacking in VR is really looking at those micro expressions in our faces, because that's like 80% of the communication, in addition to the tone of our voice and things like that. So I'm really curious as to, number one, what is being done currently regarding building culture and things like that in VR. And I'm really interested because I'm an agile coach and I work with Scrum and Agile. And then the other one is the technology. Where's the technology at with facial recognition and micro expressions and including those in the avatar?
Okay. I can't answer the technology one because I'm not a technology person, but maybe you can, Matt, after. But I will say,
happy to.
I haven't yet seen anybody use VR for coaching or for development yet. But now that I've been introduced to it the last couple months, what I find fascinating is, and you will appreciate this as an agile coach, I coach 23 software engineers right now. And many of them, they're very addicted to games and video games. So this would be an interesting space to engage them because a lot of them won't even look at me on Zoom. They're very shy. They're very introverted. But I'm wondering if we did our coaching in this kind of space, if it would actually produce better results for me to engage them and have them communicate. And I would like to see more facial expressions as well. But I thought especially for software engineers, what an interesting space to be in for them to talk to us and learn and get feedback and stuff. So yeah, I want to try this for sure.
I told you you'd want to
Thank
try
you.
Yeah.
So first off, thank you for the question. A couple things. From a coaching perspective, BJ is correct. There's not many people using this current mode for coaching. It's not that it's not happening. It's just it's in very specific niches. I can tell you that I personally will be using this mode going forward for coaching because in cases where I can't meet my clients in the face-to-face space, this is a much more intimate environment than a Zoom call or an email exchange. So I will be using this. The challenge will be is, as we've all established in this conference, there's barriers to entry around hardware. So we have to be mindful of that for some of our clients, and be mindful of the fact that some of our clients will need not only the services or the coaching and counsel that they'll receive in a session with BJ or myself, but a large part of what I'll have to do, at least for the first foreseeable future, is actually orient people into VR. So I go from myself being an early adopter into virtual reality, and with the help of educators in VR who've done a fantastic job over the last couple of days of this event, they've taught me how to use this mode, how to have conversations, how to host meetings, and there's a learning curve attached to that. There will be a learning curve for all of our clients for the foreseeable future as they seek to understand everything from basic unboxing to how they can interact in the space. Once you get comfortable in this mode, I think people who've been in the conference, and this is your first time being in VR, day 2 is just easier than day 1, and day 3 will be even easier than day 2. And the more minutes, the more miles you log in this mode, the more comfortable you can to sink into things and understand its limitations, but really play to its strengths. So there is no perfect tool, but this tool scientifically is a better solution for introverts. So I'm an introvert. I'm somebody who, when the conference season comes around every single year, I get worried about rest time, because for me, going to a 3-day conference in Vegas or London or New York or San Francisco, it's exhausting. Like, it's exhausting for me to spend 10 hours a day at conferences, on trade shows, handing out business cards, networking, social events. I need a week afterwards just to recover from all the talking that I've been doing, even though in my day job, I probably spend 10 hours a day on Zoom or the phone. But it's different when you're a face-to-face environment. I don't have the same fatigue in VR. Now, I have a different kind of fatigue. There's a VR fatigue because the headset's on and it gets warm, it can get a bit clunky. But I can talk in VR for hours. In fact, yesterday I logged 6.5 hours in VR in my headset. And I didn't have the same exhaustion socially that I would normally have at a conference. So I get excited about that because, to me, it opens up doors for introverts who traditionally would have to decide, do I really want to go to the conference? Can I be bothered? Like, I don't know if I'm up for it today to be put on a smiling face and show up. This, I can show up, pop in for an hour, pop off my headset, go for a walk around the block, do meditation, do some yoga, whatever I need to do to get myself right again. I can do that without having to worry about stepping away at a conference, which is just, sometimes just difficult to do. So I think that's a really important point around the conference going forward. So thank you for your question. In terms of our next question, Candy, you've been very patient and waited. I'm going to amplify you now. So Candy, go ahead and ask your question.
Where's Candy?
Hello. Sorry.
Hey, Candy.
Of course, right when you amplified me, my husband came home and the dog started barking. So welcome to my
how it
world
works.
outside of VR. Right. Right. Hi. So I guess my question was similar to Till and Pink in looking at how we use this in development and coaching our people. I can see where, connections are so important, and it's hard to get that with Zoom. You do get with video, and I do agree with you, BJ, that sending a video versus an email is so much better. But my question was similar to where could we see this really helping, take a person who maybe is really struggling in the coaching and development they need, is really their careers on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have some examples or thoughts around that.
I was thinking about it in this way for crucial conversations or situations that were more dire in the workplace with employee retention or engagement. And I was thinking we could start to use this as a place, one, to develop leaders on how to have those critical conversations with their employees. Like, this feels safer to me, but also in the sense that we could role play and we could simulate what might happen when that employee heard the feedback that the leader was giving, because I think a lot of leaders are afraid to give really good feedback, and maybe that's why so many employees slip so far down the path to being exited, is because they haven't really had the feedback, the candid feedback that they needed, and they didn't have that trusting relationship with their boss. But I think the bosses or the leaders are actually afraid to give that feedback. So let's give them a space that they can practice and get better at it and get more confident at it. That might be the first place to help those employees. The second thing is maybe when an employee is receiving feedback in this environment, it's not as shameful. We're an avatar right now. I don't know what I look like, but maybe it wouldn't be as they're not really seen. And this is where it kind of the humanness a little bit comes out of it. I'm not afraid to talk to you guys right now because I don't know who you are because I'm in this little avatar cartoon. But maybe that would be the same for the person receiving feedback. They wouldn't feel so ashamed, or I'm trying to think about human behavior and how it could be played out in this space. This brings not really a human dynamic to the workplace, but a more conscious dynamic to the workplace, which is interesting. So it's got to be played with. We need change agents to help us get this rolling in the workplace and in coaching.
Great question, Candy. Thank you so much. Sasha, I've unmuted you. Please go ahead and ask your question.
I can't hear him. He's over there, I think.
Do we have Sasha? Sasha, do you have a question? We'll come back to Sasha, but we do have one more in the queue here. Mandy, I'm going to amplify your voice. Go ahead, Mandy, unmute yourself and ask your question. Hey, Mandy, can you hear us? If so, you'll need to unmute yourself and go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, I think Mandy's on mute. I think she's talking.
Let's try that again. Go ahead, Mandy, see if that'll work. Oh, I guess that's not. Okay, Sasha, how about yourself? Oh, there we go.
With all these tech challenges, I think I just forgot my question. It's been a long day. My apologies, guys. But you were saying that the VR environment makes it easier to give constructive feedback, right? But one of the good thing about in-person is to be able to read the non-verbal cues when you're talking or interacting with people. Wouldn't VR take that away? Wouldn't that change our ability to read nonverbal cues, because that's where most communication takes place?
So I think you're right. Here's what I would offer. It doesn't need to be a zero-sum game. So I don't think anybody on the stage or anybody at the conference, even Tom Furness, who has spent 54 years behind the technology, would tell you that virtual reality at this point is the equivalent to being in person. It's just not. However, this is a much more preferential vehicle than any other tool other than being in person. And I think right now, as we look at the landscape of the world around us, whether we're in the United States or Western Europe or Canada or South America or Asia Pacific, the reality is we can't be in the same room right now where our mobility is limited. Our ability to interact with one another, even in the same city, even in the same neighborhood, is affected. And this technology provides an opportunity to bring people together when they can. And even when we do return to some normal, whatever that is and whenever that is, this will still be a viable alternative to those 2D traditional communication methods. Again, emails, instant messages, phone calls, video calls. This is a more immersive environment. But you hit on a key point, which is with this technology, because there lacks nuance of emotion and it lacks some of those nonverbal cues that you mentioned, you have to be more intentional about the words that you say, and you have to be more intentional about making sure that your message is received. In the same way, you'd have to do that with an email. So I don't know about you, but my email style, and this is going to surprise you too, I'm sure, is really professional. I spent 20 years in the corporate world, so I can write an email that would make any lawyer happy. However, it isn't the most warm style of communication. As a consequence of that, I usually have to do at least one scrub of my emails to make sure I didn't come across as being completely callous, which isn't an intention. I've just gotten so used to writing in business language and business communication that I can sometimes forget the emoji in the email, even when it's a friend or a family member. So I think you're right. I think this technology has potential, but it does require a degree of intentionality to be included with it. And in a space right now where we can't be in the same room, I will choose this technology over a video call any day of the week. BJ, Prince, anything else for yourself you want to add to that?
Prince?
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I took BJ's point to be that it's training managers as well, right? There's a lot of and I'm sure either we're one of them or we've trained someone or we've been managed by someone who's a reluctant manager. They're amazing at what they do and they've fell into a management position, and yet they're uncomfortable telling people difficult things. And absolutely, we lose facial expressions, and you want facial expressions, but maybe the baby step for this manager is to either practice or start off doing these in addition to face on Zoom or in person, doing these so that way they use this as training, right? So, so there's that. The other aspect that I didn't, because it's not really related to coaching. I know it sounds like we have a lot of coaches in the room. It's just more about context. Psychologically speaking, context drives behavior, but context also does a bunch of other things. And one of the things that I noticed, whatever that was, I think it was 2 weeks ago, Matt, was my very first meetup in VR with some of the speakers and just random strangers. One of the things I noticed is the power of context. When we are on a Zoom meeting, our context is Zoom. Our context isn't I am in wherever Matt is in his backyard on that Zoom call. It isn't Matt is in my living room hanging out with me. Okay. And as nascent and as young as VR is, I have been able to see the power of context here. I can step away with Donna and have a conversation in the back and come back. I can do a hangout session that is me and Matt finding, I don't know, virtual Paris or wherever the hell you want to go, Matt, and actually have that as context. And context does lots of things. Yes, it drives behavior. It also drives connection, right? Context is so powerful. Neuroscientists have been able to make people become better at memorizing stuff by putting them underwater. No magic. You simply associate the part of your brain that does memory with underwater, and boom, that context helps you remember more. So my assessment of it, VR is super young, but find different contexts to hang out with people, because a Zoom call for happy hour and a Zoom call to work, your brain does not know the difference. Whereas your brain will know the difference when we're on the stage here versus playing basketball virtually somewhere else. That context makes a big difference in the brain. And I think that's the power of VR, even at the early 2D Nintendo Wii stage that it's at right now.
I'm excited for this trip we're going to Paris, you and I.
Sweet, let's do it.
That's gonna be a lot of fun. I actually was in the day or two before we met in VR, the meetup. I actually was in the Louvre in VR. So I got a chance to see the Mona Lisa. There was no lines. I got to tell you, I really enjoyed the experience.
Yep.
And I really enjoyed the last 45 minutes of this conversation. Folks, thank you so much for your time and for your attention and for your patience as we went through some technical challenges to start today's conversation. Let's give a big thank you to our other panelists, BJ Gray and Prince Guman. Throw up some emojis, guys, some hearts, some smiley faces. Let's give them some love here.
Thank you.
I have opened up the invisible wall as well. So you guys can feel free to come on down here to the stage to meet each of us and have any conversations. I need to let you know before you do that, though, that the next and final session of today is a session that I'm actually hosting with a good friend of mine, Caitlin Krause. The topic is called Building a Healthy Relationship with Technology. And if you want to check out your menus and your agendas, you can check that out. We'll be having a fireside chat on that topic. And if you want to join us down here on the stage, either before then or during that period of time, come on down. Thanks so much for your time today, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Matt,
Thanks,
you know,
Matt.
Social Dilemma launches today on Netflix.
there's so
Oh,
many pictures
since there's
posted.
All right. And you have a live stream, sir? Would our camera crew mind giving me a signal that you guys are ready, please? Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Been a great help today. Appreciate it, guys. Nav, whenever you're ready.
All right.
We are ready.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final session on the second day of the Global HR Summit. We are so appreciative and so thankful to everyone that's been able to join us for the past 2 days, and we look forward to your participation and involving you in the community and everything we're doing moving forward. You know, this has been such a great exercise in delivering an event in a new format. And from the feedback we've received from the past 2 days, it let us know that it's all been worth it, you know? And so now, what we have here today is Matt Burns, one of the co-founders of the Global HR Summit. You know, without him, none of this would have been possible. And we have a great guest with Matt, Caitlin Kraus, the founder of Mindwise.
Thanks so much.
Take it
Nav.
away,
Appreciate
Matt.
it. I enjoyed your speech earlier with Tom Emmerich. It was a fantastic keynote. Good afternoon, everybody. I am excited. I have had this particular segment circled on my calendar now, Caitlin, for it's been several months now with a couple of changes here and there, some technology, move some things around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for this conversation, and we're over the next little while going to get into it. Before I do that, I'm going to ask that you bear with me while I do my standard podcast intro, because hello, everyone. This is Matt here for a special episode of Thinking Inside the Box. Special for two reasons. The first is that this is our first live podcast episode in its history. We've done over 50 episodes. None of them have been live. And perhaps even more importantly, Caitlin, this is our first podcast episode in virtual reality. The first time in front of a live audience, the first time being able to solicit questions. I am so excited about this medium for a number of reasons, and I just want to thank you again for joining me today on stage here.
This is tremendous. Thank you so much. My gosh, when I hear about the different levels that we're connecting in simultaneously, I certainly feel like it's a valuable, I mean, everything is kind of a grand experiment at breaking boundaries. And here, it feels like a meta level where we're doing this personally, also talking about professionally. So I think it's the perfect topic, and I'm happy to dive in with you.
Well, let's just get right into it then. So for those of us who haven't had a chance to pick up your new book, which is great, by the way, or learn about your background professionally, why don't you just walk us through a bit about who Caitlin Krause is and what's your connection to virtual reality?
Sure. Well, my mission is to empower connection. And really, that connection stems from human first, human centered design. And about 5 years ago, I founded a company called MindWise. And I realized that the three anchors that I work with always have to do with mindful design. So, this idea of mindful design, no matter what material you're using, and having an open mindset. So, curiosity over fear. And then the third thing that I work a lot with is storytelling, how to really work with people, leaders, people who manage others, also people who are curious explorers and really want to discover and be on their hero's journey. I work a lot with ways to put ideas within the frame of a story so that it has a lot of resonance and can light a fire, literally, figuratively, and pass it along to others so that they can use that in their life. So when I started MindWise, I had a background partly in technology. I was a programmer. Very early on, before that, I wanted to fly planes. And yeah, I guess everything way leads unto way. But my grandfather was working for NASA building the spacesuits. So part of his job, which I loved, is to explore and figure out how to create seams that are impenetrable to the atmosphere. So as we grew up, we were always tinkering in the basement, playing around, exploring science in a really hands-on way. And, I think about that and I feel like we as human creatures, we like to learn through experimenting, exploring, sharing. Um, my grandfather taught me a lot about just having fun while you're learning and while you're trying out new things. So I felt like when I founded a company, I wanted to work with people in education, also people who are in business. It seems like we're in a phase right now, and maybe that's accelerating, where people have great ideas and it's no longer like have a great idea, plan it out, wait 10 years. I use a lot of lean methodology about prototyping and really testing ideas and maintaining your humanity and your consciousness in the process. So for me, I feel like all of these different facets of my life led into just being lucky enough to be able to found a company and work with a lot of people around the world that have great ideas and want to see them come to fruition, whether that idea is a human experience or whether it's a product. So yeah, I feel like right now is the right time. Our topic today is how to develop a healthy relationship with technology. And a lot of what I'm doing is mediated by technology, but it's really supposed to serve a deeper purpose connected to our values. Yeah, so that's just a little piece of it, but I'm really glad that we start with that background, because I feel like, certainly I look out at the audience and I want to get to know everybody here, and you all have a diverse background and something that brought you, to this collective campfire. And I think that that human potential is what's really powerful inside of VR specifically. What can we create together that's greater than the sum of the parts?
You talked about the leading edge of innovation, and I feel like the last 2 days have been that on steroids. This is the first work culture conference presented in virtual reality. This is the first time we've streamed a virtual reality conference to LinkedIn Live. This is the first time that I'm aware that we put 50 corporate executives into VR for the first time and asked them to speak at a virtual reality conference. It's been a significant period of firsts for a lot of people. And to your point, I think a large part of that is that as an organizing team with speakers like yourself, nobody has insisted on perfection. And you mentioned this. You mentioned this lean methodology where I used to have a mentor in the corporate world who would say, Matt, give me 80% of your best, just give it to me fast. Give me 80% with speed, 80% with speed. And at the beginning, I had a tough time rationalizing that because I remember the same coach holding me accountable for work products or for initiatives. And the lesson I was able to take away from that experience working with him was that 80% with speed is completely acceptable when you contract that with your stakeholders in advance. When you don't contract that with your stakeholders in advance, it becomes below expectation type work. And I think that point that you're talking about in terms of just leaning into experiences and experiential learning, this platform being immersive technologies, allows for a level of experimentation and play and fun that allows us to try different things. And if it doesn't happen to work out, well, it's not a career limiting move. I'm not worried about my personal brand being affected by my avatar. I'm much more excited about exploring the space and exploring the dynamic. That has to be a really freeing emotion. And I'm curious that for you, are you seeing similar trends with the clients that you work with?
I would say definitely. And I think that there's a difference between having a quality of output where I would definitely agree with your mentor. It's not talking about sacrificing your standards of what you put out into the world. It's more talking, in my mind, what I see happening in VR is that the brain, literally, it's what's happening cognitively when you go into a VR environment is, first as animals, we're trying to make sure that we're safe. So it's totally natural if you drop into VR to kind of look behind you and say, what's going on here? And then usually the next question that we ask naturally is, why am I here? Like, what is this space? Can I identify it? We learn by trying to codify information into patterns and sequences that we can make sense out of. And then the interesting part is our brain actually comes alive when something breaks the pattern, when there's some kind of element of surprise or something that we're not expecting. And I think in VR, I've noticed that the design of the space can take people in, invite them to have a childlike sort of sense of wonder, which I love to research and talk about. And then that feeling in their brain becomes more of a plasticity, like the way that we thought things had to be done, suddenly it's a little more malleable. Like, oh, yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. I have an adaptive kind of quality in VR because the conditions have been set in a certain way so that people have trust. And I think that's an important part. You have to set up a little bit of the parameters in the beginning so that users in the system feel comfortable. If I'm running a program and I have a group of people in a workshop, I'll usually onboard by going over some of the conditions, the group norms, so that people know they can reach me, what they should know that I have their back, and if they ever feel a sense of discomfort, as they're paying attention to their bodies, they can reach out and they have that support. So, to answer you, I'm seeing this. It's an amazing possibility in VR to take any kind of content and wrap it in that package where people come in, with a goal in mind, with a certain mindset, but not quite as rigid as maybe if you're trying to force outcome in a limiting linear way. And I think we're sometimes really great at that as adults, having this high stakes mentality, saying, you know, I really want, a great example is creativity. I really want to be creative and imaginative, so I have to come up with a great idea within the next half hour so that I can solve this problem. You know, and what if in VR we started out by kind of gamifying it and treating it differently, and then the brain becomes a little bit more, I don't know, adaptive. It's like you're swimming in a pool as opposed to a little cup when you talk about resilience and how to build those skills. So, you know, I just feel like it's a great time right now to play with the mechanisms of how we collaborate, how we form collaboration design and communities that really generate a sense of relational trust and authenticity. And certainly, you know, I appreciate, I'm looking around this group and, you know, seeing a lot of people react in the audience, you know, where each of us stands for, in here, we're representing a whole background of stories and diverse skill sets. So thank goodness VR can be the forum that brings us all together when we might be physically separated, and then we can have those deeper experiences. Yeah, thank you. There's so many great points that you just brought up, so I appreciate that.
No, and I appreciate you setting us up for the follow-up question I had to that so well. So from that perspective, a phrase that I've used a lot in the last month is there's a dissonance, a large dissonance between awareness and experience. That having an awareness over something and having the experience with something is a big gully. And when I think about that against the backdrop of immersive technologies and VR, I'll be honest, Caitlin, I've learned some really interesting lessons around human psychology, around early adopters, because everyone in this room, whether they're here with us in Altspace, those looking at the live stream, they're all early adopters. These are the individuals who have decided through curiosity or through experimentation or out of necessity to consider something different. And this certainly is something different, and I'm hoping you're learning compelling ways to use this technology in all parts of your lives. And during the process of identifying and selecting and onboarding close to 60 speakers, 50 of which had never spent any time in virtual reality before this conference, I have seen a pattern emerge with a certain segment of those 50 people that I can almost predict to the minute the arc of emotions that is going to feel like to be a new speaker in VR. You can see it. Let me tell you what that arc is. So the first thing is I call you on the phone and I say, hey, name, I would love for you to come and speak at a virtual reality conference. How cool is that? Which usually comes back and says, that sounds like something super cool. Thank you for not planning another Zoom conference. Then from there, they say, I would love to speak at the conference. Let me know the details. I'll put it in my calendar. We leave the conversation. Both of us are feeling on cloud nine. I've got an amazing speaker for a program. I've got a speaker who's excited about coming and contributing. I found a kindred spirit around early adoption. 24 hours later, I get an email, lengthy email with 60 or so questions about everything from how do I get the headset? Where do I have to be? What does it mean? Do I have to travel? Like every possible iteration of question, because the reality of what they just agreed to has now sunk in. They've never spent a minute in virtual reality before. They know what a headset is, but they don't know how it's going to look. We don't have, as I mentioned, any other conferences to draw upon for experience. So we're literally saying, take a giant chance. And in every single case, our speakers, we are so fortunate. If you look at the backgrounds and the bios of our speakers, these are folks that have spent 10, 15, 20, 25, 50 plus years in their professions and invested a significant amount of their social equity and their professional equity and their credibility into building their brands. And now we're saying, hey, do you want the opportunity to look foolish in VR? And they send us 60 questions. And the first couple I got, Caitlin, I was surprised. I'm like, what happened? Like, we had this great conversation, and now I just don't understand it. Having now had about 25 of these conversations, I can predict to the minute. And now what we started to do is actually book follow-up calls with speakers the day after, say like, hey, how you doing? Do you have any questions? Is reality sunk in yet? How can we help make this process for you as easy as possible? Because it's not only how do I get the headset, how do you train me to speak in VR? What do I have to do when I get there? How's that all going to look? What's it going to feel like? Where am I speaking? All those questions pop up. what it really comes down to is a concept around safety, as you mentioned, and fear. And I can only imagine that when we're talking with speakers who are conceptually bought in, trust me not to put their, their profiles or their reputations at risk, believe in this medium, or at least curious enough to try it. If those early adopters are having some of those concerns, I can only imagine a larger portion of the population is probably saying, no, 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 I can't do VR. Just too scary. How
Well,
do
and
we
I
address?
think, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was briefly going to just interject
Yeah,
that when
please.
you brought up awareness and experience and that gap between awareness and experience, I think also, well, I've studied mindfulness techniques and I work a lot with mindfulness. And at the very beginning of practicing something new or practicing mindfulness, stress levels actually spike for a little bit because you start to become more aware, and that rising awareness, you start to feel in tune both with all of the emotions that you're experiencing in your body, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, how do I deal with discomfort? So I equate that with a lot of early new technology adoption, because I think it's totally natural when you encounter something new, our bodies fire a stress response because we want to know that we're physically and emotionally and mentally safe. And I really, I love using the same mindfulness technique with the tech adoption, especially in VR, to try to, as you said, get curious over fear, because if you can separate from judgment, if you can separate from judging yourself really harshly and sort of adopt a compassionate stance, that's the type of leadership that really engages a following in your company and in the groups that you work with, by saying, hey, I don't have to be the person that's perfect at everything. I work a lot with Howard Rheingold, and he's one of the first people. He came out with a book about VR in the 1980s, and Howard Rheingold works with cooperation, literacy, and cooperative communities. And he always says, I'm not the expert. You know, the smartest person in the room is the room. So for me, you bringing up all of those, the difference between awareness and experience, if we can have experiences and celebrate that wabi sabi and the beautiful and the broken, and showing ourselves as authentic, and even laugh about it. Like, we forget sometimes that, for me, there's a lot of humor inside of VR, and really fun times that you can share when you start to realize that, thank goodness we're not robots, and we're not just in the space to show our perfection and our excellence. Yeah, so you were saying, I had all of that inspiration as you were talking and wanted to let it pour out.
No, I appreciate you doing that. It got us to a great place and allowed us to really explore this topic a bit deeper. So when it comes to the context of fear, you mentioned that with a new experience, there's a rush of influences that are raising our stress levels, that are telling us, whoa, 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 this is too much. I got to slow down, or I got to stop. And I'm curious, as somebody who specializes in mindfulness at the individual, at the team, at the organizational level, what are some of the tips or tricks or hacks, if you will, that people can be using in that moment when they know that that rush of emotions, that rush of hormones is coming, that they can use to, if you will, buttress against it or mitigate the risk and just ride out through that period of time into the great unknown?
Sure. I think that anytime we have a threat response, like, that really is what the body is responding to when we feel stress. And I would recommend starting and saying, is this perceived stress, or is it a real stress? I'm a fan of Kelly McGonigal and some of the research showing that stress is actually not a bad thing. I'm somebody who actually works with stress. I love stress when I use it in a mindful way, and that applies to exercise, all kinds of things that might feel as if they're pushing us and stretching us. It's connected to a term called reappraisal. And anyone who follows Brene Brown also knows that, vulnerability can be an asset if we look at it that way and reappraise our response mechanisms that really harshly sometimes judge our feelings of anxiety and stress. So the first thing I do is try to figure out, well, is there really a threat? Because um, I had spoken with a researcher at one point, and I said, wouldn't it be great if we could just rewire the body so that we don't have a response to stress? And then she said, well, sometimes humans are responding to stress because they're, running from an oncoming traffic or something that's in our way. So I found that really funny, just realizing that actually, sometimes this informs us in a good way. So the first thing to do is to figure out if you are um, responding to stress that you need to jump really fast or do something. And then the real hack for me is to just go back to my breath. Sounds really basic, but when we feel stress, we forget to breathe. And when we forget to breathe, we don't really check in with our whole body and give ourselves the chance to really reflect, to respond rather than react. So anytime I'm in a moment, and it could be any time during your day, but it's a very small mindfulness exercise where I just take 3 breaths. And really I mean, we could do it right now. So, wherever you are, I would say first just focus on holding your body with dignity. And I use the word dignity because for me, that means I'm not forcing my shoulders back, but I'm holding my body in a way where it can take in air, actually giving some gratitude back to my feet and my legs and my torso and my arms and everything that carried me to be present in this point, because you didn't just illuminate yourself inside of virtual reality. You chose to be here, and hopefully you're comfortable physically wherever you are in the world in physical body. So I try to connect when I'm using an example when I'm in VR and I start to feel a little disoriented, or maybe the technology is stressing me out. And then I just take a deep inhale through my nose. I'm inviting you to do it with me. As I'm inhaling, I just notice the way the breath feels as it turns, and I exhale. And as I exhale, just inviting my shoulders to drop a little bit more if I have them hunched. As I take a second inhale, could be through the nose or through the mouth, just feel that energy of the breath filling my lungs. And as I exhale, just an invitation to connect. And with the third breath in, I usually remind myself to be in this moment. And as I exhale with that third breath, it's a reminder to myself to show up for myself first, and to realize the gratitude that right now is the moment. Where are we? We're here. And what time is it? It's right now. And it sounds really simple, but this is the moment that we have. And so often my personal stress response is usually because I'm getting ahead of myself in my thoughts, or I'm somewhere else, and I forget to just be present in this environment right now, which then lets me respond in a mindful way to the things that are coming at me. And usually when I reappraise those things and I take those 3 breaths, suddenly the stress, whatever was looming, it starts to it's like the end of a film, like when you pan out from the scene, suddenly I can look down on the scene and I feel like, oh yeah, the things I thought were so big and kind of looming are manageable. And yeah, that's one of the strategies I use day by day. And certainly in VR, it's an invitation, right, to be here and to celebrate the wonder that's all around us. I do share some of these exercises in the book, by the way. So when the book came out, it's called Designing Wonder, Leading Transformative Experiences in VR. And the beautiful part is I realized that virtual reality is not, it's not an either or, it's actually a way of incorporating it into our whole life. So it's a life design where in different parts of the book, I'll explain some of the philosophy and some of the science behind what's happening. And I look at collaboration exercises, and then I share some some really integrated methods to use mindful design in the way that you approach building experiences in VR and also experiences for yourself that you can have with or without the VR environment. Because for me, it's a bridge. Yeah. So thank you. I feel very present now.
It is, as you mentioned, it's an invitation.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you have to break through whatever fog you happen to find yourselves in and just anchor in the moment. So thank you for giving us the invitation to do that. I also feel more present now.
Yeah.
I feel present enough to be able to answer this follow-up question. We've had a couple of conversations, and I remember, Caitlin, in a previous conversation that we were talking a lot about terminology and about the virtual reality experience. And as I've mentioned to you a few times, I mentioned to this audience, this is my 3rd month in virtual reality. So just in case anyone's wanting a crash course in experiential learning, this is day, I think, 63. We're throwing a virtual reality conference. So that might be a microcosm for what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, one thing that you were very quick to point out early in our conversations, and it stuck with me, is terminology around what virtual reality is. And I initially, when we talked, started to use things like tool or medium. You're like, whoa, 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 Matt, I understand what you're saying, but virtual reality is an experience. Tell us a bit about that and why you think VR is an experience and not a tool or a medium.
I love I love all kinds of concepts of redefinition, especially new new areas that have a lot of buzzwords connected. So I think my questioning of using the word medium came from Jaron Lanier. If you're familiar with Jaron and his writing, feel free, and his work and his research. So he has, I think you talk about 63 days. I think he has at least 63 definitions for what VR is. And some of them include VR is flipping our brain inside out. It's feeding it our senses from the inside so that we then feel something that expands into our quote unquote real world. And lately I've really been thinking about it as both an experience and a language, because we come in here and um, I love film, so I'm always thinking about references, but it reminds me right now of the movie Goonies, when it's like, this is our world, we're here, it's like when they're all underground and it's their magical land. And I do feel that difference, and it's a language because it's not an equal, all of our assumptions have to be upended, and that's a great thing. The way I reach you might be different inside of VR. And the authentic human connection and the wish to connect is still the same and universal. But how am I going to approach it differently when I'm in VR? Could I show you something that's a 3D object that stands for something that I could never generate in the quote unquote real world? Instead of putting a slide up, I could teach an understanding through an object that you also get to manipulate, and then you show me your perspective, and I learn in a new way because we've learned how to really use that language, and it becomes a vehicle that transports. And I guess for me, my initial reaction to the word medium is it's really passive. We use media usually to project, and maybe paper. It could be anything, but I think of multimedia as consumption or creation, and I feel like in VR it really feels different. And yeah, I guess the other thing I wanted to bring up here is from a design standpoint, and I also talk about this in the book. In emotional design, VR really takes the original UX 3 categories of emotional design. Don Norman was the pioneer of emotional design, and he coined the term UX a while ago. And he says there's 3 types of design. There's visceral design, behavioral design, and then a quality of reflective design that really it's a deep level. Some elements never get to that design phase, but I'm thinking about VR as this experience, and how does it have those three levels of visceral, really feeling, that animal gut sense that we're here and that we're reacting to things and responding to things. Behavioral, how does it inform our behavior in a new way in the space? And then reflective, how does some of this bring up a memory for me that feels like I'm putting together pieces in this environment and forming a meaning out of it that's going to be part of my emotional memory. So yeah, I think that in VR there's an opportunity maybe to redefine the way we talk about it. And back to the first question, that actually might illuminate the way that other people treat it and want to use it, because they see, oh yeah, it's more than just a medium. It's not just tacking on how do I mean, there certainly is how do I access the technology and how do I get that for my company. But I found in the past year, my work has been expanding because a lot of places are asking the deeper questions, not just how do I get access to the technology, but how do I use the technology to do all of these things that are not possible anywhere else.
Caitlin, I want to take an opportunity with the time that we have to make sure that we engage our audience. And we already have one question in the queue. So folks, if you want to ask a question of myself or Caitlin, please go ahead and indicate with your raise hand button that you want to do that, and I will amplify your voice. Just give you a couple minutes to go ahead and do that. But Caitlin, before we get to those questions, I did want to ask you.
Whoops. That meant to be a heart, not a sad face. Sorry, yes.
I was concerned for you for a moment here.
Flip of the hand.
Flip of the hand. It happens. So, and it's actually a wonderful segue. In your book, you talk a lot about the concept of designing wonder. And in a world right now where it can be hard to see positive things around us, we go onto your chosen social media platform, or we read the aforementioned media. There's a lot of challenging times right now, and they're serving us a lot of chaos intentionally. So the idea of wonder can seem for some people to be a bit out of reach, out of grasp, but it's not. And I'd love for you to tell us how you counsel folks, or how even with yourself, how you've decided or learned to design wonder.
It's a great question. And I think the word that comes to mind is not just accepting, but encouraging every type of emotion to not only be permitted, but to be expected in order to be whole and to thrive. For me, I take the point very seriously. Some people would think, oh, wonder means that we're naive or we're looking around at the sky, and it can mean that we lose ourselves in an experience. And I think that's the wonderful part about VR, because it really helps us to amplify that sense of expansion. But for me, wonder is actually a tool and a discipline that you can cultivate. And there's not enough training for it these days, because it involves acknowledging the suffering and actually feeling a whole range of emotions. And as I was talking before about compassion, really, really feeling connected, and also feeling a sense of joy. So it is the gravity and the levity. And if you look at a lot of the principles of really having a full range of, let's say, authentic experiences in life. If we're looking at characters in storytelling, we don't naturally trust them unless they have a full range of emotions. For us, the challenges that we're facing right now are real. So when I talk about wonder, I don't mean to go into some Never Never Land and escape from reality. I'm actually talking about how do we keep our feet grounded, how do we keep our sense of presence, and how do we actually encourage our minds to have that creative innovative capacity to be able to problem solve some of the problems that are really here in front of us and look at them in new ways and actually embrace a mindset that can see from new perspectives. So in the book too, I talk about all of the exercises and tools and background, because a lot of the great innovators, philosophers, if you ask them, how do you come up with creative ideas? Usually their practices have something to do with wonder. And in the book, I talk about 5 facets. There's wonder is intentional attention. Like, how do we train our attention to really focus and to use that focus in a way that amplifies creative ideas and wonder? The second aspect is wondering beyond ourselves. How do we encourage what some of the other speakers are talking about this week at this conference? How do we encourage that level of emotional engagement with others, with empathy, with taking on new perspectives? Jeremy Bailenson at the BHIL was telling me, you can't just put on a headset and have an experience and then say, now I'm empathetic. It actually takes a level of engagement that you can train for and be open to, which has to do with some of the exercises before you put on the headset, which I go into. He's one of the people that I interviewed for the book. So it's been really great to talk about that wonder as seeing beyond ourselves. The third facet of wonder is called surfing wonder, and that has to do with if you've ever been in a creative state of mind and you feel like you're in flow. How do you get your body into that flow state where you can actually follow your thoughts? And I talk about it in a way that's like wandering. You know, how do you cultivate useful mind wandering where you you start to wonder and follow your train, and then your train leads you in a place that you couldn't necessarily predict or expect, but it involves having a new revelation. How do you capture that? How do you set yourself up to have that moment or that flow of moments? And I know I'm going through all the facets, but believe me, they're in detail in the text. I love how each of them is a different facet of this concept of how we build wonder. The fourth one is the overview effect. So you might have seen there are great experiences here in AltSpace where you can have an overview effect experience of looking down on planet Earth, and suddenly you experience a sense of wonder, and you feel as if you're very small and very large at the same time. And maybe in the audience, if you've ever felt like that, maybe you can give a heart, but it has to do with kind of losing yourself in the moment. And people, astronauts, will experience the overview effect. They report back that from space, they suddenly look down on planet Earth and they feel like, wow, this is an amazing, almost beyond our consciousness to be able to comprehend that here is this planet, here we are on it, and from the upper outer atmosphere, you can't see divisions. You know, the divisions between countries are somewhat arbitrary, man-made, but yet we're connected as one humanity. So the gratitude exercises in that level of wonder are pretty deep. And then Tom Furness and I had talked a lot about this fifth facet of wonder that is about a wholeness, and it's called the wonder of the Gestalt, where you look out and you have a scene or a group of people and you feel like suddenly it all fits together. You're in a state of wonder and awe, and the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So, you know, getting to that state is something that I like to document. I look at the research into it, and it's part of the book, not all of the book. A lot of it is about the hero's journey and how to lead someone into a VR experience in a mindful way and chart the journey together. But personally, I love that I can be curious about something and then use this vehicle as a way to translate that for other people. And I'm glad that you took some time, Matt, to ask me about wonder, because it might seem as if it's a simple word, but there's so many different levels and angles and ways that we can use it that I find myself appreciating it even more now after having done the research that came into the book. And it is called Designing Wonder, I should say to people, because sometimes people ask me, well, how can I find it? And it is on my website, and I'm I'm just thrilled that actually in the past day it went live. So, now the book that has been in production and then in all of the post edits and the layout, if you put something together, it's a project, and now the project is out there in the world. So you can go to my website at my name, CaitlinKraus.com, and look on the VR page, and the book is there. So, cheers.
Thank you so much. And congratulations
Sure.
on
Thank
your,
you.
it's a fantastic accomplishment. I
Thanks
hope you
so
don't
much.
mind. I'm
Not
going to
at
go a
all.
bit off script.
I'm gonna say yes, and I'm an improv person, so
I hear you.
yes.
So, folks, if you want to come down and join us here on the stage, feel free. There used to be an invisible blocker, there isn't anymore, but feel free to come on down and join us down here. We're going to continue this conversation. I do have 2 questions in the queue, though, Caitlin, and I'm going to call upon them each individually. The first one is from Teal in Pink. So, Teal, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and asking your question.
Can you hear me?
Just
Can
fine.
you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, hi. Sorry, my headset's a little bit wonky. I wanted Caitlin, thank you so much for sharing and bringing in some mindfulness into the VR space. I was curious, I might have missed it from the beginning, but did you say the name of your book?
I've said it several times, but sometimes what I do is I've packaged it in the context of the question. So that's a great question. The book is called Designing Wonder, and the subtitle is Leading Transformative Experiences in Virtual Reality. So thank you for
Designing
asking.
Wonder.
Yep, Designing
Oh,
Wonder.
thank
And
you. Yeah.
yeah, it's on my
So
webpage. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll just be updating it. So right now the book is available, but there'll also be some resources and things that are offered for free. So I want to put a lot of these resources out there into the world so that it can be a living, breathing conversation.
Yes, thank you. So it's Designing Wonder.
Mhm.
I, as far as experiences, I'm very new to VR, but I've experienced something magical. I mean, I was here in the virtual version, multiverse of Burning Man last week, and I experienced being able to create an art piece of artwork. Even though I didn't know anything about VR, I learned a little bit of 3D modeling and created something like in Build Week right before the burn started. And seeing amazing, wonderful art, and even hosting a party where we had a live DJ coming here through Zoom through a block party, but also, I mean, like here in VR, and also through Twitch and Zoom. And then we had somebody on Zoom kind of looking into this virtual world, and some of our camp members would go into the VR and say hello to Zoom and come back. So I just there's a sense of magic, and I don't know if it had to do with Burning Man or the art that I saw, the people coming together in community and creating this beautiful event. But yeah, there was a sense of wonder, and there was also a lot of workshops and meditation and yoga and things like that. So just wanted to share that with everyone, like that, how beautiful that was.
I personally love that environment. I was in there too, so I think I was probably at the Diplo concert with you if it was Diplo, and I led a workshop in a tent one day and said, let's just sit on these beanbag pillows and connect. Yeah, and I would love to see the world that you created doing the 3D modeling. I think it's a perfect example of people being friends and mentors, and kind of an open invite to co-create something that has a magic. So thank you. I feel like I wish Burning Man were every month in VR, right? I don't want to wait till next year.
It was an
We have our
incredible
monthly.
week. I was with you at the concert for Diplo. What an incredible experience.
It's so great. Yeah. Yeah, music, movement, you can do so much inside of VR that's magical.
Totally agree. And after 7 months, Caitlin, of not going before the pandemic, live music was a big part of my life. It was a big part of how my friends and social circles would connect and meet to see something artistic and wonderful. We've lost that in a lot of cases. To be able to go with my friends and to be part of a shared experience was just, and it was an incredible. I missed it so much, and I'm so thankful to have found Alt Space, but then also specifically Burning Man last week, because the artistic quality was unbelievable. The production value of the events was inspired me to think about how we can do conferences like this in a more compelling and artistic and more nuanced way. It was an incredible experience, and I'm so thankful that we had an opportunity to see that coming into this event, because to your point, in my case anyway, it was inspiring wonder, because I was gobsmacked when it came to the level of innovation that I saw in this space. And if you haven't seen it already,
Yeah.
folks, I would encourage you to check it out.
Well, and I think Kent Bai and I were talking about this. He does the Voices of VR podcast, and if you're interested, that podcast is great. And Kent was saying to me, there aren't enough spaces that have what we call interstitial wonder. Let's just call it wonder, because it would be like at a conference, and we're starting to build those here. When you happen to pass somebody in the hallway and you have an impromptu conversation, and you know that the conference is what brought you there, but what you end up having happen is an impromptu, spontaneous moment of connection. And I felt like going into Burning Man, sometimes I would just go into a space. I didn't know what I was going in for. I was just going to hang out there. And I ended up having deep conversations, connections with people who are like minded and they're building things. So I love the idea of setting up a frame, kind of an architecture, and then you put some humans into this creative space, and then things start to happen that are totally unscripted. And I know Kent Bai is a big fan of that. He calls it interstitial. Like the space between the space is what it's about.
It's always in the margins.
Yeah. Love those
Kareem,
margins.
you asked a question. Hey, Kareem, how are you?
I'm
Hey.
pure dynamite, Matt. How are you?
Great. Great.
Hey, I actually have a question that is, in fact, it's kind of pulling in maybe even full circle what something that you alluded to at the beginning, Matt. My question is about the notion of, let's call it projecting wonder. And actually, Mr. Furness does a fantastic job of this. Caitlin, you've done a fantastic job of this. But there's armor that we all wear. Let's call them sort of executive defenses that we hold on to. And how do we give the people around us sort of permission or basically open the door to the expectation that the experience or the conversation that we're going to have is going to be open and sort of ready, and wonder is available. I just was wondering if there's techniques, skills, tools, behaviors that you hold on to that helps unlock that openness with other people.
Something occurred to me as you were describing that there was a great mindfulness training I was at one time, and the trainer had said, so often two people who are different, they come together, and maybe they're saying in different words, they're saying, what about me? And the other person is saying, what about me? And what about me? And this can go on for quite a while until maybe you as the receiver say, what about you? And it's a flip into listening. And I think that listening is a skill that takes training, because it involves a curious awareness and also maybe a willingness to be still and to maybe be receptive to something that's happening in the moment. Parker Palmer is another great person I've studied with, and he has this circle of trust that he forms. I took leadership trainings with him, and we had a whole group gathered, and he said active listening doesn't actually need to have any you don't need to authenticate somebody else and say yes or say you're right, or you just need to actually listen and sometimes mirror back what you think the other person is saying, and then they can actually tell you if that mirroring is is accurate. You know, you're kind of showing that you're showing up for them, and that the listening is actually part of the engagement that's really valuable. So it takes different shapes and forms, but I think that for anyone who's not used to listening, I say, well, get curious. Like, you know, there's something there to find out that you don't know yet, and chances are that person really wants to connect with you too, and is going to show some curiosity for you as you start out showing curiosity for them.
Thank
What a great question, Kareem. Thank you so much. Anonymous, I see you have a question here in the queue. Would love to hear your question for myself and Caitlin. Uh-oh. Well, we got the brownie faces. Do you have a chance to unmute yourself? Okay, we'll come back to you, Anonymous. We'll make sure we get back to you after the next question. Next up on our docket in terms of guest questions, we have Justin Cho. Justin, how are you today? Please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. You know, during this whole discussion, I was just thinking about the technicalities of how to promote wonder in some of these platforms that we've been in. So I'm guessing, Caitlin, I've seen you around in AltSpace and especially in educators and VR events. What do you think that AltSpace and some of those other, I guess, competitor platforms can do more technically to promote wonder?
Well, it's a great question, and I think part of the methodology that I'm recommending is in the book, you know, about the onboarding and I think that the technology is not the only thing. So the platforms actually encourage a sense of wonder, and there are also some exercises and reflections we can do with groups and participate in the before and after stages, talking about those interstitial, and I'm happy to keep in touch with you and talk more about that, because there really are several chapters in this book that talk about just that question. You know, what can we do, even as platforms are sometimes not always unstable, but maybe they just feel as if they're not the right mechanism for having the wonder experience that we want to have. I've been using AltSpace, I've been using Engage, I even use Mozilla Hubs sometimes to jump into a 2D environment and give people a feeling that they're connected in that space. So I'm a big fan of form-fitting function and of experimentation. So I choose a lot of platforms because I do think that new advances and developments are rolling out, you know, every week. You might notice if you use the platforms often that when you log in, it'll say, you know, do you have time to update? And you're thinking, oh, my event starts right now. But then you actually go through the updates because they're refining a lot of the tools to do just that. So I guess back to your point, Justin, I'd love a longer conversation about what type of facet of wonder would the experience be looking to connect and do. Back to what we were talking about here, I think when Matt was mentioning music, I'm always conscious that sometimes I focus so much on the visual, and right now I'm paying more attention to which platforms can involve some ambient music or some music integration that really connects with the emotion of a scene I want to convey, and that certainly amplifies wonder. Sound and music is one of the deepest emotional senses we can have. And then eventually, I'm sure we'll get to platforms that have a sense of olfactory smell that's in, you know, this is maybe a few years down the road, but that could connect to our memory base. So yeah, I do feel like right now I'm kind of crafting the experiences based on what the dreams are for the group, and also again trying to make sure to incorporate the before and the after of the experience so that we really capture and build and apply some of what we experience, so it's not just ephemeral, like, wow, we had a great time in AltSpace, and then we go back and and forget to share afterwards how that has resonance in our life. So thank you, and let's stay connected about that, because I have more thoughts to share.
So Caitlin, there's got to be some science around time flying by when things are wonderful. It's already an hour,
There is. Yeah. Sorry.
and
I'm
it
sure
feels like
there
it's
is.
been 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What an incredible
does.
conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, your opinions, your expertise with us today. It's been an incredible pleasure. For you folks, again, I've opened up the barrier here. Come on down, come and chat with us. And this is a quick reminder from a programming note perspective. We are doing this all again tomorrow, September the 10th. We begin at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And boy, do we have a treat. Early in this process, I was introduced to a gentleman by the name of Nick Vujicic. And you may not know Nick by name, but you've probably seen his TED Talk video. Nick is an extraordinary man who, because of, in a lot of cases, birth in this case, was born without the use of his arms and legs, without limbs. And he's had to build a life around some of these impediments, but has, as a consequence, actually turned it into inspiration and hope for millions of people around the world. And I'll be honest, when I look back at this experience, the Global HR Summit, orienting Nick into virtual reality will be an experience that I always remember. He couldn't have been more gracious, more kind, and more excited about the opportunity to engage each of us here in an environment that's totally democratized, where regardless of where you're from, where you've been, or any limitations that you might have, we're all here on equal footing. And we're all here present in this space, and we can interact and engage and inspire each other. And if you're looking to be inspired tomorrow, I would encourage you to check things out at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This event will be broadcast in AltSpace. It is a free public event. It will be on YouTube Live. It will be on LinkedIn Live. I will be here front and center for the conversation with Nick tomorrow, so do check that out. A special thanks again to my wonderful mate here, Kate. So thank you so much, Caitlin. And looking forward to checking out your book, Designing Wonder, folks.
Oh, likewise. Thank you so much, Matt. You've made the time fly, and I just feel this whole summit, the fact that it came to be and came to fruition, it's what the world needs right now, and I'm celebrating us all in this moment, sharing together. So please, come down, explore Fireside. Maybe we can take a group picture together, something like that. I think that would be really fun.
Wonderful idea.
Since I've been dreaming about this session for several months now. So thanks everybody for making it such a dynamic conversation, and to Matt for being the master of ceremonies. Yeah, I'm honored.
Thank you.
All right. She gives great advice, folks. Come on down here and join us if you want to be part of a group photo.
Please come for a picture. I would love it. I'm capturing the moment right now. So yeah, thank you.
I'm taking a mental photo.
Yep. And I got your message, Anonymous. I got your message. So yes, and we'll connect afterwards so that I can make sure. I'd love to talk more about your question and beyond. Let me see. Does anyone have a
So for those
whenever I
folks,
try to take selfies, I'm too close. Yeah, somebody wants to invent a tool that syncs everybody in a spot so that you can take selfies without moving around. If you're on a joystick, or if you're on a
yeah, so for
let's
those
see, a
folks, AO,
controller,
if you're
you
on an
can-
Oculus Go, what you'll need to do is the top button on your controller, there should be a flat pad. If you press the front of it, you'll be able to teleport. You'll need to teleport from where you are over to here to join us. And that goes for anybody in the second row, third row. If you want to join us up here, you'll need to teleport from your location over to this location.
Same with a quest. I'm using the B button. Come on, Donna.
Yeah.
Come to the picture. I really want Donna and Mara and I mean these are Oh, okay, sorry. In which
That's a
case
big
I'm
selfie.
smiling. I'm smiling right at you.
Come forward in front of the fire. It's
Ooh,
nice,
okay.
but your avatars aren't quite tall enough to yeah.
All right, is
So
that good?
AO, as a reminder, you'll need to use the top part of your controller on your Go. You press the very front edge of that top button. It should give you a blue lasso, and then you'll go from there, and it'll be able to teleport you into this spot.
Love it. I'm waving at Donna. Oh, maybe we can all throw up some hearts. Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
Should we? Should we make heart?
Let's take a picture of AO, everyone. Like, wow.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we'll get like 5 pictures of AO.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So are you guys throwing up emojis?
I'm throwing
Let's
up
throw
heart
up those
emojis right
emojis.
now.
Heart emojis, everyone.
2, 1. There we go. Kodak moment.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's
everyone.
great.
What a great session.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great. All right. Wait, Matt, I'm doing a selfie right now. 3, 2, 1. We got the fire behind us. Oh, let me try it again. I somehow morphed into you, so I'm doing it one more time. This is what I mean. You got to celebrate the messy right now.
Can you
3,
photobomb?
2, 1. Yeah, photobomb, please. Everyone photobomb. Yeah. Woo. I love it. Oh my gosh. This is great. It's been quite a parade of sessions.